Hello and welcome to the SWC2026 Arena Championship 2026. And I'm Sean B. Together with me is Topa, and we are very excited to bring you guys all the fun matches for the Open Qualifier Korea today.
Absolutely. I'm so stoked to be here. We are starting off SW season. What better time of year than SW season? And we are starting off with the Open Qualifier for Korea. So there's going to be some great matches that are going to be happening here tonight.
Yeah, because from last year, I think we have seen a lot of changes to the meta up to this point. We've been through so many different kind of unit. So right now is pretty much the end of the road for all the strong player, and they need to determine what they are going to play with today, because just a couple weeks ago, we've seen even a brand new meta in the game, right, Topa?
Absolutely, yeah. Balance patch has been out. There's new monsters that have been released with the collaboration going on right now. And some of those monsters are already catching nerves in the balance patch. But now also do we have balance patch and new metas developing. We have the brand new stack ban mode, Sean.
Oh, that is absolutely incredible, because I think I've been begging Comtuos to do something about RTA for the past many years. And finally, we are seeing some new modes for SWC. And this year, it is going to be stack ban. And that's going to make it so much more challenging for every single player to navigate their way through the draft. So what is stack ban, Topa?
Absolutely. A stack ban is going to be a cumulative ban system. So in the first match of each set, there's not going to be any bans out. And previously, what we used to have is those rotating bans. You'd ban out a monster each player, and they could not pre-ban that monster in the next match. But then now with stack ban, those stacks are just going to be, stack up on top of each other. So a monster is banned out starting game 2. It can never be used again. In game 3, there's going to be more and more monsters being banned out each round.
Exactly. So here is the quick little overview for SWC 2026. Then the match process for today is going to be single elimination compared to the other region, which will have like a lower bracket. Today is all in or nothing, single elimination, and the total prize for SWC is a humongous 100,000 and 140,000 US dollars. And we also have the schedule for all the different cup happening very soon in September, October, and November.
Yeah, definitely. And not only are those cups happening, we have preliminaries and qualifiers for those going on. So we're today at the Korea Open Qualifier, but we also have just in a few hours is actually Europe preliminaries, and also obviously America's preliminaries, Asia Pacific preliminaries, as well as that China qualifier preliminaries that will be going on to determine those 12 players that will ultimately compete in the World Finals.
Yep, we're going to have a lot of SWC action from now all the way to November. Every single weekend, almost, we have so much competitive summoners work going on. So looking forward to that, because me and Topa personally, we will be on a lot of different casting couches this season as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm really looking forward to see, the different regions. There's always that little bit of meta going on. And once again, the thing that's going to be affecting the meta a lot this time around is going to be that stack ban. Once again, we kind of see a visualization of that going on here. In the first match, no bans at all. And from match 2 onwards, those bans are really going to be adding up real fast.
Yeah, I think by match number 5, if we get to game 5, it's going to be a lot of unit being banned, and that's gonna really shake up how people are gonna play their matches. Because if you are like a Jäger player from this simulation, you can see that the moment they ban your Jäger, your Jäger is gone. Compared to before, you can kind of like wiggle your favorite unit in the draft somehow, but if they smell it, it's gone.
Absolutely. And yeah, previously you could almost, if there's a contested unit, say Light Fern has been so dominant in the current RTA meta, maybe 2 players that own that Light Fern could just be first picking the Light Fern when they have the first pick and then just pre-banning it out. But now if they pre-ban it, they can never get it either. But what is also going to be very exciting here is the prediction event going on. I hope you guys got your predictions in, because there's some really good rewards in there, Sean.
Personally, I think I've went pretty easy with my prediction, because I just look at who get predicted, who has the most percentage, and I just go for that one. But there are a lot of events going on in the game right now. One of them is going to be the SWC 2026 event. They'll give you a brand new SWC scroll that's going to be very special and very unique.
Yeah, those are always super exciting. Hope, all of us can get that one monster we're looking for with that scroll. Obviously, we don't really know the list of how that works just yet, but, from past, there being quite juicy. And what is also juice is the bracket and all these players that we have here playing today.
Oh, we're starting off strong with TOLISSO and ANGRYBIRD, going to SCHOLES and SKIT, ROOG and how do I read that? ECK. Lastly, we have BEAT.D and IROHA. Whoa, I think BEAT. We're seeing some old name, but we're also seeing some new names this time around.
Yeah, we definitely are. You know, a player that really stands out to me in this bracket is going to be SKIT. SKIT was actually all the way in the World Finals in the very first SWC in 2017. He did lose first round in the World Finals, but I mean, to make it to the World Finals is a huge feat. And SKIT has been on the casting side of things for many years now, so it's super exciting to see SKIT competing once again. And also, you know, BEAT.D, obviously 2018 world champion in the mix as well.
It's kind of crazy how SKIT has been casting so much that he just got tired of all these players making bad choices that he has to witness, and now he's back in the competitive seat. And also BEAT.D, I think, speaking of 2018 SWC, there is another quiz event going on in the game right now that's very interesting, because the contest reminds us of all different kind of old draft back then that looks so different compared to what we are seeing in the game right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, many of the monsters that we're probably seeing today didn't even exist back then. You know, when you see those drafts, like we see some lore and Ager going on there, like what is going on? Like this game used to be free-to-play friendly.
Oh, whoa. What are you talking about, man? It is a free game. You can download for free right now on iOS and Android and even on Steam. But that is the bracket for today. And we're going to our first match very, very soon. We'll definitely go through the overview of all the different players to see what is their favorite monster, what kind of play style they're going to bring to the table. We know that right now, the dominance of Fire Megumi and Windstar, I think, is also playable in the SWC. But they don't exactly have the best win rate. Funny enough, the top 5 most played RTA monster game right now has low win rate. People just really hate themselves.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Meta right now, it's a bit open still, you know. We see a lot of, obviously, Windstar, Fire Megumi, Water Monkey monsters like this. But as Sean mentioned, all of those monsters are actually sub 50% win rate, which is obviously not where you want to be. But here we go. TOLISSO is now coming onto the stage. That's going to be our first competitor, and I believe it's also his first time competing in SWC.
Ooh, for a first-time player, it's definitely going to be stressful, because playing in your underwear in your bed at night is a very different feeling from playing on stage with music blasting through your ears, people watching, lights everywhere. It gets very stressful, and the 30 seconds you think you have to draft and think suddenly become like 5 seconds.
Yeah, it definitely does. You know, I mean, having been there myself, that time goes a lot faster once, you know, the lights are on you and the pressure's on. But ANGRYBIRD kind of embracing that there, you know, he's very charismatic there, posing for the camera and everything. So he looks to be quite comfortable going into this.
Definitely, if you enjoy the spotlight, I think it's going to be an even greater ego boost for you, and you might make a better draft decision. So for TOLISSO, you can see he is a new challenger, rocking a pretty decent win rate in the last season. He also enjoyed the meta heavily, and there was a time where Dark Hellhound was a thing, huh?
Oh man, rest in peace, Shumar 2026 to 2026. Man, he did not last long. You know, he really got that 2A. He was insanely strong and insanely fun, a lot of players say. And then, you know, the next balance patch, come to us dev said no more, and that dog has been put down.
Exactly. He came into the meta and left as fast as his base speed. But if you're seeing TOLISSO most pick monster, we are looking at 5 Megumi, Layla, Shiho. That is literally the RTA meta if you want to be like a competitive player. But that also means that his draft is very predictable, and also it can be stolen. So I wonder what kind of secret strategy that he has for his niche counter 4th and 5th pick.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that there were no LDs besides that Shu Mario. So no LD5s, well actually no LD5s here either from ANGRYBIRD's side. So very free to play, friendly first match we have going on here. ANGRYBIRD, you know, repping that Wind Monkey segment, so a little bit more boozer style, especially with that Gandalf and that Josephine there. But still, you know, Fire Megumi makes his appearance into that most picked page there too.
So TOLISSO is more of a control-focused player. Meanwhile, ANGRYBIRD seems like a more bruiser-focused player with a lot of shield healing, passive. I think Topa has a lot of experience in the Water Gandalf playstyle.
Oh yeah, this is definitely a playstyle that I embraced a lot during, the season 36 as well. The ANGRYBIRD seems to have qualified from that, double shielding. Josephine getting that shield for free, from like a Shiho that TOLISSO likes to use a lot, and then Gandalf just getting bar off of that, as well as a lot of cleansing. It's just very, very obnoxious to deal with.
But we have came a long way from the Water Gandalf season. There have been a lot of changes in the game that have led to the fall of Water Gandalf pretty much, because back then he was spam a whole lot, but he has pretty much became a 5th pick for some of the matches, not even all of the matches. So first game of SWC 2026. Let's see what they're going to bring to the table. Starting off strong with a Wind Monkey first pick. I never thought I'll be seeing a Wind Monkey first pick for the very first match of SWC.
Yeah, TOLISSO maybe digging into ANGRYBIRD's box a little bit there. He did see that Wind Monkey was actually ANGRYBIRD's most picked monster, but oh my goodness, we're seeing a Vanessa and a Wind Pudding Princess here from ANGRYBIRD's response. So we're going to a very bruisers matchup here, Sean.
Wow, but with no pre-ban in the first round, funny enough, no pre-ban, the Bover is open to counter the Wind Pudding Princess. We also have Viva Chell being drafted very early, and an early Masha. If you're playing Summoners right now and you play a lot of against a lot of meta team, this match is actually very unique. Oh my god, what am I watching?
Yeah, this is very refreshing. We don't even have any bans yet. There are no bans on the board yet, and the players are already busting out some not so picked monsters. I mean, obviously, these are all still quite meta relevant, but they are not the pinnacle of the meta, and that is definitely not a monster that I was not even really expecting to see today. Amber is being hovered by TOLISSO. Is he going to be locking that? And there's no immunity on the side of ANGRYBIRD, so quite a solid monster right there with all those heal blocks and dots that it can dish out.
Wow, that's kind of crazy. So we have a whole lot of buff going on from one side, and then we have the Bover on the other side. So I think the ban might be on the Bover, but if you have invincibility on your team, you actually counter the Bover pretty well because he cannot absorb any of your HP. And the last pick is the Water Gojo going to steal all that buff. This is going to be very, very exciting.
Wow, interesting last pick of ANGRYBIRD. I was really expecting some sort of immunity monster there. I feel like TOLISSO's team, I mean, there are no buff removers aside from the revenge from that Wind Monkey. So any sort of immunity or something like a Shizuka too, to just like return all those debuffs would have been like very, very strong here. But I opted go for that Gojo, and he's actually picking the Gojo leader skill over the Vanessa 33, and TOLISSO now also going with the speed lead, trying to have his Viva outslow the opponent here. Will that happen?
Funny enough, we were talking about exactly this, Topa, about the Viva Chell awkwardness, whether you want your Viva Chell to be fast or slow, and sometimes you have to pick the HP lead to be slower purposefully. And then here we have both players not going for the speed lead, and the Despair Stun came on top of the Viva Chell, stopping him from sniping anyone on the enemy team.
Wow, yeah, both players not going for the speed leads, really trying to outslow the other, but ANGRYBIRD still going first and just get a very fortunate stun on the Viva Chell. That Viva Chell, I mean, even if it procs out, there's pretty decent attack bars on everyone on ANGRYBIRD's side, especially with this crit Ragdoll giving him more attack bar and no Viva Chell proc. So ANGRYBIRD is looking very good here, controlling the Giselle further as well.
Oh my god, the Water Gojo landing stun left, right, center. I had this exact match last night when I was playing RTA against Water Gojo, and he was constantly stunning everybody with a Despair build, and that is a nightmare. But finally, he's tasting his own medicine.
Yeah, Wind Monkey getting a nice stun. That Gojo looking for the stun on Ragdoll as well, does not get it, but that Giselle is not going down yet. But I think Masha's going to be critting here, which is likely to move this cookie in front, and that can actually finish out the Giselle here before Viva Chell can heal it. And there, this first kill has been confirmed.
First blood on the Giselle. We have the quick snipe coming out from Viva, but unfortunately the Pudding Princess managed to get that turn to put up the shield, so I don't think she's in any danger whatsoever. And the problem with Viva Chell is that you have to sacrifice a turn for that quick snipe, and it seems like TOLISSO is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, very awkward timing that Viva skill 3 did get a very good swap there, but nothing was following it up, so that Pudding Prince is able to move, just get that shield up. Obviously it does go down here, but we still have the Vanessa skill to bring it right back, so ANGRYBIRD is looking very, very good here. That Masha switching also dangerous low on the side with the Gojo skill 2 is probably going to be dismounting that.
And I don't think the Gojo being stunned is not going to be too bad for ANGRYBIRD. Funny enough, the LD5 that start the journey in SWC 2026 is a Ragdoll it feels like we are going back into the past a little bit. It's not Laura, it's not Gianna, it's not Dark Zenitsu, but it's just good old Ragdoll.
Yeah, good old Ragdoll. He's always been so consistent in RTA, you know. I mean, he's kind of making a comeback a little bit as well in the current patch, especially with the Wind Stark. You know, usually built on Kurt Ray having that AoE, just giving Ragdoll a lot of bar, and pairing him with these annoying passive healers has been very effective way to counter the Stark. But I mean, there's no Stark in this match, and yet it is still very, very effective here.
All right, I think that's gonna be an easy W for Angry Bird at this point, because Wind Monkey, just like the Wind Monkey in the challenge mode, it's not really a hard carry by any means. Like, he's kind of like the potential man in a lot of different kind of draft, where if he revenge and counter stun every turn, then it's a different story. But most of the time he doesn't, and that's why I think Wind Monkey is not very popular in the current RTA meta. First W belongs to Angry Bird.
And ANGRYBIRD getting that first win, very well drafted there. I really like seeing that interaction with that Vivitrol. Both players is trying to outslow the other, and ultimately, even though ANGRYBIRD, you know, didn't take that 33% speed lead from Vanessa, still outsped his opponent, but, you know, was able to make it work. Maybe a little bit of luck getting that stun on that Vivitrol turn on with the Despair Gojo.
Now we're going into our first pre-ban set, and that is going to be the Viva Chell. And funny enough, the Wind Monkey is being banned now. Wind Monkey getting pre-banned. He's really afraid of the Wind Monkey, huh?
Yeah, he must be really afraid of that. He first picked Stole It away from ANGRYBIRD, and now he says, you know what, that didn't work for me, but I know you can make it work, so I'm just going to get that thing out of the match forever. And I mean, no surprise seeing Vivitrol being pre-banned. Obviously, that's probably a monster that ANGRYBIRD does not own himself, so that just really hinders TOLISSO here.
ANGRYBIRD getting the first pick here. No more Wind Monkey. Let's see how he's going to adapt to the flow of the strategy. Oh my god. I think I know what is going to get pre-banned after this round here. But the first one being drafted is going to be the Wind Pudding Princess. And that's a lot of healing. Oh, the counterplay.
Yeah, we see a Bulwark being picked right away. Obviously, that Wind Pudding Princess is going to be putting at least one buff every single turn. And Legolas also very, very solid monster. You know, we saw Fire Legolas being used a lot to counter Water Gandalf. And I mean, Wind Pudding Princess is pretty much the same monster, just constant shielding, buffing. So Fire Legolas does do quite well in that. But what does well into Fire Legolas is just killing it with a brute force of Chow.
All right, we have, if Wind Monkey is a potential man, then Chow is another potential man. Chow get kind of hard countered by Layla a little bit because of the slow and the anti-cleanse. Oh my god, is that the Water Nina Williams from the other collab?
That is the Water Shasha right there coming to... I don't think I've ever seen this monster in RTA before. I believe it has some mechanism of applying... or taking a turn if a monster falls below half health. So maybe there's some synergy with Bulwark going on there. I'm not sure.
So the mechanic that got actually buffed in the recent balance patch was that if enemy heal when they're below 70%, she gain a 100% attack bar. Not a full turn, 100% attack bar. And we have two healers on the enemy team, which means she can potentially gain enough turn in between. She is also kind of like the Wind Bayak in the way that she attack and then she put knots. She also strip and defense break. So it's going to be very interesting to see if the Water Sasha can counter Chow.
Yeah, that is a very interesting monster. Once again, I have not seen that drafted before, but what I have seen a lot, it's probably too much, is that Wind Aya, Wind Nobara right there. Obviously a very solid counter against all the debuffs that Layla is bringing. And Layla is being led through that. Giselle is actually catching the ban. TOLISSO putting a lot of favor on this Giselle as we go into this match 2 with speed lead now being locked in by ANGRYBIRD.
It's also kind of fun to see Fire Legolas because enemies running a very heavy buff comp. I think Fire Legolas is the kind of unit that you only play if you know what the enemy's doing. And it shows that he kind of did his homework here going into this heavy buff team with the Fire Legolas that kind of just dipped. He's gone now. Never mind. Never mind.
Well, Fire Legolas, you were saying, you were talking about a Fire Legolas. I don't see a Fire Legolas on the screen. And that is, this is kind of what I was alluding to in the draft. If you get that defense break with a Chow, you're just going to absolutely delete a Fire Legolas. So Chow is quite strong in that monster. And I mean, Layla can maybe do some work here, and I guess we'll have to see what this Water Shasha and Water Nina Williams has to do here. I mean, it's being provoked for 2 turns right now, so maybe going to be a little bit for it to get online here.
Wow, she took a turn and did absolutely nothing because of glancing hit. And that's the weakness of a lot of different kind of debuff unit. But Bover's going to be here to keep the team healthy with all the healing he can do on a Violent build. For most casual play, I think Bover's going to be on Will Shield something. But Violent is really good because he gains stack when he Violent procs.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that Nina Williams passive activate right there as that cookie healed that Wind Nobara above that threshold. And it didn't do anything with another skill one. So far, I'm not really seeing the vision of this Water Shasha here, but maybe it'll just do something here in a little bit.
Calm down, Topa. It's happening. The skill 2 is gonna show you some crazy action. So skill 2 coming out, I think it's probably gonna be the dots and the defense break. And yeah, that's the action right there that I was talking about. That's about it.
that is the action, you know. Oh, but look at that. Another turn for the Shasha. And another 6,000 damage and one more damage over time. But Xiao just gets a Violent proc of his own, and that is probably, not quite dead yet.
Look at that. That's a lot of action, Topa. We got a lot of dots on the Vanessa. That's probably going to die. More debuff, more turn for the Layla. So I think Shasha Layla combo is pretty crazy because they give each other a lot of attack bar. But look at the Wind Nobara. That is just crazy.
I mean, Wind Nobara just absolutely having a field day with all these debuffs there. You know, the Shasha does take out the Vanessa, but also does lead the battlefield in that, same time frame almost there. And I'm left wanting a little bit more out of that Water Shasha pick right there.
I feel like if you pair her with the Wind Bayak, they will work together much better compared to this situation here where there's a Wind Nobara to counter the Layla specifically. Right now, maybe Bova has a shot to kill the Xiao, but I think Xiao's gonna do that before the Bova can actually kill it. Whoa, fat heal coming?
Yeah, only 4 stacks. It doesn't get the fattest of heals here, but still a decent heal. Obviously, cannot apply that cleanse block as there are no debuffs on that Xiao, so Xiao will be cleansing up all of that and getting some more damage on that Layla. Layla's trying her best to control this Xiao here, but it's gonna be very difficult. That Xiao auto cleansing passive as well as the passive cleansing that is coming from this Wind Pudding Princess here.
Man, the Bova pick has so much value. TOLISSO pretty much played this game 3v4 since the very start, and he's kind of keeping up because the draft, the Bova draft first pick is just so good. He did not lean into the meta with like Megumi and Shiho where he could have, but he immediately counterpicked in the first round. That's crazy.
It definitely did. If that Shasha had lived a little bit longer, I actually could have seen it do some work here, as that Bolver did keep the team quite healthy there until now that Xiao is finally going to get rid of that Layla, and that's going to be game over. 2-0 to ANGRYBIRD, so he's already at match point here.
Wow, ANGRYBIRD. I feel like TOLISSO is leaning into the counterplay a little bit too much. He started off stealing enemy unit, wasn't very comfortable with that, couldn't win the match. Started off countering the enemy draft immediately and still failed to do so. I feel like he needs to have his own identity in the drafting phase to play something that he's more comfortable with.
Yeah, exactly. You're kind of just playing your opponent's terms at this point, right? Like, you're kind of letting your opponent do what they're comfortable with, and then you're trying to kind of on the fly figure out what the best way to counter that is. Because once again, that Water Shasha is not a monster that you see ever really in RTA. So I mean, maybe he's done a little bit of testing, maybe it's been working for him. I did not really pull through in that match right there.
Oh wow, we have a new pre-ban, and this time it was not Giselle that was drafted both time. And it is the Dark Demon. Oh, starting off with Oliver. I think he's leaning back into what he's comfortable with, because we saw his most drafted unit are all control unit. And Oliver is arguably the best control unit in the meta at the moment. Without any buff, without any nerf to him for quite some time now. And he has risen back to the top position. And whoa, that looks fairly familiar.
Yeah, we have Team Nerf here on ANGRYBIRD side come into play with the Fire Megumi nerfed and Windstark both nerfed, but they're still quite strong into Oliver. And part of the reason why Oliver has risen to so much popularity once again is due to that nerf of the Fire Megumi. There's not that many good speed leaders, so Oliver is by far the best speed leader once again, but TOLISSO is just committing to this CC draft here. Going for that Okeanos, obviously very good control damage, as well as those huge backbreaking slows and armor breaks that Annabelle is able to provide here.
Wow, back to Annabelle Oliver. That is very similar to previous SWC meta, except for the Joe gun that got nerfed, so he's kind of irrelevant for a little bit. And over there, we are seeing Water Gojo and Fire Legolas. I'm not sure about the Fire Legolas in this position though, but we have a TN line to counter all the attack power gain coming out of the enemy, so that's definitely going to be a force ban. And he need another strong AoE last pick, and I think he will actually come out on top this round for TOLISSO.
Yeah, that draft is looking very good from TOLISSO right now. That Tian Lang is just so good here. Obviously all the launches gaining attack bar. And Masha is maybe a little bit questionable. I feel like that Water Gojo, as well as now you're giving a little bit more value to that Fire Legolas there, able to steal those immunities off of that. So not a huge fan of this Masha pick here, but I think if it can, take a quick kill on something on Angry Bird's side, TOLISSO is still looking very, very good here.
We have two LD5 being drafted last. They are both very strong against the enemy team, so I think it could be an easy LD5 ban in this position. And the NFL team seems to have the better edge, in my opinion.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the turn order shapes out to be here, but obviously that 33 speed lead onto Oliver. There's no AoE buff removal going on that side, so maybe Okeanos can just strip a single target here and then Annabelle can follow up on that. But no, it's going to be that Legolas taking the first turn. Can now mess up some speed tuning on TOLISSO's side.
Oh, push back the Okeanos. Masha's going to turn. So unfortunately, no strip for the Annabelle, and the Annabelle is moving in front of all this unit that will have immunity. So looking really like a good start for ANGRYBIRD here to control the flow of the match. But oh, he also missed.
Ooh, Megumi does miss, but also makes up for it by getting that violent proc right there. So Annabelle's almost forced to use the cleanse here before the brunt of the damage is even coming out from Angry Bird's side. No, choose to hold on to it. I think that's going to be a dismount in Masha as a result.
Yeah, I think this is a big Annabelle misdraft, maybe. Or maybe you could have gone with like oh my god, that AoE despair stun into the windstalk damage. TOLISSO once again finds down the back foot here, being absolutely controlled by the enemy team. And there's nothing much he can do except for praying for the Annabelle violent proc.
Yeah, that's really the win condition at this point, just looking for the Annabelle proc. And TOLISSO did have that 33 speed advantage, therefore moving first, but it didn't really work out for in his favor, as he didn't have sufficient buff removers for his team here. Annabelle does not get that proc, Oliver does not get that bar absorb, and I mean, this Legolas will be moving, taking some more attack bar, and the Stark is going to follow right up.
And I think that's why we saw a lot of Joe gun in the previous SWC meta instead of Okeanos, because you really need an AoE strip for Annabelle to fully shine in the first turn. And if you just pick Annabelle with single target unit like this, and you happen to outspeed the enemy, the Annabelle doesn't bring a lot of value to the table in the first turn. But hey, maybe it's doing something here. But you gotta really think about the windstalk damage getting stronger if you misplay.
Yeah, I really do have to think about that. Also, the Megumi cutting, getting that stun on the Okeanos, quite unfortunate. Oliver getting a very nice proc controlling this oh my god, these despair stuns are absolutely insane from this Gojo. Okeanos does not get the proc out. He does have skills available. If Okeanos gets a rain of stones here, that's going to be a lot of damage on this fully defense broken team. And still definitely an out for TOLISSO here, but that window is closing rapidly.
Funny enough, a Water Gojo is kind of like a unit that only showed up if Oliver shows up in the meta, because they didn't really buff or nerf or do anything to the Water Gojo, but he kind of just popped in and out of the meta once in a while, depending on how much people rely on attack bar pushback. And with Oliver coming back to the field, I think Water Gojo will see some rise in usage.
Definitely wouldn't be surprised if that is the case, but Water Gojo right now putting on a very good show here. I mean, so many despair stuns. Annabelle trying to do her best here, cannot get another additional turn. But that is still, I mean, Annabelle in theory could solo this. There are no heals on Angry Bird's side, so if Annabelle really just gets enough procs, she could do this also into, double fire.
Hey man, I think that skill 1 stun is gonna really hurt very, very soon here. But it did not get a stun on the Annabelle, and Annabelle managed to get another skill 3 out, absolutely destroying these fire unit.
Yeah, Annabelle is putting in so much work here. Gojo has to stun it here, or otherwise, okay, does get the stun, no violent proc. So Megumi likely going to get one more turn here. Can he get another stun here? Going on the Oliver, does get that stun. Gojo now, do you go for S2? Does go for S2. It's not going to do that much, as Annabelle does have that heal to pick up the Oliver, and almost just full healing. Wow.
I feel like he should have gone for the S1 and trying to get like the highest stun chance on the Annabelle, right? Because that was like a very good window to kill off the Oliver, and now he has to deal with 2 units. Even though the Oliver cannot push back the Water Gojo, I still feel like Oliver being on the field is going to do a lot of damage on the Water Gojo here.
Yeah, even with that permanent defense buff, Oliver is going to be doing some good damage to that. And I do believe Oliver can beat the Gojo in a 1v1. And not only that, there's the Annabelle that is going to be sleeping, getting additional turns, and, you know, doing more damage to your Gojo. And now the Annabelle does get another heal off here, and that is likely going to be GG. Oh no, just going for the damage. He doesn't care.
Wow, look at that. TOLISSO, we were not looking at this Annabelle, right? This Annabelle, even though could not start off strong, managed to carry the game to victory for TOLISSO. I'm sorry, TOLISSO. Your Annabelle is the GOAT.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. That was a 2v4 comeback that he made right there. This is Annabelle Oliver just killing the entire opposing team. You know, once that Stark was gone, I guess there really wasn't that good of an answer against the Annabelle. You kind of had to get lucky with those Despair or Skill 1 stunts on that Gojo to control the Annabelle. And I mean, ultimately, he just didn't get those in the late game, and Annabelle took over. And here we go into match 4.
And that is another reason why, I don't know why Windstark and Fire Megami is still super popular, because they have not exactly the most amazing win rate, even in the competitive stage.
Yeah, that is the first time we're seeing Windstark in SWC. Obviously, a very new monster release, and it's taking an L right away. So maybe, you know, less Windstark. And what Angry Bird does not want to see at all is that Annabelle is probably going to be in his nightmares if he ends up losing this round here.
And funny enough, he did not ban the Tian Lang that was pretty impactful for the last pick. Maybe because he know that he can always just ban the Tian Lang in the post ban anyway. First pick for Angry Bird. By now, there are 6 units gone, and some of them are like the key unit for one of the player draft, and it's getting I think this is where all the funny pocket draft are coming out, and that is definitely one of them.
Yeah, this might be the time for that. TOLISSO has pre-banned in the first and second round. You know, he pre-banned both speed leads that Angry Birds likes to use here in that Wind Monkey and the Vanessa. So there's no real I mean, there's that Fire Megami, but I mean, we saw how unimpactful that Fire Megami was, and he also has a Hey Gang now already on the field. So that really counters that. He's going for maybe this niche turn 2, you know, Hey Gang protected turn 2 cleave CC team here.
Getting really intense for the draft, but we're going back into the Oliver Okeanos, which is really good in the Shizuka, because Shizuka is a unit that rely heavily on her skill 3 that has a very long cooldown. So the moment you get fully reset it, Shizuka is a very weak sitting duck with a very not impactful skill 1. Water Gojo getting drafted once again. I feel like if you're fighting Angry Bird after this, you know exactly to pre-ban the Water Gojo that he really enjoy using.
Yeah, that Water Gojo, I'm not fully convinced the Water Gojo yet, to be honest. I mean, it's been kind of high rolling the Despair stuns, and in my opinion, in a violent build, it's just going to be superior on the Water Gojo. Just getting, you know, pumping that skill 2 damage with that permanent defense buff, you can get a lot of AoE damage with that skill 2 and kind of just cleave these no heal teams down. But with that Despair build, you're kind of just relying on, you know, a little bit of luck to get those. I mean, obviously with Planet Procs, you're relying on luck to proc, but if you get CC'd yourself, you have no way of getting out of that on a Despair build.
Oh, he went with the CC unit. I like that though. I thought he was gonna go with like the Boverk last pick, which will probably get banned anyway, but he went in with the Layla. So from TOLISSO, he has a very classic speed lead strip into a 2 follow-up AoE unit, and over the Angry Bird has the classic counter to this AoE situation with the Ragdoll. So let's see if Ragdoll is gonna beat the AoE CC or not.
Yeah, Angry Bird has a lot of attack bar going for him. You know, Stark still does get 20% attack bar every time you touch that monster, and Ragdoll with, you know, a couple AoEs that, well, Okeanos Awake isn't the crit rate. Obviously, Helen, you have the build on crit rate, so it's going to be a likely 40 attack bar or close to it every time those monsters use their AoE skills. So Angry Bird looking pretty decent here, and actually the speed tuning is so awkward for TOLISSO. What is going on here?
Oh, once again, he kind of missed out on the entire turn 1 except for that beautiful reset onto the Shizuka. But maybe he can come back after this. He has shield to protect himself, and Okeanos stun is coming very soon. And the Windstar is going to struggle if he strips into debuff against Hagang, so he has to go skill 1. So both teams are in very, very awkward position on their own.
Yeah, they really are. Weird start to the match here. Oh my goodness, Despair is just what happened to Despair race? This is not 25%. Hagan getting a triple stun right there with that skill too. Shizuka does proc up, but obviously does not have skills thanks to Okeanos here. And now the AoE control is coming out. We'll see, can ANGRYBIRD withstand the heat here?
That is kind of crazy that everybody has a Gianna as long as you have a Despair set. But with Shizuka being reset and the rest of the team being controlled, I think TOLISSO has this one in the bag unless the Windstar start going a little bit funny.
Yeah, Windstar definitely does have the potential of going a little bit of funny, as you mentioned there. You know, just get that threat state too, so you're forced to hit in that monster, giving even more attack power. And as you do more damage, I mean, his damage is only going to be ramping here as well. There's no defense break on the side of ANGRYBIRD, so maybe that, you know, that's also saving grace here, as it's not going to be getting nuked down that fast.
All right, Gojo going back in with all the stun in between, trying to buy time for the start, and the start is going a little bit funny right there. He took down the Oliver very, very quickly. TOLISSO does not have healing, and does he transform? He will transform. He drafted his unit for this particular reason, is for the damage. But can he do enough damage to bring down his Windstar? He has a small window, but what if? Oh, not a single stun.
Man. I mean, bringing the Helena was a really early pick, and ANGRYBIRD, oh my goodness, Okeanos with the Violent proc though, almost taking out the Ragdoll. Ragdoll doesn't have turns available. Shizuka getting a Violent proc though, cannot protect the Ragdoll here. Or does he even bring back the Start? Start won't have the passive, so won't be doing a whole lot of that. Just protect the Ragdoll, try and keep that monster alive.
Oh, Ragdoll's going to come back with a bit of HP. Is he in Torrent Zone?
He is going to be in Torrent Zone. That is a 30% revive on that Soul Protect, so that is Torrent range. And he does have Torrent available, as that does lower the cooldown. So also gets, I mean, just doesn't even need the reset, just kills that monster outright right there. And Shizuka is still a couple turns away from skill 3, so even if the Violent proc won't be getting there. And I believe TOLISSO will be taking this match home here.
Wow, this Okeanos absolutely carried the game, doing so much damage, and he was mainly responsible for controlling the Shizuka at the same time, pretty much doing an entire team job. But he's being focused right now by the Water Gojo. Water Gojo could potentially solo this, maybe.
There's a slight chance that Water Gojo solos this. This is where, oh my, okay, that Helena did absolutely nothing. I mean, wait a second, Shizuka's gonna get skill 3 off. No way, Shizuka has skill 3. Wait. That Helena transformation did absolutely nothing, and it's got caught in human form. And oh my goodness, ANGRYBIRD's actually gonna come out winning this. What?
Did he throw? Did he throw with that transformation? I think the shield and the soul protection is gonna protect from the Okeanos skill 2 right there. He kind of threw with that Helena. He could have just healed himself with Helena and doing a little bit of damage with the skill 1.
Yeah, or he could have protected his whole team getting that shield up, but instead he went for the greedy transformation into 2 water monsters, and he's paying the ultimate price. I mean, Hagang is not going to beat our Gojo. There's no way. Maybe take out the... No, it's just going to go down to this Gojo skill 2 here, and wow. I mean, ANGRYBIRD from the... from the face of defeat just somehow finds a way to win that match. Well played.
That is crazy. As you can see, guys, the pressure, the lights, the camera, the action, the sound, everything on stage with a guy right next to you asking you, is the tech okay? Really distract you from making the right choices, and just one wrong move, and suddenly you kind of just like threw your queen in chess, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, that was very, very unfortunate for TOLISSO, I gotta say. He got a lot of glances on that Shizuka. Like, that Shizuka almost felt like it had Endure. I feel like it had no health, and then Helena hit it. I think Helena hit it for like literally 500 damage. It's how bad that damage was right there. So, you know, no additional damage on that pony right there. And that Shizuka somehow survives and actually gets into skill 3, even without violent procking.
Yeah, and somehow the Shizuka, after being resetted, I think twice by the Okeanos for the entire game, managed to get an S3 off at the end of the game just to immediately win the round with all the buff. And the Water Gojo just kind of be the cherry on top, doing the damage slowly but surely.
Yeah, that's really what Water Gojo is best for, in my opinion. You can't really control him. You can't get rid of that attack bar. And he does get an attack bar after moving every single time. So it's really hard to keep down. He's going to get that consistent chip damage on that skill too. And especially the teams like TOLISSO's right there, where you have no AoE healer. I mean, that damage is going to stick. And, you take enough skill twos, eventually you're just going to go down.
And the first match of SWC 2026 came to an end. ANGRYBIRD moving on to the next round. TOLISSO first game in SWC ever as a new challenger. Didn't manage to get any further. And we have to say goodbye to him. I think we might see him again in one of the groups qualifier later. Because Korea, being the world final spot, get an extra open qualifier.
Yes, I do believe that all of these players have a chance to be in the Korea group as well. That is going to be Group D of APAC, the last group that's going to be happening, and obviously that's just going to be Korea, so I would assume that all of these players are eligible for that as well. But they do get this one extra chance here to just go straight past the preliminary, straight past the regional cup and right into the world finals and representing their home country here.
And that is also the first round of the new rules stack ban. And we saw that there were a lot of units getting banned immediately. Some units pop off in one round, might not get to play in the next one, like Annabelle. You use it once and that might be it. So that's going to put a lot of pressure in drafting for all these players, because the moment you get a very good unit, you are not allowed to replicate that success in the very next game.
Yeah, and we almost saw play a little bit of back at TOLISSO. I feel like he tried to invent the wheel a little bit too soon there. We saw some unorthodox picks like in the first and second rounds. They ended up losing. And in that game 3, he kind of went back to his original stuff with that Oliver, Okeanos, and Annabelle. And it worked out very well for him. He ended up taking that game. So I would like to see him, start off with that style. And then once your monsters are getting pre-banned out or stack banned out, then maybe you can bring out that Water Josh and other innovative monsters.
And we don't have to wait any further. The second player are coming on stage. I think the first one is going to be SCHOLES. And let's see what he's going to bring to the match. Is he going to use the good old meta team, the Fire Megumi, the Windstar? I think those two are not exactly doing very well. But we at least saw the other half of the meta, being the Okeanos, being the Oliver, did actually quite amazing in their respective matches, except for a bit of misplay. I think as the tournament progresses, we are going to see people forming their own tournament meta at this point. And let's welcome SKIT on stage. He streams a lot, he casts a lot, he makes a lot of summons for content. And that could be a weakness, Topa, because the more you stream, the more available footage of your strategy being shown to everybody.
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, SKIT also has not been competing in SWC in a few years now. Meanwhile, SCHOLES here, he is kind of a mainstay here in the Asia scene, and especially in Korea for SWC. He's also known for having an over plus 240 speed set even a couple of years ago. He is extremely fast. He's the fastest man in Korea, known by that. And we see his most picked. There's a very, very familiar units there, Sean.
Very familiar unit indeed. But the problem with having a very fast Swift set is the moment enemies smell your Swift set is getting pre-banned in the next game immediately. So even if you're the fastest man in Korea, you can only be holding that title in one round, because the next one is gonna be banned.
That could be the case here, as obviously his most picked is going to be that Fire Megami, Shiho, Oliver. No Layla there, but obviously kind of still a holy trinity of those 3 regular elements there. And his opponent SKIT, my player, kind of to watch here. He's currently ranked number 2 on the RTA ladder, and he was ranked number 1 for a long time. So SKIT can definitely make a big run, and he could even take this entire tournament.
Look at that amount of games that he played in one single season. And also he played a very heavy bruiser playstyle, which means every single RTA session could last up to 3 hours. That is some crazy dedication right there for SKIT. And we saw him came back to SWC in 2020. He played in 2017, long time ago, and he's back. Let's see if he can actually move further than the qualifying round this time.
Yeah, it would be great to see. And as you mentioned, he's playing a lot of that bruiser style, kind of similar to me. SKIT is actually one of the players that I kind of draw a little bit of inspiration from as well. You know, he has a ragdoll as well, so does have those bruiser options. And interesting to see what he brings here as we get in this first match between SCHOLES and SKIT.
And funny enough, SCHOLES started off with Vanessa into anti-CC, and SKIT is starting off with the meta CC unit, but we are seeing the fastest man in Korea whipping out a Sonya immediately, and oh my god, we got a Velasca being picked up by SKIT.
Yeah, Velasca from SKIT. He has a couple of these very, very strong LDs, and that is, you know, very fun LD to watch sometimes. That Velasca can definitely make some highlight reels, and he can probably just dunk on the Sonya right away, and also going for a Nana. Not a monster we see very much in today's meta.
Yeah, Nana is, I think, only drafted when you are in the one-shot, in the face of one-shot threat, and Skull might be doing that. He is, oh, hold up. And that is the scary thing about these players, that they can mix it up. Usually, if you see a one-shot team in classic ladder match, they will commit to the one-shot, but here Skull is mixing up bruiser, healer, and one-shot unit, make it very, very hard to counter.
Yeah, I quite like this draft coming from SCHOLES here. You kind of countering that stun from the first two picks of SKIT from that with that Josephine. Then you have that shield and reflect damage coming from that cookie right there, also providing heals. And I mean, this Chao, like, what's really gonna kill this Chao if that Velasca is gone here? I mean, maybe Shiho, but you know, you do have that justice that goes right through that invincibility.
Oh, we got the, I think she's called Ophina getting drafted last, coming out from SKIT. And we have the Fire Megumi Ophina combo that was wrecking people for a couple of weeks. And the Fire Megumi got nerfed a little bit, but I think the attack bar gain from Fire Megumi with Ophina is still crazy, because Ophina share damage when enemy take damage, and Fire Megumi counted that as just extra attack bar gain for himself. So no matter who you hit in this situation, he's getting a lot of attack bar.
Yeah, he is, but that attack bar was just nerfed in the most recent bounce patch. Only 20% now, down from 30%. So that is a huge nerf in the turns that Megumi is going to be getting. And I'm not sure how SKIT is going to be dealing with this Chao. I feel like the Sonya is just going to kill that Shiho. Chao is going to smack that Shiho with Justice. And actually, with that damage reduction on the Orphina passive, Sonya is not able to kill that Shiho. So maybe there's some chance, but I mean, killing this Chao seems near impossible to me.
And that is a very tanky Shiho with good minus from win with the Ophina passive. And the Sonya draft is not looking so hard, because Sonya, to be able to do good damage, has to be kind of squishy-ish. And that would make her very vulnerable to any form of damage coming out from the enemy, especially with the Fire Megumi and Ophina that can potentially counter the revive coming out from Vanessa as well.
And that is going to be one free orb for Nana as well, trying to keep the Shiho alive as longer. I feel like that's the name of the game here for SKIT. Keep that Shiho alive as long as possible, because that's really the only way you're killing this Chao. I mean, maybe if a Nana defense break into, maybe you have a damage Orphina, I don't know, that could do something, but it seems very difficult to take out this Chao. And actually, that is going to be the can't revive right there. That may not be ideal for SKIT, as now he's missing out on one extra orb for Nana.
I think he's gonna be doing just fine. He just has to find a way to kill this Chao right here, which is gonna be the main problem. But at least the Sonya threat is out of the field, so no crazy damage onto the Shiho for quite some time here. And he has 2 orbs for the Shiho to rely on, and he needs to find a window to defense break and send the Shiho S3 into the Chao, because Vanessa revive being blocked mean it's gonna be gone for a while as well.
Yeah, Josephine doesn't have the passive available, so these stuns are going to be sticking here. And can this monkey actually... Ooh, it's going to be hitting that Chao, so it's going to be giving that Nemesis. It's going to be cleansing as well. Josephine does have her passive up now, but kind of actually needs to stun this monkey. So this Chao is getting dangerously low, already does connect with the stun.
And SKIT Runa looking crazy. Even the Ophina is doing some decent damage, because when I run up this Ophina unit, she's kind of there to be like the attack bar bot for Fire Megumi. And she never really does any damage, but this Ophina doing some solid damage right there, and that, I think, is GG. Wait, did he just do that?
Yeah, he did just do that, and that we saw that Nana was doing actually 2.5Ks with each individual hit on that skill one, and then getting a Vine procs. That Nana in 1 turn, or actually 2 turns to the additional turn, did 10,000 damage to that Chao. And that is a lot of damage coming, even from, you know, the support monsters on SKIT. You know, he was not worried about that Chao at all, as he knows, you know, his support monsters can do some good damage. And I mean, that Chao actually died very trivially.
everyone on SKIT team can do some solid damage. Oh my god, that was a 10,000 attack from a Nana onto the deaf broken Josephine. Like if you're trying to do that with your runes, you'd be like, oh, I did like 1,000 damage. Very cool. But SKIT out here doing 10,000 damage from a Nana. That is crazy.
Yeah, you know, that might be the Seishizo classic right there. Chao is looking so good in the pre-ban phase, but then you get in the match, and I mean, Chao just got absolutely dunked on by these support monsters right there. He got defense broken, and he got deleted. That I personally thought that Chao was going to be a very difficult thing for SKIT to deal with, but I mean, he didn't sweat at all.
Yeah, he saw Chao and be like, oh, that's food. Immediately. Moving on to the next game. Let's see what's going to be the first pre-ban between these two players here. We didn't see any crazy LD fight. I mean, we did saw Velasca in there, but I don't think that's going to be like the deciding factor. But now we are seeing Tianlang and Lima getting pre-ban. So Skull had Lima, but he didn't whip it out, and he will never be able to do that ever again.
Yeah, never again is that Lima allowed to see the light of day in this match here. And SKIT also not able to pick out that Tianlang. So Skulls may be going for, I mean, this kind of signals some like Fire Megami Windstar type of gameplay, you know, just getting a lot of attack bar if you're really that afraid of this Tianlang here.
Okay, first we go Skull. Let's see what's gonna be. He might be going for like Oliver, Okeanos kind of thing, but we are going back into the Vanessa once again because the Sonya is open, but we also saw that Sonya could not finish off the monkey if there's Ophine on the field, but we have the Windstark.
Yeah, the Windstark is being drafted by Skulls here, you know, does obviously do pretty well in the Water Monkey having the elemental advantage, does even have some buff removal on that skill too, and obviously just, you know, if you catch that Monkey without invisibility, that Stark can just kind of smack it down real fast. SKIT going for a Ella here, just trying to refresh those cooldowns, keep this Monkey protected, as well as that Megami to try and control the Stark. So Skulls kind of breaking up that Ella Irene combo by taking that Irene himself here.
Whoa, we got a win back for dot damage, but over there we have the Layla because there's not a single cleanser on the Sky of Skull. So Layla is extremely scary. And last pick from SKIT is the Win Justice. She is very, very popular, not in RTA, but on Siege defense with the AoE Oblivion and Pushback. Can she perform well in this position? Let's find out.
Yeah, interesting. We see a Driana pick from SKIT with that Win Justice, you know, looking to get those pushbacks and oblivions. There's, I mean, only a couple passives on a Skull Siders. I feel like a Chung Pang almost would have done the same, if not even more and better than Driana here. But we see a very questionable Chibu last pick come from a Skull as well. Really just trying to outspeed. But like, what are you really comboing into? Maybe the Stark provokes can do a little bit, but there's not that much follow-up for this Chibu.
Maybe this is where the fastest man Korea is going to show his Shiwu. He got the pushback, he got the strip on everybody, but the Fire Megami will come in between as always, and he will not get the stun. He will let the Stark go and provide AoE.
What?
He didn't provide anything. Haha, very funny.
Yeah, and the Stark can provide 2,000 AoE damage is what he can do, because there's not a single provoke that landed right now. At least that Irene does land on that suitcase skill right there, so the Layla does go bye-bye for a little bit here. But now we're kind of out of juice already on Skull's side, and that Ella is just going to be looking to stabilize SKIT's side here very fast.
I feel like Windstar is slowly becoming like the potential man, even more than Chao at this point. He just kind of get drafted and he doesn't do anything. And now he's going to eat the Oblivion coming out from the Win Justice, which means he's not going to gain any attack bar in between. But the problem with SKIT team is that he doesn't look like he has any real damage just yet until this Layla get released from the back.
Yeah, it really needs to get the... I mean, SKIT is running a control team here with that Ella to just stabilize it. And with the Layla in the back, there's no real control being landed, and that Layla is getting a bit low, so if this Star can maybe get a proc here. Oh wow, even with the Oblivion, it's doing a lot of damage there.
Alright, here comes the Devil Maiden trying to do some stuff, but Fire Megami is going to be there to be super, super annoying. Stun off the Vanessa. We have the Ella Classic Skill 3 for the reset cooldown time, so we have AoE Oblivion coming out again. And a bit of healing as well for the team, I think. Increases hack ball for the team. And, oh no, the Layla to get a turn. And the Layla
Layla is online.
And maybe 3 turns.
think that is going to be Skull's hopes and dreams getting crushed on winning this match here as that Layla. Now get even cooldown reduction. That's going to be another skill too coming from this Layla. Not actually getting any stuns in the first rotation, but I mean, Skit's team is looking so strong right now.
Unfortunately, the Chiu get to move, set up for the Windstalk to do absolutely nothing. And this Layla is going to start spinning. And she is doing really well. Remember, there is a silence on Vanessa, so no revive for the Windstalk as well. And I think that might be GG.
Is Skit not realizing that? Oh, what? Okay, then what?
I think maybe Skit can just see in the future, you know what I'm saying?
What? That was definitely a little bit questionable. I think Skit probably didn't realize that he had that silence on Vanessa, and that obviously does prevent it from reviving there. So he didn't want to kill that Stark, but then Stark hits the Mega Adventures and kills it anyways. And I mean, even, you know, kill or no kill, that game was probably long over as Skit was in a very dominant position right there and does take game 2.
Oh no, Skull is getting schooled here by Skit. Return to the competitive stage after 6 years of commentating, and he is not weaker at all. Other than that, he's actually stronger than ever. I think I see Skit on the top 10 of RTA leaderboards like all the time, right?
Yeah, he is, as I mentioned, he's currently rank 2, and he was rank 1 for the longest time. He got the Guardian 3 when there was like no one in Guardian 2. Like, he was literally 100 points ahead of the competition on the RTA ladder. So he plays a lot, as we saw in his profile, and he has a lot of practice, you know, playing very, very well. We see also obviously his best finish. He has gone legend in RTA before, not a title many people have.
As you know, it's lonely on top. Maybe he just he had to drop so that he can get to play some games, because if you're alone in G3, how can you get a match? So we have the pre-ban coming out, and that is going to be, is that Light Hwarang and our first Shiho pre-ban.
Yeah, finally we see a Shiho in the pre-ban. Maybe, you know, shake this up a little bit. Skit is banning these imaginary LDs, I suppose, because we have not seen these come from Scholes. I mean, I'm sure he has these monitors. I'm sure Skit, you know, has done his research, but Scholes is not leveraging these LDs anyways, and well, is not able to do so at all because they are pre-banned and stack banned forever now.
Wait a minute, Windstar getting picked up by Skit. Can Skit be the first person to win with the Windstar? Because I think Windstar has a solid 0% win rate at this point. But Skull is not running away from the Vanessa first pick. He's locking in that again. It didn't really work out the first 2 times. Maybe it's going to work out this time, but I don't really know about that.
Yeah, I believe they do say 3rd time is the charm, so we'll see if that's the case for Skulls here, as Skit is sitting at match point. So Skull doesn't need a, you know, 3 wins in a row here, doesn't need a reverse sweep here if he wants to stay in today's tournament. And picking up that Water Gandalf on his side with that Wind Bike as well, looking to get that dot damage and, you know, just bruiser this match down. But Skit is gonna respond right back with a healer shielder of its own, as well as a different color Bayek.
Man, Fire Bayek is probably the icon of the Rusa meta for quite some time. Back in the meta where Pooh was playing Fireback a lot, and Fireback is absolutely incredible. He has not been nerfed or buffed, I don't think so, for the past many seasons, but he's a very, very solid all-rounder unit that you can always draft in whatever situation, because he does a little bit of everything. And over there, we have Skull drafting up Argentina, that I would like to call Argentina. And if you watch 6 years old tier list recently, Argentina is the bottom tier. She is her own tier that is at the very bottom of the tier list. If Skull can win 1 match with this unit, that would be mind-blowing.
Yeah, Agridia is actually sub 40%. Yes, sub 40% win rate in Guardian 3 right now. That is just, I don't think I've ever seen that before. You know, usually a unit is like below 50%. They're like, not that good, you know. But this unit is 39.6% win rate in Guardian 3 RTA. Like, it just does not win. Like, I don't know how this unit just doesn't win. But it just doesn't win somehow. We'll see if Skulls can actually show us the power of Agridia here. It does convert buffs or debuffs into 25% damage up to 75% damage, so you can kind of use it as a snipe monster. It does have low cooldowns, but I mean, it just doesn't work.
I think that's the problem, because it's up to 75%, which means they can just heal back up from 25% HP, and she doesn't really have a way to finish them off. She cannot bring them down too fast if there's not a lot of buff going on. So right now we have the classic 5 Legolas countering Water Gandalf like season 36, and with the introduction of Windstalk. So it is very interesting. It's like a combination of different seasons together.
Yeah, it definitely is. We'll see if Ukrainia Skit doesn't want to use that AoE on that pudding right there, as that would give third buff to this Legolas, and Ukrainia could just convert that to 75% damage. We'll see if he chooses to use that anyways, or maybe going for a single target stun. Oh, going for that skill 3. It's going to be 50% HP gone on Legolas, but as you mentioned, there's nothing really to finish off the Legolas, and quite happily just heal back up.
Oh my god, he stole everything, and Gandalf unfortunately is not exactly good alone, in my opinion, because he kind of need like another shielder on the team to constantly keep the shield up on everybody so that he can gain that attack. But I got nerfed, I think 2 balance patches ago. So as a solo support unit, I think Water Gandalf might be a bit lacking.
Yeah, especially when the opposing side has this many buff removers. I mean, Stark is insane damage, so they can break the shields. The Legolas obviously steals those shields, and if there's no shields, Gandalf is not getting any value. You don't get that healing off him either, so just not much value. No attack bar, no healing, and it's kind of a sitting duck. I mean, at this point, the wind Gandalf would be better.
And we also see the 5 Legolas is being literally unchecked by everybody. He got touched by Argenia skill 3 one time, and that's about it, because you kind of have to focus on a Windstalk if you're fighting a Windstalk, because if you kill someone and the Windstalk start going a little bit too crazy, the damage is very, very hard to deal with. But the fact that you have to leave this 5 Legolas open unchecked, that is also a very, very bad thing, because 5 Legolas gains so many turns in between doing crazy damage.
Yeah, it's just an absolute masterclass in drafting by Skit here. He's just completely disassembling anything that Scholes is throwing his way. That Vanessa being the core of Scholes drafts all 3 times here, it's just not providing any or not much value at all here. Just get that revive there, but I mean, to what extent, right? You're only just delaying the inevitable here, it feels like.
I think Vanessa is actually not a really good bruiser unit at this point anymore. I think she's more like a CC strip support unit, because you are kind of forced to go first in a bruiser draft that you don't really do anything, and after that Vanessa has pretty low impact. The revive can be circumvent pretty quickly, but just doing a bit more damage after you kill the first target. And also we are seeing why Argenia is in her own bottom tier in Sage Zero tier list.
Yeah, this
she doesn't do anything.
50% damage to Legolas, that's take it or leave it. That's the best I can do. And then I can waste a Vanessa revive and go down once again. And I believe Skit is going to take a very, very clean 3-0 over Scholes here, and he'll be moving on to face off against ANGRYBIRD in our semifinals.
Man, I think Skull play in Skit field pretty much. He sort of play Bruiser Mirror against Skit 3 matches in a row, and Skit took him down very, very comfortably in shorts.
Yeah, well, also looking very comfortable in those shorts right there. Forgetting his device behind there, but yeah, Skit, very, very dominant victory, and he is definitely one to watch in this entire tournament going forward. As he's very high on the ladder always, and it's such a treat to get to see him play.
And I'm glad that even though we sat through a couple Bruiser Mirror matches, usually it will be like, oh, he's gonna heal, this guy's gonna heal, and then nothing's really gonna happen. But with the introduction of more damage dealer and buff stripper like 5 Legolas and Windstalk in the meta, the Bruiser matches took pretty fast. Not a lot of time right there, because you counter the enemy healer very, very effectively, and you do very good damage, which allow both players to settle their match very, very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, once again, Skit, we see that dominant performance coming out from him. 3-0. Scholes didn't really have much of a chance. I thought that Chao draft, that first draft, looked pretty good for Scholes, but maybe the Skit room quality too. Just we saw that those Nana skill ones doing insane damage, and Skit very deservingly moving on to the semifinals here.
Goes to show that going turn 2 is actually just okay. It's not too bad. If you draft the right unit, you're locked in a bit, you're more comfortable with using a bit more healing in your draft, you can take some damage, you can take some CC, then it's not always all about speed at the end of the day. So the fastest man in Korea couldn't put a dent on SKIT.
Yeah, he definitely couldn't. But looking forward, we have a ROOG against Ek coming up here soon. And ROOG is, I believe these are two newcomers to the tournament as well. But ROOG is on the ladder known for his very fast, swift nicks. So we'll see if he brings that to play here today.
Oh my God, Nyx. Personally, I hate that unit. That unit is like a team combined in one unit. It does so many things, but then it does everything a little bit inconsistently, which is kind of a problem as well. Some game, Nyx will be insane, and some game, do I even have this unit in my draft? Like, what does he do again?
Yeah, the variance of that monster is definitely quite insane. So, if you do hit that hot streak, I mean, you're literally immune to debuffs. That monster can literally make you immune to debuffs completely, don't even need resistance, and it just turns into the attack bar instead. And yeah, we'll see if, that makes an appearance here very, very soon. He's also utilizing some other dark monsters that synergize pretty well with it, like a Fermion. So, Fermion does get 2-turn provokes with Nyx on the field. Provoke is, a control debuff that does get extended by Nyx passive, unlike to, sleep, freeze, or stun.
Fermion, huh? That sounds kind of rough, to be honest. I think Fermion kind of is the same thing as Argania, to be honest. Like, even on Siege, that unit desperately needs some help from the balance patch. Like, Automel get buffed from time to time. I don't even know if they know Fermion exists, to be honest.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, ROOG, I think he's, definitely the man to watch for if you, do have these niche LD5s that combo kind of well together. And Ek, I believe, does play a little bit more meta. I'm not so familiar with Ek's playstyle here, but I mean, obviously we'll take a look at the player profiles here very soon to confirm, what these gentlemen are going to be bringing to the battlefield most likely.
All right, they're settling in. So, if I'm not wrong, both might be new challenger for SWC, which is refreshing to see, because we definitely need new blood for all the region, and ROOG is a new challenger, and he definitely plays something a little bit more unorthodox, and we might be seeing a Dark Monkey King this time around as well.
Yeah, Dark Monkey not in the most picked, but it is in the most banned. So once he does draft that monster, people do fear that monster a lot and do then tend to ban it out. We also see an Eretion in there that's actually season 37. So that is already kind of after the Eretion nerfs. Obviously, we saw Eretion dominate the meta for a little bit there, but now has kind of fallen off due to some nerfs and other monsters just, becoming stronger.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Eretion right there. He got popular after last year SWC meta, and then get kind of just shafted back into like the niche tier in the process. And now both players, you can see that they were rocking the Eretion meta, but unfortunately I don't think we'll be seeing that anytime soon for this match, unless they really dedicate to like the AoE gameplay. But with the new rise of like certain units and counterplay, that's gonna be challenging.
Yeah, Ek having that, very cool draft style right there from, last year's World Finals, with that Ashir as well as that Chakra, getting that speed, scaling damage from that Chakra, as well as those buff removals, and, then obviously pairing up with that Megumi and that Water Monkey. Those monsters are still very meta relevant, so we can probably expect Ek is still playing around with that CC control, damage fast playstyle here.
We shall see. We shall see. We also, I think Asher is like the last bastion of free-to-play unit being relevant in RTA, right? Like, I don't think there's any other two-way unit. Rarely we even see like a 4-star unit in RTA at this point.
Yeah, it really is. Maybe Vertihal on occasion, but I mean, the meta has kind of gone away from that AoE playstyle too, so it's not that popular. But yeah, Ashir is still holding a little bit of a place in the meta. But obviously, Ashir is best utilized in that AoE playstyle, as said, and well, it's kind of not so popular right now. But we're getting right into the match, and ROOG knows he wants that Nyx, and it's already being locked in.
Oh, locked in the Nyx right there. That very, very scary unit. But are you afraid of Nyx? We shall find out if Ek will have any answer to this very, very special unit. And we are seeing, whoa, a very different playstyle coming out with a Sierra Joe gun.
Okay, I mean, we're kind of going back to last year a little bit here too with that Jogun pick. Obviously, he's been kind of nerfed since then. And I mean, if you're picking a Sierra, you're probably pretty afraid of a Nyx. I mean, you nullify that bomb and Sierra all of a sudden loses near all of her value. And we have the Fire Inosuke being drafted by Rogue as well. It does have that pseudo Nyx passive on its own as well.
It's like Nyx and Nyx at home, pretty much. But we have a counterplay picked up with a Chow and the Annabelle. I think that's looking very, very solid for Egg with the damage coming out. And oh my god, Rook is going with the Bay. Very, very fun unit. Crazy damage. Cut in between. Kind of like Velasca, but a little bit different.
Yeah, kind of like a Velasca at home, if you will. Obviously, can refresh that cooldowns on kills on that skill 3, so can get absolute montage going on, just barraging those skill 3s over and over. And then we see Egg picking up a Elena, recently buffed in the balance patch, getting an accuracy awakening as well as more absorb on that skill 3. So very strong monster, your non-contact buff removal as well as slow and absorb, and then an Oblivion.
All right, we got Elena getting locked in. I think a very, very fast Elena is nightmare for turn 2 player because she slow you down, she does not touch you, so she does not like activate certain passive, and she also oblivion you, so that's gonna be very, very scary. If Sierra land her bomb, I think Egg is looking really strong at the moment.
Yeah, and Ek was definitely afraid of that Nyx, as that Nyx is being banned out from Rogue's side. Also, probably knows that that Nyx is on an extremely fast Swift set, that if, you know, his speed lead on Sierra was getting banned out, that Nyx could have taken the turn 1 and could have reset a lot of cooldowns on Ek's side for, you know, dismantling his combo. But as played, Ek does get that turn 1, and missing on the immunity monster is very bad here, however.
But I think he might get a kill on one of these units, and it could be on the Bay to get rid of the unit immediately.
Yeah, I think the Bay should be the target here. That's probably going to be the most damage, but I mean, all of these units are quite scary in their own right. Let's see who does the target. He actually go, wow, okay, Inosuke is deleted. No damage reduction on the passive, as there are 2 divas still on top of him. Chow getting that violent proc. It's a lot more damage going that the Bay does to see how the bomb damage finishes the job.
Wow, he just...
Oh, no, the violent proc. Wow.
Did he just win like that?
Yeah, that's
all it takes. Is it over?
2 violent procs turn 1, and you can win the game. I mean, there's no way Layla and Vivicho is going to be taking this down when there are 2 healers with X-Side as well as the Chow. Like, I mean, pack it up.
I think that's the thing about going first as well, because if you go first and you go a bit more often, you have more chance to violent proc compared to the enemy team who's going second and might not be moving as many turns. The more turn you take, the more chance you're gonna... Oh my god, this Chow is absolutely crazy with the procs though.
Yeah, it definitely is. I mean, yeah, your opponent never even had a chance to violent proc in this match. You know, those 2 units were already dead before they even took a turn, and this Vivicho is probably built on violent. I mean, Layla likely despair, so not really any violent units even left in the match. And I mean, yeah, at this point, we see the power of going turn 1 if you have the AoE buff removers to support it. Ek did pick 2 AoE buff removers. I mean, one of them got banned out, which might be a slight misban on Rogue's side as well. But maybe it would have been better to spam one of the follow-ups instead.
And bomb onto the Layla. I think that bomb will probably finish off the Layla as well. This Chow is on something, man. He is moving like he has to win this $100,000 or something. And there's no way for Rook to come back from this. He might get a quad stun, but I don't think that's going to matter because he does not have the damage to kill anyone anymore. And that is GG. Sierra being picked for the first time in SWC this year and get her first W.
Yeah, I mean, Sierra's a very strong monster once you land that bomb, but when you don't land that bomb, I mean, she is known as the best daughter a lot of the times. You know, that bomb misses, and she's quite a big disappointment after that. And even on the ladder, you know, Sierra is actually in a pretty low win rate, mainly paired with Gianna, so interesting to see that Ek is making it work without that, you know, her dark sister here.
All right, now we're going to our first pre-ban between Rogue and Ek. Let's see what is going to be pre-ban here. I think it's probably going to be like a Nyx pre-ban into maybe the Jogun pre-ban, rocking maybe the best Swift set on the side of Ek.
Yeah, Rogue seems to be really afraid of that Jogun. Once again, you know, there were 2 AoE buff removers. So typically, you know, if you have 2 of like AoE buff removers, it's not really any reason to have that second one, right? So you kind of want to let both of them through, but ROOG still chose to ban one of those out. So it seems he's really afraid of that stroll trap coming out from Jogan's skill 2. And I mean, they're taking their time on the spree ban, and no, it's actually going to be the other AoE buff remover in the Elena that is going to be pre-banned by ROOG.
It's kind of sad that imagine you really like your Nyx, and the first game he get banned, and the second game he get pre-banned, and that's pretty much it. Like you don't even need to ruin him if the enemy knows that you really enjoy a certain unit, because that unit will never get to see the light of day.
Yeah, welcome to SWC 2026. That is how this tournament will be run right now. So you really gotta be thinking outside the box, maybe getting creative, and not relying on those crutch monsters. We see maybe ROOG, or, I mean, he has to play something else here. We see all of his games are pretty much with that Nyx first pick even. So what does he do when there's no Nyx available?
All right, we got the 5 Mega Million picked up first, maybe a She-Hulk to follow up after that. Over there, we have Ciara, potentially into a Jogan Annabelle, which is very, very solid and kind of similar to last year's SWC.
Yeah, definitely could be going for that once again. Obviously, that Jogan does kind of protect you from a Megumi, as you do get that second buff in that attack buff. So Megumi is going to be struggling to steal that immunity and then stunning the follow-up. But going into Vivichel is always going to be scary taking the turn 1, as you could just get resisted and then swapped, and you basically lose a monster for free.
Oh, the counter play is being picked up immediately. We got the She-Hulk to counter the Megumi and the Josephine also to counter the Megumi. And that is maybe one of the biggest reasons why Megumi win rate is rather low. Windstar getting picked up right there. But Windstar himself does not have any damage reduction. And I think Sierra can potentially just kill this Windstar immediately if she land her bomb.
Yeah, we saw a lot of bomb damage from that Sierra in that game one, taking out the Bay from a very, respectable HP amount. That monster is going to have a lot of HP, so would like to see ROOG pick some sort of protection. I was actually thinking of Angela myself that ROOG would pick up here, but no, it's going to go to the side of Ek instead, as ROOG does go for Parjana here, which, it's not a stunning monster, so it does kind of counter Josephine, but then you're going into a Wind Sierra and a almost permanent immunity of Water Monkey, so not really loving this Parjana pick here.
Oh, and Eleanor get banned out immediately. I think this horse has been picked up quite a few times so far, but we never get to see the unit played because nobody want to deal with random 15% RNG. Sona getting banned out immediately, and I think the Wind Pudding has extremely high win rate against Stark pre-nerf. So I think ROOG is in for a sad match here.
Yeah, his Windstar is likely going to be the target here first from those Sierra bombs, and if that Windstar goes down first in the team, he's not getting that much value from that passive damage boost. And without that damage boost, I don't think you can really deal enough damage to go through this sustain that Angela is providing.
And we were speaking about how slow you should build your Vivichel. I think this Vivichel is actually quite slow. She's slower than the Josephine, and I think that's even with the speed lead as well. So that is a very, very slow Vivichel that's getting absolutely controlled by the enemy. Oh, there's the best daughter in the game.
Yeah, she's making her appearance, missing that bomb, but Josephine Fortune did get that 2-turn provoke and even the return stun on that Vivichel. So Vivichel is not able to swap anything, and I mean, still likely going to go down without doing much. But in doing so, he's giving this Stark a lot of extra damage.
But the more damage you have on Stark, the more reflect damage might come to really hurt you, because the only healer ROOG has is the Viva, and I don't think the Viva is taking any turn anytime soon.
Uh-oh, there's a defense break on top of Sierra. That might be taking a beating, and Megumi also getting a violent proc. Could look to, he's actually just going for a stun on the Sierra. I don't know if I agree with that. I'd like to see him maybe try and steal that immunity off of that Water Monkey. That Parjana could be looking to provoke that.
You got that right, but unfortunately he went for the stun, he triggered the shield, and the reflect damage is coming his way.
Yeah, here we go. Stark now getting, is he just going for a skill 1? Oh my goodness, violent proc. That's probably dead Sierra right here, Sean.
Yep, you miss one bomb and you get punished immediately. Look at the damage coming out from the Windstar. It's getting boosted already with how low the Vivichel is. And I think without Ciara, this game might be over.
Yeah, without Sierra, there's not a real answer against the Stark. I mean, maybe you can reflect damage your way to victory, but if this Vivichel gets any sort of turn, any sort of momentum, He's going to get a heal here, and, you know, that's going to be kind of stabilizing, especially that immunity. This monkey has to stun it. That gets 0 stuns. It is really nothing on that skill 2 this time, and that is looking very, very grim for Ek right now.
Unfortunately, I think he started the match with the right move, the right turn order, but all the RNG did not really favor him, and it's looking really rough for him at the moment.
Yeah, it really is missing that bomb. I mean, if that bomb lands, that is a dead Vivichel, 110%. And then also, not only that, the Megumi did get a defense break. We're talking about how low that chance on that Megumi skill bundle is. I think it's a 35% chance. It's a really low chance to land that defense break. And then not only that, Stark Vine proc. So there's really no 3 things that went wrong for Ek here. And I mean, what the heck? He landed another defense break off element? What's going on here?
Yep, and that's GG. Fire Megumi Windstar getting their first win in the SWC 2026 after being drafted so many times. All thanks to Fire Megumi landing the defense break.
Yeah, all we need to do was high roll absolutely crazy, not just land, you know, get 35% defense breaks, 22% violent procs, and that's, you know, a recipe for success for sure there. And Ek is, you know, left pondering, you know, could he have done anything better? Not really. That was just kind of an RNG decided victory in my opinion.
I think we kind of need to see some Fire Megumi pre-ban at this point, because this unit is not only very annoying to fight against, but very annoying to use, because I don't think people have been getting a lot of success with the Fire Megumi, even though he is the most popular unit in RTA for the past many seasons at this point.
Yeah, but players don't want to be banning their own tools too. I mean, surely both of these players do have the Fire Megumi available, but what they do not have available is some of those LDs, and you know, that's kind of what we're sticking with. I mean, that Vivichel did kind of present some problems. It's always a threat in that pick ban phase, and oh, ROOG is switching it up now. There's a Heigang first pick. You know, we see how Heigang drafts can go very many different ways, so interesting to see which way he takes this year.
I think Ek probably has to break up the Heigang Wind Pudding combination, because if you put those 2 units together with a constant shield and the Heigang passive, it gets really, really annoying trying to touch the enemy. You get reflag, and then they get cleansed because you accidentally strip. So he's going in with the Sierra Jogun once again, very, very similar to the first game draft, but Elena is gone from the drafting phase, so he kind of need a different AoE strip.
I mean, Heigang already counters Jogun. Heigang gives a lot more bar than Jogun does, so that matchup is already kind of favoring ROOG here. But I mean, does he really pick enough immunity or enough fast units? Because right now the speed advantage is obviously with that CR on X side, that maybe Heigang bar is not even enough to cut in after this Jogun. We'll see. Probably going to be going for another AoE. No, he's going to actually switch down the Bruiser speed here too, and just gonna fight ROOG on the Bruiser's side.
I think they're gonna be a Bover getting picked up at some point between these 2 players, because the amount of shield being thrown around. But no, it is a Layla getting picked up by Ek. And also I was told that the new RGB com, not exactly RGB, there's only like 2 elements, is the Heigang, Piranha, and the Wind Pudding being like the Bruiser setup. And being a Bruiser player, what do you think about that?
Yeah, it's definitely strong in some cases. It's very durable, right? You get a lot. Oh my goodness. Wait. Whoa. Hold up now. We're seeing some insane LDs that absolutely hard counter Layla here. So it seems like Ek Trap got right into activated ROOG's trap card here with those LDs. But yeah, that combo is very strong, very durable. You know, obviously Parchon has the extra life, high defense. High defense does even better with shields, as you know. You take less damage overall, and then, you know, you get all those cleanses, shields, and Heigang value as well.
Very solid last pick. Do you think he will respect the Sierra, or is he going to let the Sierra stay, and then the Sierra just gonna miss bomb once again?
Yeah, I think you can either ban the Sierra or the Chao. I think both are kind of fine bans. I mean, you know, once again, Chao looks pretty good in the draft phase, but is it really that good in the game? And I guess it is good enough for ROOG to respect him. It's also the last pick, so you can kind of just comfortably ban the last pick. But there's now an attack buffed Sierra bomb, so that might do some damage if it lands.
And that is a very, very big question. Will the Sierra land, or will she just fall flat once again? Last game, she missed the bomb and immediately met her ends. This time, she needs to land her bomb, and we are dealing with a resistant leader as well. Not sure if that means anything. But here it is, guys. First turn belongs to the Shogun into the Sierra bomb.
Ooh, I do believe that Heigang will cut after this because that. Oh my goodness, he didn't get the attack. He didn't get the buff removal on Heigang. But no worries, Mortera is still moving, so Mortera can actually remove that attack buff off the Sierra. Shinovish, okay, never mind, cannot remove that. But there's still a pretty thick shield on the entire team, and there's no way Sierra bomb is killing anything here. Maybe the Parjan of Alistat does have the passive back.
Oh, she land bomb, and also we are seeing a very rare LD5 on the field that we don't see at all in any capacity. That's gonna be, I think her name is Mortera, the Light Spectre Princess. So her whole gimmick is pretty much ragdoll, but only when you get debuff. So she put up a lot of attack bar for the entire team when debuff happened to the team, right?
Yep, that is exactly the way. And she also cleanses one debuff on herself every time she moves. So we'll see, is this bomb going to get cleansed or is the dot going to get cleansed? Very questionable play from Egg not detonating that bomb. Okay, he actually wins the 50-50 there. And that is going to be the dot getting cleansed and not the bomb. So pretty good for Egg right there. Maybe, oh, but that is not good for him at all. Missing the scroll trap on this Shogun.
That is looking really bad. Pretty much everything he's trying to do, he's not achieving a whole lot of value. And all his buffs are gone. The Layla, I think, is going to give a lot of attack bar on the side of ROOG. And without any healing coming out from the old wood, the Water Gandalf anytime soon, this Piranha is going to start hurting.
Yeah, but only getting one provoke action. Wait, Sierra getting another bomb. That might actually get rid of the Mortera. There's one attack buff bomb, 64,000 damage. Yeah, that will do. So that is very fortunate proc right there. I mean, this is just swinging back and forth. We're getting one lucky instant, lucky break on one side, and the other side responds right back. And I mean, how do you deal with the Sierra? It's quite difficult because you can't really control this Gandalf too well.
Not looking so hot right now because Piranha is not exactly very good into Sierra, as you mentioned earlier. Picking that into Sierra, not a huge fan. And even though he's getting turned, he's doing stuff, but Sierra's still looking rather healthy. And she needs to wait a little bit more so she can get bomb back.
Additional turns are definitely helping here. That is going to be now a provoke landing on top of the Sierra. So, okay, Sierra just procs right out of it. No problem. That bomb is now available. And I mean, just look at that. This is pitiful damage going to Wind Monster there. And I mean, Sierra's only going to be ramping harder as the game goes on. Here we go, another bomb. This might even just one-shot the Heigang here. I wouldn't be surprised.
Here it goes. Where's the bomb?
Where is the bomb indeed?
Bomb
that is a good question.
Well, like unbelievable. I think she have used this skill 4 times, landed 2, missed 2. What a crazy unit.
Yeah, that is a crazy unit indeed. And whoa, okay, that's a pretty good stun coming from Layla, just keeping this Parjana at bay. I mean, the damage is not really there. This Gandalf does have a shield on top of it, or the old wood, so it's going to be cleansing something. And I mean, now Layla's going to be laying down the control here as well. And it's going to be too many debuffs, especially with the anti-cleanse for this Angel to really deal with.
Oh, we've got the AoE coming from the Layla. Unfortunately, with the Heigang passive, the shield being stripped will let the other unit cleanse, so the debuff didn't really stick too well. But Sierra bomb is coming soon, and I don't think anyone is capable of stopping that.
Yeah, I mean, only Resistance is capable of that, and there's going to be an attack buff bomb at that too. The scroll trap lands as well, and this is looking very, very bad for Rogue right now. I mean, I even if like Sierra misses every bomb, I just don't think Rogue can win this. Like, you can't control this Gandalf. The only way of controlling the Gandalf truly is by Despair stunning it. Because even if you provoke it, it's going to get an S1, it's going to put a shield on something, and it's going to heal it. And there's a 51,000 bomb, and that is going to delete Angela, and no more heals for Rogan. I mean, I feel like this game's long over.
And I think that is GG. The fact that he went in heavy turn 2 against Sierra and did not really respect the Sierra at all is just tough to deal with, because he had no counter to Sierra pretty much the entire game, and the counter to debuff does not counter Sierra, because they might counter AoE debuff really well, but Sierra is technically not an AoE debuff unit.
Yeah, she really is. I mean, Sierra I did mention she has not super high win rate on the ladder, but I myself as a booster player find Sierra extremely terrifying, as you know, it's that non-contact, very big, you know, true damage, right? Like you can't, damage mitigation passives like don't work against bombs. So, and you know, off element doesn't matter. Like you can't really counter the bomb too well other than cleansing it. And then obviously Sierra does have that instant detonation too. So countering the bomb damage is very difficult, and we saw in that Mortar too, you know, does have that cleansing passive. Failed that 50-50. Sierra got another bomb off, and Mortar got deleted right away. And I mean, all these units are kind of just getting sniped out by bombs here slowly.
And that is GG. Brianna is gonna go out, and Ek will get the third set. Going to the fourth set here, I think Sierra might be a pretty good pre-ban at this point, you know, like it's getting drafted every single time. First pick, it might have the best, most efficient stat on the runes. Might be a good pre-ban candidate.
Yeah, definitely. You don't have your Nyx available if you're a rogue here either. I mean, that Nyx obviously does have that RNG chance to just completely negate the bombs. I mean, on top of resistance, even when you resisted 2 out of the 4 bombs there, you know, at the start of the match, like you still just lost the game. Like, there, you know, or if he's not going to be taking that Sierra out in the pre-ban, he needs to draft some sort of damage that can, you know, get rid of that Sierra faster.
But no, it is going to be the RGB Painter. No AoE strip, no anti-AoE strip, which means Sierra is still available on the field. I think banning LD5 is actually kind of overrated at this point, because most people, most efficient and well-run unit are just RGB, because you pick them more often. So banning the LD5, I don't know if it's going to be very impactful, and they're going back to banning RGB.
Yeah, so Ek actually now not going for a Sierra first pick. He doesn't have either of his AoE buff removers available, that Elena and the Jogun, both in that stack ban. Once again, you know, the stack ban is active. All those units in the bottom of your screen are unavailable for both players to be used, and that list is only going to be getting longer as we get into, you know, more matches. Obviously, I guess, well, I mean, there's only one more match in this series here, but ROG is running out of time here, and he's going to be going for a Ragdoll and a Stark. I don't hate this.
Of course you don't hate this, obviously. But we're seeing a very early Ragdoll though. I'm not sure if that's gonna be a good idea. Oh, I like that. I've been dabbling in that little playstyle with the Hathor right there, with Oblivion, the 2-turn sleep. I quite enjoy that unit.
Yeah, Hathor is very strong. Also pairs very well with Sierra. Sierra does have, you know, that non-contact bomb damage skill, so you can kind of just sleep everything and then just plant those bombs on top of those left units to create effect. And we finally see a Bulwark getting drafted, you know, alongside that Angela, so getting some more protection for his team, as well as that Bulwark, you know, looking to get a lot of stacks, not only from that Angela, but from that Water Aragorn that Ek did draft here.
But I'm not sure if that's going to be the play though. I think Angela alone might be too good. I think he might have to pick up like a Water Gandalf last pick, but he is asking to be control or snipe here, which Ek is going for both at this point. We have Hathor for the control, we have Sonya for the snipe, but going Sonya into this might be a little bit sus, because enemy can actually prepare for that, and the only one you can safely Sonya might just be the Windstar.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the only one you, well, yeah, safely ignore defense on would be that Stark, but even then you're probably not going to be killing it, and Stark does have some insane high hit points typically. But with the speed advantage, Ek is likely going to be following up and can take out that Stark. It's going to be interesting to see who the bans are going to be going out on. I mean, this is looking very good for Ek right now, if you ask me.
Oh, Sonya getting banned out, and the Bover getting banned out. Let's see if Hathor debut in SWC is going to work out. Hathor, funny enough, belongs to one of the higher win rate trio in RTA with the Water, Twin Angel, and Ganymede at the moment, or with the Irene. But this is a very unique Hathor combination here that I haven't seen yet, and I might want to copy that a little bit.
Yeah, Water Aragorn does do a similar job to Water Twin Angels, and does have some cooldown reduction on that skill tree, and then obviously that team up does reduce the cooldown of the unit that it teams up with, but that's going to be the highest stack monster, which like to be Legolas in this instance. Also does get some extra damage, as well as, you know, protection there. So this is, I mean, I do like X draft here, but there's a lot of immunity on ROG's side. I mean, full immunity at that. So maybe this tournament won't be as strong as he's hoping to get. But that Violent Proc is definitely going to help.
Man, that is a very slow Windstalk though, which means it should be doing a lot of damage. And he kind of expect to have Ragdoll in his draft almost all the time. I'm not sure about stealing buff from the Water Gojo though, because it's going to steal it back anyway. I think he could have hit the Ragdoll to get like one extra strip on a unit that you could potentially Oblivion.
You're interested that Rogue is actually not going for that steal right away with that Gojo. Does get the Violent Proc, probably wanting to have that defense buff for that extra damage on that skill too. It is notable that Egg does not have a healer on his side. While the Water Aragorn does provide shields, it is not a healer. So any any damage that you do will be permanent here.
It was a pretty awkward turn of events right there. I'm not too sure if each player is having any advantage, but both have their shield up. Both did some damage, but nothing in particular that is very threatening.
Yeah, I feel like if you're a Rogue, you should be going for this Fire Legolas here. I mean, sure that Megami can be annoying, and obviously would be taking those extra turns if you're not targeting it. But this Legolas is really what's going to be killing you here. I mean, the Hathor is going to... Oh my goodness. I mean, you see right there. I mean, that is a lot of hits. Not a lot of damage, however. Obviously, does steal those buffs a bit late there. But yeah, Hathor is going to be sleeping, and then Legolas is going to be single target controlling you down here. And, you know, Megami would not be doing that much damage at all here.
Oh no, the two-turn sleep coming out, and it landed on everybody. I think he trying to Oblivion the Gojo, and he missed. But he missed the Oblivion from the Hathor, unfortunately. Now we're going to see even more damage coming out from the Fire Legolas. Oh, but the Violent Proc, no, shake off the defense break. I think if he didn't get that, he'd be dead at this point.
Yeah, he definitely would be. And now he's also realizing the problem here is going to be that Legolas. So trying to get that stun on it. But that additional damage on that Legolas, you know, just doing so much work against that Gojo. Obviously cannot absorb any of the attack bar. Just going to hinder some of the cycling that Legolas is going to be able to get here. But still going to be very, very good. Angela also going to be getting some shielding going on this Water Gojo here.
I feel like the Legolas is becoming the unit of today's show, being drafted by so many Beast players and getting a lot of work done for the draft. Even though you don't really see Fire Legolas in the ladder that often anymore. He was popular for a little while when Water Gandalf was the king of the heal. But right now, Fire Legolas is more of like a niche counterplay that people don't rune with the best rune set. But Fire Legolas is being used by almost everyone in the open qualifier for Korea.
Yeah, definitely in the slower meta with these buffers. You know, obviously these monsters are... Angela is very similar to Gandalf. And as you mentioned, we saw Fire Legolas dominate in that Gandalf meta. So very similar. It does super well into, you know, these Angela slower bruiser teams. So much control in that single target. And yeah, just stealing all those buffs, keeping itself safe. Very, very strong monster. And not surprised to see it being drafted so often in these respective matchups here.
But now's the hard part, because you have to deal with the Windstalk that is kind of boosted. And also notice the Windstalk was extremely slow in the first turn, which means it's probably on HP, could damage HP, and it's gonna hit really hard if it gets a turn.
Oh, and missing the 2-turn sleep from the Hathor. That is a huge miss right there. And that Stark is looking primed and ready, but so are those shields. And actually with this Aragorn getting the Violent Proc, that could be a team up with the Legolas and may even kill this Ragdoll if he gets enough hits here. Oh my goodness, that is a lot of hits from Legolas and bye-bye Ragdoll.
No, that's ridiculous. He can just do that? That is a crazy combination. Ragdoll's gone, and the Windstalk did not get the Violent Proc, but did a lot of damage on the enemy team. So this Fire Legolas might get one more turn. That might be it.
But Hathor has skill 3 available, I believe, so that is going to be Oblivion coming on this Windstalk. He has to resist this Oblivion. If he resists this Oblivion, he still has a chance, but he does not get... Whoa, did resist the attack bar, however. So maybe there's a chance for the Stark. As you know, Stark could be... Just needs a couple more turns. If he can get one more skill 2 off, I think that's going to clean the entire team here.
But that is if he get a turn. He also used skill 2 earlier, so he only has skill 1 right now. And holy Firestalk, just doing machine gun shooting on that Angela. So now Windstalk, last one standing, got nerfed in the balance patch. He only get 200% damage boosted instead of 300% at this point. Well, but that is still a lot of damage coming in hard. Bam! Chop the fire Legolas out of the game, but we'll still eat the stun and the sleep and the oblivion coming soon.
Yeah, this is still definitely winnable for Rogue. I mean, it is obviously not looking very good. Does not get the Violent proc. It really needs to get those additional turns as he's going to be controlled here. No, does not get controlled. Hathor has skill 3 Oblivion available next turn. But, I mean, that's not this. Oh, no, the Violent proc into the defense break. Going to be a lot of damage. If he gets a Violent proc here, he has skill 2 available. And I think that could cleave the entire field. So can he get that Violent proc? Obviously, that 200% damage cap. Can he do it? No.
And that is GG. Oblivion being done on the Windstalk. And no Violent proc could save the day anymore. Ek will move on, getting a 3-1 against ROOG into the semi-final. Going in with the Hathor, the Ciara. Very, very different playstyle compared to the meta. And I really enjoy that.
Yeah, very well drafted. With that Ciara, you know, he lived by the Ciara and then he died by the Ciara in that game too. You know, it's missing that bomb. Absolutely cost him that match there for sure. Still brought it back in game 3. You know, obviously very well protected with that Ciara. Just was never really in danger of losing that. And that game 4, bringing out the Hathor, very cool to see. You know, obviously a lot of people despise the Genny Hathor meta, but there's no Genny there, just the Hathor. And, you know, playing without that single target Legolas did some work.
I don't despise Hathor. I like Hathor. I thought it's pretty cool. I think you can still give it a try. I remember the day where Topa was playing Yonhong Genny Hathor. All right. I remember that. He was rocking that stuff. It was scary. And I think Hathor's kind of making a comeback as well because the pushback, the Oblivion, and also the rise of very strong, supportive, defense-breaking, providing water and fire unit like the Water Aragon or the Fire Bayak that can be drafted alongside the Genny Hathor to provide them the damage that they need. And also the Fire Legolas was crazy. What was that?
Yeah, I might have to do my Fire Legolas up again because we see some really nice Fire Legolas showcase. I mean, he is just a fun Gamba unit too. You know, he's that casino skill 1. Like, you get 2 hits, you get 5 hits. I mean, that is literally 2.5 times the damage you can do on certain hits compared to others. And I mean, that obviously also comes with more attack power, absorb, more buff stealing. And that is just such a fun unit to play as well, you know, when you do get those high rolls. But then you low roll and can feel quite bad on occasion.
And we're going to round 4 between BEAT.D and IROHA. And you mentioned BEAT.D was the champion of SWC in 2018. However, he hasn't been able to make a name for himself in the subsequent season for a long time now. Maybe this time around, when the World Finals back in Korea, where he claimed his champion title back in the Genny Hathor meta, can he do it again this time around?
That would be insane if he comes full circle. He goes back to Genny Hathor Yonhong because that is the exact comp that he played. You know, with a Molong and Perna. You know, I mean, those monsters are pretty far gone. Although I mean, Molong can still be played on occasion, but that would be insane. Come back all the way, return in 8 years later, back in Korea, and yeah, if he does it with Genny Hathor, I mean, that would be absolute cinema. I don't think that's what we're going to be seeing out of BEAT.D, but he's definitely going to be putting on a show for us here tonight.
For sure, but we also don't want to underestimate IROHA. I think IROHA has always been around for SWC as well. That is definitely going to be a familiar name, even though we have a lot of new challengers this time around. BEAT.D and IROHA has been around to compete in the hardest, the most competitive tournament in Summoners War happening every single year. And it's rough, man. Even though you are around all the time doesn't mean you are going to beat anyone and anyone, because you see all the new challengers are very strong and unique in their own way as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And the meta is complete, you know, constantly shifting, right? Like we see bounce patches every 2 months now. And, you know, those, even though some of the changes might seem small, they make big impact. And one of the monsters that was actually touched on in that bounce patch was Artemil. And IROHA has been playing quite a bit of Artemil. I think he also has a Lima and a couple other nice LDs that he's pairing up with. So I'm actually expecting to see some Artemil gameplay, some poster boy gameplay here coming up, which would be pretty fun to see.
We did see a lot of Ragdoll. And Artemil Ragdoll, or Adarag, was one of the most feared meta in Summoners War history. Unfortunately, it kind of get absolutely destroyed by Control in modern day. And maybe it's going to come back. Maybe with a new buff for Artemil, he's going to return strong. But BEAT.D, most used unit are going to be Light Gojo, Dark Aragon that we see for a little bit in the previous season. Got nerfed and now not exactly very popular, but still strong. Are we going to see Dark Aragon today?
Most likely we'll be seeing the Aragorn, but what actually catches my eye here is most banned is Chao. Wow. Does BEAT.D have like the strongest Chao in the world, or what's going on here? How is that the most banned? I mean, people, that Chao puts the fear of God in people's eyes or something, because that is insane.
Man, Chao is such a crazy unit. Like, he's always been around, and he's a scary unit in draft. He could solo you, but will he solo you? It is always a big question. And over here, IROHA is rocking the double shield bruiser playstyle together with TLI as well, but somehow one of the most banned unit is the Sonya. So he might have a very quirky last pick over there.
Yeah, also having a Venton as most picked is quite insane, as that is obviously it's in season 36, so it's, you know, the later season or earlier season that happened at the start of the year. But Venton was already nerfed by then, so still picking up a lot of Venton, and especially in a shielding team, that is a very interesting most picked section, if I might say. But yeah, a lot of double shielding, but he's not really playing that style anymore. So, you know, once again, that was 2 seasons ago. But here we go. You're getting into the quarterfinals, match 4 in the SWC 2026 Open Qualifier Korea. Let's go.
And the first pick belongs to BEAT.D, and that's going to be a Hagang getting first pick by BEAT.D right there. Probably going to lock in the win pudding, so IROHA might want to get that away from BEAT.D. BEAT.D, also BEAT.D was a rank 1 legend player at one point in the game, looking very solid with that best rank profile. But IROHA is going to go in with the win pudding and the Bover early pick. It seems like Korea is like super bruiser heavy.
Yeah, we're super locked in this bruiser meta here, and I guess we'll see who the bruiser king is at the end of this. As well, I mean, BEAT.D he does not care about this bulwark. He's just I'm gonna pick another buff and another buffer. Like, it does not matter. I'm just banning your bulwark. So what can IROHA do to exploit this? You could probably pick some sort of snipe, like a Daphnis is definitely gonna be outspeeding anything here. And if you land, I mean, that is maybe a little bit big. If you know, if you want to take that gamble, Daphnis could definitely one-shot a unit here right away.
It's kind of funny that BEAT.D is going in with the Win Macaron cookie, and that is like one of the more niche sub meta that you still see from time to time with the Valadru and the Macaron to have like the perfect protection on your team. Together with Hagang, it creates a very hard wall to break through. And over there, IROHA is going in with 2 different strip together with the Bover, truly threatening BEAT.D position. But BEAT.D is going in with full bruiser. We have Gapsu and the what do you call that thing? Gideon being picked up.
Yep. Yeah, Gideon Caps getting picked up. So BEAT.D is just unbothered, unfazed by anything that IROHA is throwing down, and I don't think that's really going to be the pick. IROHA's team is kind of split here. I feel like, I mean, that Bulwark is definitely getting banned. If that Bulwark doesn't get banned, then, you know, I don't know anything about, or BEAT.D doesn't know anything about Summoner's War, or he knows all about Summoner's War that I don't, because that Bulwark is definitely going to be gone here, and I mean, IROHA is picking all the AoE buff removers, but into the Bulwark doesn't get banned. Okay.
Wow. I think BEAT.D is a little bit too confident here, but let's see if it's going to work out, because I find this team sometimes, and it's really annoying when you get resisted. But if you land your thing, then it's not exactly that scary. IROHA also going with one of the hardest fell off in Summoners or history. The Veronica used to be putting the fear of God into everyone's mind, but nowadays it's kind of like a D tier unit.
Yeah, Veronica taking the tournament. We'll see what can she do here. Wow, okay, perfect performance. Does get the reset on everyone. That's gonna be a 2-turn reset of this Angel here as well. And we'll see, does he want to use these Bulwark stacks? Obviously everything's reset now, so you're actually not going to be getting any stacks in this Bulwark at this point.
Or maybe this Gapsu will be the one that carries the game, because he's the one that is kind of unbothered by the enemy team, because he doesn't provide any buff, and he also provides healing for the team. But right now, the Veladru, the Macaron cookie are not going to get any value anytime soon. But we get to see the damage from Gideon though, and that's always very exciting. Oh my god! What was that?
That was 21,000 damage right onto the defense broken Veronica. So, I mean, the Veronica felt kind of out of place here. I feel like IROHA went way too hard in these these buff removers. You already had two very solid ones in this Gojo and the Juno, so I don't think you really need that Veronica. I feel like another healer or, maybe even like a Fire Legolas type unit, would have done a lot better here. As played, that Veronica is going to be leading the battlefield pretty shortly, but I mean, the Bella Jewel's also kind of low.
Oh, but it's getting hugged very tight by this macaron cookie. And the resistance is showing up, the immunity is going up, and if this Gideon get a quick little defense buff into a violent proc, it is going to actually wreck some home here. But the Bulwark was drafted for a reason, and that reason is right now.
Yeah, Bulwark going to be undoing all that damage that has been dealt. That's going to be a full heal right on the Juno, but Gapsu getting bar from those heals as well. Going to be putting some healing on the side as well, but now another buff, so that's going to be re-upping the Bulwark right back to 5 stacks.
It's going to be a little bit awkward for the Bulwark. He really needs to hit on this high defense, low HP unit and try to break through a very thick layer of shield as well. So the shield is really nerfing the Bulwark effectiveness, and this Water Gojo is under so much pressure from the Gapsu doing true damage, and Gideon is an insane damage dealer himself.
Wow, yeah, that is, I mean, the 10k true damage was half of Gojo's health almost, and yeah, that Gojo is going to be dropping here. Yeah, just not having anything super high hit point on the side, and IROHA did use that Juno skill to probably a bit too early. That allowed BEAT.D to get all these buffs up, and I mean, no Bulwark, I guess, just was not enough. Did do a decent job, obviously getting quite a few skill 3s off, but just not enough to sustain IROHA's team, and BEAT.D will take the game 1.
Wow, that is beautifully demonstrated by BEAT.D going with the off-meta route, going into this very specific niche team that worked out really, really well. Also, I think IROHA made a very classic draft mistake where he brought a lot of stripper, but he didn't have any real follow-up after the strip.
Yeah, he definitely overcommitted the buff removers there. I mean, the Veronica too, like, it's some anti-synergy with the Bulwark there. We saw the Veronica landed actually everything on the turn 1, so there were no buffs coming up. So Bulwark wasn't getting those stacks in, and if it's not getting those stacks, I mean, we saw that Veronica just got deleted because there was not enough sustain for it.
All right, guys, moving into round 2, we got the Lima pre-ban, we have the Heigang pre-ban. So Heigang was very annoying when you draft Heigang with a lot of buffers, so that's gonna definitely break the strength of the buff team that BEAT.D was using. So we could potentially see a brand new draft come out from BEAT.D here, and that's the power of stack ban, because you could potentially see 3 different kind of draft from one player in one round.
Wow, we are Angela first picking SWC 2026. This is how far we come, huh? And yeah, BEAT.D is gonna flip the switch and say, well, I am fighting Bruiser. You already have an Angela. I'm not fighting against that. And we're going speed instead. So we'll see, can BEAT.D make this work? I mean, going for the Oliver Okeano is a very strong combination. IROHA could double down on the puddings here and go for the fire one as well. That lowers the effects of attack bar reduction. It's a very solid counter to Oliver.
I low-key wanna see the Wind Paw Phoenix, which is extremely good into increased cooldown time, and I think BEAT.D is stacking up on that. With Irene getting picked up as well, Irene is a very, very strong unit that combines dealing with enemy passive and doing damage. So he's locking in that 2 strong single target damage dealer right there. And IROHA is going to ignore every debuff from the enemy team with their Chroma, but he definitely needs another healer.
Yeah, I would really like to see him pick up that fire cookie here, fire pudding. And there it is. It is getting picked up. That's going to be very, very strong to counter all of this. Obviously, the Irene can kind of solve that problem by putting in the bag. So you're kind of forced to ban out the Irene. But that AoE defense break and the buff block that's coming out of the Strix can also kind of just neutralize that threat.
Wow, an entirely different draft coming from BEAT.D. How many drafts can this man have? He picked 5 unique units this time around, and they're all well ruined. I'm sure of that. And with the Chroma ban, we got double monkey and double cookie into a CC mixed with a bit of single target damage.
Yeah, we'll see. Can this Irene land the bag? It's probably going to be having to bag up this fire cookie here, but even then, I mean, you're still fighting through the wind. Oh wow, okay, no reason on the wind cookie there. It's a bit unfortunate of a start. Obviously, Oliver can patch that. No, he's going for the monkey. Doesn't get the attack bar, so he's really both to sustain through here. Obviously, the monkey, it's going to be lowering the amount of damage that BEAT.D's team is going to be taking here significantly. But he doesn't have any healer, and he's not going to be doing any significant damage to IROHA's team with all these healers up.
Okay, looking decent for the first turn, but over there, the monkey's definitely going to heal back all the damage that the back's going to do with a quick low skill too. And I think the fire pudding also improved the healing amount you can actually gain from skill, which means he's going to heal back very, very quickly. And all the damage that BEAT.D is receiving cannot be healed because he does not have a single healer in his team. So it's a very, very dangerous clock that BEAT.D is trying to raise here.
It really is, and this kind of, I don't know, does BEAT.D really have the juice? I mean, he kind of drafted he saw the Angela first pick, and he started drafting already these CC units that don't do super well into Angela all the time if you really if you really stack all these passives here, as IROHA is doing. So the BEAT.D probably had to pivot in some sort of a snipe team to like counter this stuff, but instead, went for that single target bag. I mean, Daphnis kind of does the same thing as Irene, but instead of just bagging the unit away and taking half itself, it just deletes it off the battlefield.
And I think he missed a little bit of a damage from the fire twin. He was so close to one-shotting the fire monkey, but unfortunately the monkey was tanked and he anticipated. I think if the monkey is out of the picture at the moment, he have a very good chance of winning. But the monkey is back to being very, very healthy. There's no bag to be found, and he cannot really control anyone after using all his skill in the first turn. But maybe another layer of stun here gonna be able to do some job.
Yeah, skills are coming back up, but that's also a counter coming from this fire pudding, and that's a lot of healing. That's 8.6k healing that's coming on this monkey. That's gonna be a lot, very difficult for BEAT.D to get through, as he doesn't have a defense break on his side. Oh my goodness, I mean, these skill ones, the monkey's back to full health.
Yeah, unfortunately, the first two picks are really strong, but not strong enough to control the double monkey, double pudding. I think he might need some sort of, oh my god. He also doesn't have any slow and any death break to boost his damage, so the Oliver and Okeanos are stuck doing very, very minimal damage to these bruisers.
Yeah, your debuffing is, Okeanos debuffs is going to be stuns, right? And monkeys, Oliver's debuffs are the pushbacks, both of which are kind of countered by IROHA's team here. Like the fire pudding cannot be stunned, counters pushback. Fire monkey also cannot be stunned. So like Okeanos is only getting half of the value really, and same with Oliver, just getting half the value. You really need to get some sort of debuffs. He tried to do that Trix last pick, but obviously the last pick it's too late. You can just ban that out. And had he had an Annabelle in his third, fourth pick, I feel like this draft would have been a lot scarier.
Not looking so hot right now. Every monkey is healthy. Even with the reflect debuff, he is not afraid of putting out that skill 2 to do the most damage possible. And Okeanos is about to go down as well. And that, I think, is GG. IROHA drafted a very, very good bruiser team to counter BEAT.D control team.
Yeah, he definitely did. BEAT.D kind of fell into the trap of just going right into that passive bruiser team that's kind of designed to deal with those turn 1 CC teams, especially if you don't have any sort of healing in them, right? You're just so durable, you can be able to outlast that, and with no sustain, you just can't really ever get back in the match if you're BEAT.D. That's why I really would like to see some sort of Annabelle. Not only do you get the heals, but you also get that slow and the defense break that are very, very important to any sort of CC team.
Yeah, I think like an Amber with a bit of consistent heal block is going to do really well too, but we didn't get any of that in the 4th and 3rd pick of BEAT.D. And here comes the pre-ban round. Is it going to be the win pudding to truly get rid of the bruiser draft coming out from both players?
That would be quite interesting to see. Yeah, is BEAT.D comfortable running this sort of a CC lineup here? I feel like it's BEAT.D that is actually deciding. Oh no, I think it's IROHA that's deciding on this pre-ban. He's tapping on his device there, just trying to find what he really doesn't want to deal with. Obviously, BEAT.D has shown 2 completely different drafting styles now. So what does IROHA want to take away, and what style of play?
And it will be the win pudding and the fire twin angel. So no more single target damage. but no more wind pudding, and that's pretty big. I think that's the first wind pudding ban in the open qualifier today, because every single one of these players have been using this healer to his maximum potential.
Yeah, BEAT.D picking a new monster in this matchup, but obviously not a new monster in this tournament. Shiho is now getting first picked by BEAT.D. So is he going to have a third completely different team here that he's going to be picking it? Or this is likely going to be ending up going for some sort of a Oliver Okeano style here?
We could be betting our money on 5 Megumi Windstalk as well. And back with the Fire Legolas to deal with the Water Gandalf, because Water Gandalf is absolutely crazy. But Water Gandalf without a secondary shielder might be a problem. BEAT.D is going to go with the Gaps to get a lot of attack bar. There's the secondary shielder from IROHA and the Bulwark to use all this buff as well.
Yeah, I don't really like Bulwark in the Gaps. Gaps are just super well in that. It doesn't provide any buffs. And you're still kind of at the mercy of your opponent. Like that Gandalf could be getting banned out, and then this we have an Agrinia coming in. But yeah, if the Gandalf is getting banned out, your Bulwark's not really getting any stacks at all. And BEAT.D also pick another passive healer in that Raccoon. He doesn't need to use that skill to gain buffs, as well as the Agrinia is coming out to play. So Gandalf is definitely staying as he's looking to convert those buffs into true damage.
Let's see if this Agrinia is going to be able to change the public perception of herself, because she's kind of down bad right now in terms of win rate, but people still believe in her because in theory, when you see a lot of buff, she has to be the best unit to be used, but in practice, it seems like it doesn't really affect the enemy that much.
Yeah, that is really, really well put right there. We'll see, can she make the mark here? The speed tuning seems to be that Agrinia is moving after Legolas but in front of Gapsu, so that could be important to know, as this this Gojo's gonna have 2 buffs. So Agrinia could swap it to have no health. Oh, but Gapsu now moves in front because of that healing.
Oh, we might have the 3 buff situation, but no, Gapsu is gonna go for the Wind Monkey. You definitely don't want to get stunned right there. Legolas is going to start buffing and pushing back the Wind Monkey. We have Agrinia getting her first turn, and that's going to be on the Gojo. Oh my goodness gracious, that is a lot of damage on this Water Gojo.
Yeah, and with the Legolas moving right after, the Legolas gets pushed back, so it is not moving right after. Now he is free to put up the Gandalf buffs here, as there's no more Agrinia. There's 5 buffs on top of this Gojo right now. Too bad Agrinia has to use her skill. That's some cooldown for a couple of turns here. And okay, well, Casino Legolas has something to say, and that Gojo will be leaving the battlefield.
5 buff. Just so happened I can hit 5 times, potentially. And that almost took down the Gojo, but the Wind Monkey is controlling the Water Monkey. But Gapsu completely shut down the Water Gojo. Agrinia getting another turn right there. It seems like this unit is getting some value right here, but this Water Monkey is getting bullied by the Wind Monkey constantly.
Yeah, Wind Monkey definitely taking out the best thing. The Water Monkey, they're taking it out. But after that, it's going to be very difficult for IROHA to do much here, as this Wind Monkey is likely just going to be fully controlled by this Legolas. Josephine has to put in work here, and work she is putting in with that Violent proc, doing some decent damage to this Legolas as well. If the Legolas drops, IROHA definitely wins this game, but that Legolas is going to be hard to take down with the Gapsu healing.
It's so funny that Gandalf is here only for the skill 1, and that's it. He does not want a skill 2, because the moment skill 2 is just giving more ammo to Fire Legolas and Agrinia. So he's just kind of here for the skill 1 and the passive cleansing that he can potentially do. Kind of like a Gapsu with an extra shield sometimes. Yeah,
that's that's one of the issues that I ran into as well when I was first picking Gandalf, even when he was very popular. It can be quite easily exploited by a few monsters, and in cases like this, then you're just stuck S1ing and you don't get a whole lot of value if you do pick that monster too early. I'm kind of seeing that here. He kind of has to put up these shields now. Agrinia did use that skill, and he kind of needs that AoE healing.
And once again, we're seeing Agrinia doing skill 3, but then not anyone to follow up. Doesn't bring a whole lot of value to the fight. And after that, she's going to use this for quite some time. I feel like she's like a Bulwark, but on cooldown. And I think that is why she's just not that good, because Bolver can do it all the time. And he's not even that crazy good. He's okay. And she's like a Bolver on cooldown for most of the time.
Yeah, she does do better with shields, but yeah, obviously that long cooldown is a very big thorn on the side, but that is Legolas. Getting that Violent Proc, multiple hits right there, deleting the monkey, just doesn't care about that damage reduction on passive at all. And at this point, I don't think the Legolas can be killed with all the heal that Gapsu is providing. And it's just a matter of time until BT. Wait, look at this, Agrina showcase, holy!
Oh my god, look at that. But I still feel like Fire Legolas was the true carry though. Like Agrina just kind of swoop in and be like, hey, look at me now. I did something. Unbelievable. Fire Legolas is so good.
Yeah. That was definitely Fire Legolas, the main character energy there. With the Gapsu, Gapsu obviously putting a lot of work, getting a lot of attack power from that Gandalf there as well. There's AoE shields, Gandalf is healing at least 3 targets. That's going to be that full 30% attack power, going to Gapsu every time, getting that heal, going on that Legolas, keeping it up, and then Legolas also obviously protecting itself, stealing all those shields. Very well done.
And BEAT.D, the first player to win with Arginia. And we're moving to set 3 between BEAT.D and IROHA. So BEAT.D has been showing pretty much a lot of different unique monster at this point. He is very capable of being flexible with a draft, and I think that is a very important factor for a successful SWC player in 2026, because if you play with the same draft, they can keep pre-banning deeper and deeper into your favorite draft, and we don't plan to switch it up, then you might be left with nothing.
Ooh, and that Fire Legolas is going to be taken out. Also interesting to see the pre-ban on that Wind Monkey. I feel like the Wind Monkey hasn't been that big of a problem for BEAT.D. I mean, maybe now that his Fire Legolas is gone, it could be a bigger problem. So we'll definitely see a different draft here, and now it's going to be probably a better Wind Bruiser on IROHA's side. But BEAT.D will get another new monster being first pick in the Chandra.
Wow, the rune depth is insane on this guy. We got Chandra and Villager. What am I seeing next? A Cigar, maybe? But we got double water over there, so you know what? Cigar might actually be not bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look all so bad here. All too bad here all of a sudden, but Gapsu is looking very, very good. Once again, a lot of healing. Gandalf, a lot of time has some useless healing, right? You're healing monsters that are on full health just because they have a shield on them. So Gapsu can pick up some free attack bar off of that, as well as, obviously just no buffing healing. So kind of counters that Bulwark. And now we finally see a Daphnis. I feel like we should have seen this monster way earlier with how slow and bruiser heavy these matches have been.
I think with my personal experience with Daphnis, I don't blame them for not picking this casino unit. Pretty much like Ciara, but even worse because you are so squishy. So we are seeing a Julian getting picked up by Roha for the damage, and the fact that it cannot be one shot. And we also have a Dark Demon getting picked up. That is very, very cool right there. Coming from IROHA, because there's no increased cooldown time or anti-revive from BEAT.D. So Dark Demon is a very, very scary unit.
Yeah, Dark Demon does have some anti-synergy with the Gandalf, as you're constantly shielding that monster, so you can't really get that good of a skill to off on that Dark Demon. And also BT does have last pick, so it's able to pick a Theodora. Did actually get nerfed technically in the latest balance patch. It does now have a speed lead, obviously compensate for that, nerf that skill 3, and also does have anti-revive on that skill 2, so I could just put that final rest spell on top of the Beelzebub and completely deny that unit. So wouldn't not be surprised if that Theodora does get banned out in this match.
All right, is it going to be a Water Gandalf ban? Is it going to be? It's going to be a Demon ban and a Daphnis ban. Daphnis being very, very good on paper against these heavy bruiser comp, because he could potentially one-shot Windstalk without any difficulty and get like a fat 30k shield on himself. So here we go, guys. Wait, what? Wait, hold up. How's he moving? Is this speed?
Bulwark. Yeah, Swift Bulwark looks like coming from IROHA here, taking that turn 1, not getting a whole lot of value. I was just stealing immunity, so keep yourself protected here. And I must say, IROHA definitely won the ban phase here. He got his demon banned out while that Dark or Fire Spectre Princess Theodora is still on the battlefield. So obviously that would have countered the demon. So BT kind of wasting his ban a little bit there.
But we're also seeing a Wield Julian, which means you're kind of free to hit the unit. without worrying about the nemesis cutting in between. So that might be looking good for BEAT.D as well.
Yeah, definitely is. And also another thing going on BEAT.D's favor is there's no defense break on IROHA's side. So there's even, I mean, Julian can do some crazy damage. Wait a second, is Stark dead? Stark might be dead. This Theodore can do some good damage. Oh, that did crit. The skill 2 is enough. Might be enough to kill.
Oh, barely enough. Oh my god, barely, but not enough.
Chandra's
and I think Chandra might be able to finish it off with the defense break and the branding.
Is it going to be enough? Is he going to
go
for
do
this?
It though?
He might go for the skill 3, the boost. Is it going to boost in front of Bulver? Okay, he's going for the defend. Skill 1, it is going to be enough, and that's probably going to be GG at this point. I mean, Julian, once again, without defense break, it's going to be quite difficult for him to do that much damage to get through all these tanky monsters on BP's side.
Yeah, I think that's kind of over right there. Without the Stark, Julians will have a really hard time trying to get a kill through with how much enemy is focusing on him potentially, and also Gapsu is healing, Velaju is healing, a lot of attack bar manipulation from the enemy as well with Theodora. Not looking good for IROHA. This Julian really have to do some crazy hard carry job.
I mean, Julian, if it procs every turn, right, you get a skill 2 every time, that can, I mean, proc here would already kill, right? So, like, the Bulwark is doing some damage as well, but there's not that many buffs on BEAT.D's side, and obviously the Gandalf buffs are on a cooldown. Now it doesn't have as much turn cycling due to those nerfs, so can't be getting that much damage with the Bulwark. Obviously, you need to get 5 stacks for it to do like any damage to Chandra at this point, and with the constant healing from this Gapsu, the Chandra is getting healthier and healthier.
I feel like not having Nemesis on your Julian is just kind of bad for every single kind of draft, because they can just focus your Julian without any consequences, and by that they can also lower the HP of all your tanky unit at the same time. So I'm not sure about this situation here.
Yeah, definitely. The only case where, you know, I can see that, like, you wouldn't want Nemesis on Julian is so you can get your turnover messed up turn 1. But it's not like IROHA is running any defense breaks, right? If you're running like a Vanessa Julian based comp, then you really do want those to be tuned to potentially get just a turn 1 fast kill. But obviously he's not running that combination, he's not running any defense breaks as a matter of fact. So having a non-Nemesis Julian is just losing out a lot of value here. However, Bulwark does have 5 stacks. That is going to be getting rid of this Chandra here. And I mean, his IROHA's team is still very healthy here.
Oh, no stun coming out from Theodora. Theodora did get a lot of turn in between, but she doesn't really have a very consistent way of providing value for the team. So it doesn't really amount to anything whenever she moves in this particular situation here, because 2 units are water. So the consistency already fall down to the floor, and her actual skill does not allow her to do any control on these water units whatsoever.
Yeah, ooh, this is definitely the window to get rid of this Gandalf. Whoa, okay, these fire units are actually doing some work. Not getting the pushback is quite massive as now Gandalf is able to get that shield up. No violent proc, so branding and defense break still sitting on top of this Gandalf. If BEAT.D can kill this Gandalf, he's still looking pretty good. Obviously, Julian is quite threatening.
Man, all of that, and he could not break through the Gandalf shield. That is just not looking good. And Julian, after not being focused, he's actually providing a whole lot of value for the team right there. And BEAT.D just cannot do anything to deal with this water. And he just cannot decide who to hit. And no matter who he hit, he's not killing anyone.
Yeah, BEAT.D's wasting a lot of time just hitting this Julian. Like, why are we hitting this Julian? You know, you can't, even if you stun it, it's going to cleanse the stun. So it doesn't even do anything here. We need to be going for this Gandalf here at this point. Maybe he's like, also just like killing the team by focusing on Julian is not going to work here, because you have so much AoE healing coming from this Bulwark at all times. So we need to be getting rid of this Gandalf. That's going to hinder the Bulwark's stacks as well. And also, like, Julian's skill 1 is giving your caps to attack bar and those sorts. So really need to get rid of this Gandalf if BEAT.D wants to win this game here.
Really unfortunate. The defense break is not going to stick on the Bulwark, on the Gandalf that easily. So he kind of drafted a lot of fire into a lot of water. So his fire unit, after the first turn where it was very effective into the Windstalk, is being very ineffective into all the water unit here. they just kind of let the water unit do whatever they want, and it doesn't look very good.
Yeah, and I guess ultimately we kind of see how IROHA won this game in the ban phase, right? Like that Theodora was not banned out, which is not providing... We also see why Theodora is one of the worst RTA units and one of the lowest win rates even after the balance patch here. It's just not providing much here. No, the only purpose why BEAT.D really drafted this unit was to deal with that Beelzebub, to not allow it to be revived. But even then, he just banned that Beelzebub in the draft phase, and then Theodora didn't really get any value in that match at all.
I feel like if he switched Theodora with a win unit like an Oliver, even though you're not getting any strip out of that, but because you're going into a bruiser fight, I think the first turn strip is going to be way less important because the game's going to drag quite a fair bit. And Oliver would have controlled all the water unit and countered the Dark Demon at the same time.
Yeah, definitely would have done a lot more work here, but exciting times. We're going to a Game 5, the first Game 5 ever in SWC 2026, and look at those pre-bans. Holy, they have really stacked up at this point.
The stack ban is stacking, that's for sure. We have how many healers in the stack ban? We have like half the stack ban being healers. That's crazy. So I think we have to go into this game with a lot of CC.
Yeah, BEAT.D recognized that as well, going back to his Oliver ways here. And IROHA also realizing that there's no real healing answers to counter this CC stuff, so let's just counter it by stealing some of the monsters. Takes the Okeanos away, as well as the Raccoon that BEAT.D did pick in one of the games earlier.
Alright, we got the Oliver classic Shiho angle. Might be going for Fire Megumi, but it's gonna go for a Fire Monkey who can counter the Okeanos and serve as a very solid follow-up damage for himself in the third pick.
Yeah, Fire Monkey obviously did get that buff in the recent balance patch to now getting up to 120% speed from just 100%, so a little bit stronger there. Does have some self-sustain, some solo potential, and we finally see the Artemil. I was waiting for this all night. IROHA delivering that buffed Artemil, although buff doesn't really make a difference in this case. There's no glancing hits, or I mean the revenges were going to crit either way, but still Artemil come into play against all these presumably somewhat high crit rate monsters on BEAT.D's side.
We got Xiao getting picked up. We may need another strong AoE unit or some support for this unit, and he went for the support route. So without all the healers, we still have a lot of healers. We have Raccoony, Tetra, good old Siege healer right there. So IROHA last pick, what is it going to be? Is he going to ban out the healer? I think he is going to ban out the healer, and the Windstar might be able to do a lot of work.
I mean, where's the Annabelle? Right? Like, Annabelle instead of Tetra in this draft is actually looking pretty good for BEAT.D, I feel like. Now with Tetra, like, what are we lowering the cooldown of? It literally doesn't even work against stuns. The only thing you're lowering the cooldown of is, I guess, the Provoke. And I guess IROHA did pick another Provoker in this Dark. But, like, Tetra passive, it's sure it's getting some healing. But, like, a Molly would have been better, too, I feel.
Let's see which gonna be the ban here between IROHA and BEAT.D. Final game, it will be the Xiao, it will be the Windstar. Both players will get to keep their healers. And let's see if Artemil is gonna be able to get his first win in SWC 2026.
With this Fire Monkey is looking quite strong in this. We'll have to see if the Fire Monkey has sufficient accuracy to land on this Artemil. Is the Artemil even built on resistance? As that is the only defense break in this entire matchup is this Fire Monkey. So if they can't get a defense break, and probably defense break to Okeanos, get it to Okeanos pretty fast. But will the Artemil scale well enough into late game to get this match for IROHA?
I think the buff allowed Artemil to crit all the time with the counter, right? So he can't afford to go with high res and just go full on crit damage. So it's gonna hit really, really hard if he get to counter.
Yeah, those guaranteed crits will be happening here. Josephine also cutting it after that stun and getting the buffs off of that Shiho. So Shiho is vulnerable here. Artemil probably just gonna protect his Okeanos here, try and keep that monster alive at least a little bit long. No, he's going full on damage. His defense buffs himself, so looking to get those big chunky revenges coming through.
I think it'd be great if this Artemil is on Destroy, because I think this game is going to last a little bit longer than it should be, and an Artemil on Destroy would be pretty incredible.
Ooh, that's a Seal Fire Monkey. Actually, landing Seal debuff on that Okeanos, so Jonas won't be violent proccing out of that defense break, and this is actually IROHA's classic, the violent Artemil, so it doesn't do so bad into the Fire Monkey. Yes, you're obviously not stunning, and it's actually on a seal as well, as we see right there in that hit on the Water Monkey.
Wow, a Vile Seal Automel. I cannot believe I'm actually seeing that, but it makes perfect sense because if you get stunned, which is one of the biggest weapon against Automel, then Automel is going to be bad. But if you get violent out of stun and then apply healing or seal on the enemy, it could potentially change the flow of the match. And I like the fact that he is going out. Oh, what is that? The monkey landed all the debuff onto the Automel as well.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Seal Fire Monkey is something I don't think I've ever seen before. It is kind of cool to see, though. I mean, Seal Runes, I guess people have really had enough time to farm, those Seal Runes up, or just get some random Seal Runes from wherever. And they're finally strong enough to be utilized in SWC, as we see some questionable monsters having these Seal Runes at this point. And I mean, oh my goodness, the Artemil almost got deleted by that Shio skill that used additional damage.
Oh, but nothing is really happening. Kind of. They're both waiting for the clock to hit 30% attack up and 30% HP down to do any real damage here, because the Automel doesn't have any Death Break to utilize, and the monkey Death Break does not last long enough for him to utilize that. And both teams are kind of struggling to get a quick snipe in between. But I think the Okeanos is going to die first.
Yeah, Okeanos is definitely going to be dropping here first, and I think the CC that BEAT.D is bringing here will take him the game, especially with that defense break on this Fire Monkey. Seems to be super high accuracy, as it did land on the Artemil earlier as well. And the Artemil is not doing the damage with these natural turns, right? So that makes Violent a bit awkward on him, right? Because most of your damage is coming from those revenges, you guarantee the crit. And then this Artemil doesn't seem to be on that high of crit rate. It's missed a lot of crits when it's just taking natural turns.
Is that GG? I think that's kind of over, right? Automel alone without Deathbreaker, I think that's going to be able to do enough damage on the Fire Monkey, who is extremely fast at this point. And we also saw that he was capable of landing defense break onto the Automel. So at some point, he will land the defense break. The fact that he has the Tetra rune ready to go to draft was beautiful. BEAT.D completely destroyed IROHA in the last game and move on to the semifinal.
Yeah, I mean, the Tetra did do work there, but I can't help but wonder, I mean, how much better would Annabelle have been? No? You get 3-turn defense break, 2-turn slows. Like, isn't that just insane? But either way, BEAT.D does have very well drafted there. It does have the accuracy to support his monsters. Both those monkeys were consistent landing those debuffs. The stuns were coming through, and Oliver, just provided all that control. That Josephine passive was not up enough, and even controlling, the Artemil's attack bar there very well at the end.
Yeah, and Annabelle will be insane. But I think they both did not draft Annabelle even once. Maybe they were scared of Annabelle being pre-banned and being too over-dependent on the unit, that they didn't even ruin the unit to begin with and expect the unit to be pre-banned at some point. So we didn't get to see a single Annabelle this time around.
Yeah, there could be some mind games going on with the stack ban. Look at that. How back and forth was that right there? BEAT.D ultimately does take the victory 3-2. Win, lose, win, lose, win. And that is what we like to see here at SWC 2026, going all the way to set 5. And we saw, a lot of stack ban monsters in there. But yeah, no Annabelle at all. But here we are. We are in the semifinals. Our 4 competitors moving forward have been decided.
And that is going to be the semi-final. It's going to be best of 5. We're going to be stack ban once again. The final will also be best of 5. There is no lower bracket for this one. So their second chance will be all the way in Group D for APAC, the Korea group that happens every single year. And that will be the second chance. But now we say goodbye to these players for today's show. And we look forward to ANGRYBIRD, SKIT, Ek, and BEAT.D. Very, very strong player. And we also see a lot of adaptive draft coming out from this player when their favorite unit get banned out.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see. Both of my favorites are still in the tournament. SKIT and BEAT.D are both still in. Those are obviously some titans that may be clashing in the final. That would be definitely a treat to see them in the final there. But obviously, they still have a semifinals to go through. And obviously, ANGRYBIRD and Ek did do a very good showing as well. So, not going to be easy road for anyone to make the finals. And whoever does make the qualifier to the world finals have definitely earned their spot here today.
Indeed. I think the star of the show has been 5 Legolas, maybe with a win pudding, but the real star is the code on screen right now. As you can see right here, we've got 2 Mystical Scroll SWC emblem for you guys to exchange for various gifts in the events and Mana Stone. So use the code down below. There will be code posted in the in-game the live stream chat as well. So you can use it on your iOS device. So look out for that. And I think we're also going in for a short break.
Yeah, make sure to put that coupon code in. You know, if you're on Android or Steam, you can just go in that game guide and enter that code in. Obviously, the moderators will be posting that link. Those SWC emblems are really valuable. You do want to be getting those. Also, make sure to do those daily quizzes every day that that event does have available. And yeah, that is going to be some good stuff and more good stuff coming here very, very soon.
And that's it for the quarterfinal, guys. We're going to go into the highlights, and we'll see you guys back in after the break. Hello and welcome back to the Summoners Arena Championship 2026 Open Qualifier Korea. My name is Sean Bin. Today we got Topa V on the casting couch with us to deliver you the best matches from Korea. And it's been very, very exciting so far, Topa.
Yeah, it's been a lot of bruiser matches, but they've actually been exciting bruiser matches, I'd say. There's been a lot of healers, but with the addition of Windstark and other damage dealers, Fire Legolas making a return too. Their matches have been quite enjoyable. They've been, faster and not just, really slow and dragged out bruiser fights. And I saw the players are already ready to go for the next fight here. So we have more crazy fights coming up here very soon.
I'm kind of glad that we don't see Fire Megumi as often. And that is a very good sign. We are seeing a lot of Fire Legolas. We're seeing a lot of Bolverk. And that's very interesting.
Yeah, Bolverk hasn't been working too well, to be honest. I feel like a lot of the Bolverk drafts have kind of fallen flat. I mean, even that one game between BEAT.D and IROHA, that first game there, I thought that BEAT.D doesn't ban the Bolverk, he just absolutely loses. But I mean, those thick shields that came out from that Jade that win the Hollowberry right there, was able to sustain him. And he was never really in too much danger, even though there was that fully stacked Bolverk.
Also, we saw like the first couple matches with a stack ban here, because before this we were kind of hoping to see a variety of draft, and we didn't really know it was going to work out. But apparently stack ban is actually pretty cool, because you see one unit performing well, goodbye to the unit. The player has to be forced to play with a brand new draft, and we saw a player who adapted well actually got the advantage pretty much immediately, because if you don't have like a good amount of draft available in your box, you will get absolutely destroyed by the stack ban system.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some players, they already started switching their comps even before the stack ban really took into effect. I mean, in that first game, his name is just escaping me right now, but either way, he did draft that Water Shasha. Yeah, TOLISSO. Yeah, he drafted that Water Shasha right away. Some really original cooking that was going on there that didn't really work out that well. And BEAT.D in that last match as well, they draft just completely two different drafts in those couple of games, and even continuing to invent on that throughout all 5 games.
And now going into the first semi-final match between SKIT and the ANGRYBIRD. First pick for the first round, there will be no pre-ban unit. The pre-ban start in the second match, so they are free to pick whatever they want. First pick from SKIT is going to be the Vanessa.
Yeah, SKIT has been playing a lot of Vanessa, and SCHOLES probably, did do his homework against SKIT and was always taking the Vanessa away from SKIT. Obviously, SCHOLES was not able to put a single point on the board against SKIT, so SKIT is very comfortable fighting even without that monster. And we're seeing another nerfed monster that we haven't seen yet in that Dark Killing Slasher or the Zenitsu.
Oh, that's going to be scary right there. Dark Zenitsu with the Water Aragon, a very, very deadly combo that I absolutely hate dealing with. And over there, ANGRYBIRD is going in with something that can counter stun. That is going to be the Josephine and the Ragdoll to gain attack power from Zenitsu, doing a lot of critical hit AoE. Oh,
yeah, obviously take out the Josephine and go for that Windstark instead. Obviously he has a ANGRYBIRD has those stunners himself in that Fire Megumi and the Shiho that kind of prompted SKIT to draft this Killing Slasher in the first place. That monster is obviously immune to stuns as well, but also cycles a lot of attack bar from critical hits, which is why we do see that Ragdoll getting picked up. But also ANGRYBIRD does want a bit more damage in that Windstark, and we see the return of Fire Legolas to counter these wind picks that SKIT is putting out in the last 2.
Man, I want to see more Fire Legolas on the ladder from people watching these matches and learning from these pro players. So we got a Fire Megumi ban, we got the Dark Zenitsu ban, but Layla together with Wind Bayak can be very, very scary, the amount of debuff you can put on the enemy. Yeah,
a bit surprised to see the Dark Killing Slasher actually taking the ban here. I thought that, with that Ragdoll pick, you're kind of comfortable letting that through. It's going to give your team a lot of attack power as well, because these wind monsters are going to be very scary. I mean, this Stark is just going to get absolutely deleted from these dots. That shot gets proc turn 1, and Stark is already below half health.
Yep, Stark's probably gonna go down very, very soon here. I think Stark kind of need a healer to be viable in a competitive play, because people are very used to dealing with this unit, and they have all different kind of unit available to focus down the Windstar. And oh my god, Casino Legolas is going absolutely at it once again.
Yeah, he really is a nice multi-hit right there. Those 3 or even 4 hits coming from that Legolas, absorbing that attack bar as well, trying to keep this Layla down. Bargon getting a violent proc, also teams up with the Layla action. That's going to be another skill too, covering this Layla right away, and that's already a dead Stark. And without a healer, the Stark falls quite easily and doesn't really get that much value from his damage amp on the passive.
And moving on to the next target is going to be the Fire Legolas. The Wind Bayak is doing a lot of damage this time to pretty much everyone, and there's nothing much that the enemy team can do. Together with protection coming out from the Water Aragon, reducing cooldown, it helps the Layla, it helps the Wind Bayak to get the skill 2 back quicker. And SKIT completely dominated the first game so quickly, dropping enemy team one by one.
Oh, Shiho has something to say about that. Getting that triple stun, even against double wind monsters. Now is able to get rid of that Vanessa revive as well. I believe this Layla, oh my goodness, Aragorn, just no chance. Getting the Violent Proc immunity is going to be back on the table here. Lower cooldowns is going to be skills available once again. And Silence landing on top of Shiho, so it's unable to get that protection off.
And Ragdoll unable to get the Torrent off as well. Looking really bad for the last 2 units standing here. Ragdoll is going to be dead to the dots, and Shiho is forever controlled by the Layla. Man, that is absolutely beautiful coming out from SKIT. He's so versatile. He can play anything at this point.
Yeah, he is locked in, you know, picking that Shahat there too. The great effect, absolutely demolished that Windstar. Did get a lucky Violent Proc tournament that definitely helped. You know, those dots do add up. As you get more dots, your Bayek only ramps harder as it gets even more and more attack bar from that passive. But yeah, very nice with that true damage. 7% of his health has been dealt as true damage. Now he's getting that double hit on that skill too for even more damage.
All right, game 2 between SKIT and ANGRYBIRD. SKIT has not lost a single match so far. Is he going to keep up the flawless run in the open qualifier career?
It's going to be interesting to see, as I believe Guts did that last year. Guts was our open qualifier from the France last year, and he went 9-0. So SKIT is looking to replicate that right now as we get into our game 2, and these players are really taking their time with the pre-bans. We'll see what they choose to lock in here, as obviously that's very important, as those will be stacked up and they'll be gone forever. So it's actually a killing slasher in the pre-ban, as well as the Fire Legolas.
Oh, Fire Legolas finally eating the pre-ban. We are finally seeing a pre-ban, the first pre-ban not being double LD5, as the respect being put on more RGB unit as they dominate the opposing player across different kind of rounds. And first pick for ANGRYBIRD is going to be the Wind Monkey, answered by SKIT with the Water Gandalf Bover combo immediately.
Yeah, that Fire Legolas is out of play, so that does increase Gandalf and I guess Bulwark stonks at the same time. But Gapsu is still available, and Gapsu is going to be a very strong monster against both of those. However, that Chao looking to ignore those shields and the damage reduction from Gandalf, just trying to kill something fast.
And we got the Windstar getting picked up on the other side of the table. But because there's not a lot of CC coming out from ANGRYBIRD, I think this Windstar is a very great value pick. Also, SKIT managed to secure double shielder together with the Bulwark that is supposed to be counter to the double shielder. SKIT is just getting all the free amazing draft for himself. And I'm not sure if ANGRYBIRD can deal with this. The shield is thick for this one.
I really don't like that Masha pick. You're feeding the Bulwark even more. Every time Masha moves, you get immunity. You're feeding the Bulwark. I don't know. I mean, I sound like a broken record at this point, but where's the Daphnis? Like, Daphnis could just one-shot the Stark, and that's a lot of your problem solved, as the rest of SKIT's team doesn't really do any damage.
And the last pick for SKIT is, what the, am I doing? Are we watching a Siege replay here? We got healer into Water Demon. That is crazy work. Also, for the side of ANGRYBIRD, he is not looking like he has a lot of support unit. He has a Gapsu solo healing, which might be bad, to be honest. And Pryanya is going to be devastating for the double fire last pick to deal with.
Yeah, I would expect the Gapsu to get banned out here. The Windstark is likely to stay in the match, so you don't need to ban out the Chow. And yeah, Windstark is going to be staying in the match. You know, Angrybird did pick those double fire last picks, and that Bulwark is going to be getting banned out as a result of picking that Masha there as well. But I really just don't like Angrybird's position here. There's no, I mean, there's self-healing, I suppose, on 2 monsters, but there's a lot you have to get through on Skit's team here.
Alright, I think he's pushing up the Windstar so that he can start defense breaking, but the Windstar land a perfect strip into provoke even on the fire unit, so there's no defense break coming out anytime soon. And now he's getting crazy value shield coming out from 2 different shielder, and I think both the fire unit are going to be very busy with Piranha.
Yeah, the provokes are landing. That Stark did get a nice buff remove even on the Masha here, so now the Piranha is able to get that provoke off there. Does not get the slow, so losing a little bit of value there. And Chow going for the high roll, trying to crit this Stark out of the business, but does not get that crit. So Stark is still standing very strong, and these fire monsters are busy on this Piranha, so Stark is going to be surviving for quite a bit longer here.
Oh my god, this Stark is looking so free to do whatever he wants. Piranha is also a very tanky unit on his own. Even when he gets death broken, he is still not something that you can just instantly one-shot. And as you hit him, on the Windstar, they both gain attack bar. If they have shield, the Gandalf's getting attack bar. So wherever you are setting your damage is bad. And that is not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, it's almost Angrybird probably wished that he could just skip his turns, because I mean, he's literally just taking damage himself. Hitting in these shields, the Angela passive is reflecting the damage, and same with that reflect pop from Gandalf. Like, Angrybird is actually just hurting himself more than he's hurting Skit at this point. Maybe there's a slight opening here, no, but Angela's just going to move right after and cleanse that defense break right off.
He cannot focus his damage even though he has 4 damage dealer. And I think this is a very classic case of bad draft once again, as the more damage dealer you pick, the less you can actually do the damage. But oh, look at that! He found the opening and completely annihilated the Windstar. And just shut up. That is beautiful.
Yeah, the tables have definitely turned. He found that window, and right now, I mean, once again, Chow is looking very dangerous here. The wind damage dealer is gone in that Stark, and I mean, Piranha provokes do not stick on Chow. Chow is just going to cleanse those up, and wait, we might be looking at another defense break, and Chow, no defense break landing. And Chow would still need the crit of wind monster, which is also not happening. But this is all of a sudden looking pretty good for Angrybird.
But only so far, because I think the Masha is kind of unaliving herself at this moment as she's hitting into the shield and the reflect damage, and she unalive her beast just so that she can finish off the enemy healer and also herself at the same time. Oh my god, Masha, the martyr of Angrybird. I think I used that word right. Oh my god.
Yeah, definitely did. And wow, I mean, yeah, that is... Oh, wait, it's still not over. This Piranha is doing pretty good damage. Maybe even has enough damage to take out this Chow, especially with the help of that reflect damage. But not getting the provoke on the Fire Monkey is going to be huge, as that allows Fire Monkey to use skill 2 and get some healing going, staying in this battle longer. And also defense breaking that Piranha. This Chow is going to absolutely delete this Piranha right now.
Wait, that defense break is the most value this monkey has provided so far. What is going on with this monkey though? Whoa!
Oh my god, he's just Elemental King all of a sudden. He has not missed a crit! What?
What? In 4th turn, the fire monkey turned off his fire, turned on his water, whatever, and just somehow defense break into a stun, into a defense break, into another crit. 4 crit in a row from the fire monkey. Just completely become the avatar himself, pretty much.
Yeah, definitely just shot down that Piranha. I mean, the key moment of that match was still the killing of that Windstark, I do believe. Because that Windstark, I mean, if it gets any sort of attraction going there, it is going to be just deleting that Chow. And, you know, but once that Windstark was gone, it was really difficult for Skit to deal with the Chow. I mean, we did see Skit deal with a Chow quite trivially in the first round against SCHOLES, so maybe he would have the damage with the Piranha and the Gandalf, but it definitely would have been difficult, and that monkey didn't even give them a chance to try.
You know what? Ignore me, guys. Why do you even need to draft support? Just pick 4 damage dealer that are kind of tanky and you're good to go, okay? Just the more damage you do, the better. You don't need support in this. That is crazy. How did that draft win? Like in any other universe, you would think a 4 damage dealer draft is like sending into a soccer match, a football match with 4 striker and expect to win. This is not anime, okay? This is real life.
Yeah, I mean, it ultimately just had too much single target damage for the shields to hold off. And yeah, I thought for sure that SKIT was going to have that match as well. You know, all the reflect damage, no healing on the side of ANGRYBIRD, really. He was just kind of going to die of the reflect damage there too. But no, he found the windows with the defense breaks and just that sheer brute strength of damage. Was able to snipe those units out and get him the victory here. But we're moving on to the second game here as 2 monkeys are now in the pre-ban. The fire monkey is still roaming free, but not drafted just yet.
I kind of like that. I feel like if you keep banning RGB at some point, they're gonna have to draft like 4 LD5, and that'll be kind of funny to see. But unfortunately, instead of that, we now get Fire Megumi, Layla, Windstorm. I'm sorry.
Yeah, look, all those pre-bans, look where it got you. Back to me, back to the Windstark, the Fire Megumi Layla here, and SKIT is bringing back his trusty Shaha here. With also this Wind Nobara here, you know, obviously a lot of debuffs. Anytime you see a Layla, can't really ever be a bad time to pick the Wind Nobara.
But I wonder if Gideon's going to be able to protect the team, provide the damage. He has a very thick layer of damage reduction, and paired out with a shield coming from Wind Pudding, that's going to be very, very solid. But damage reduction does nothing against Wind Nobara, and damage reduction does nothing against dot damage.
Yeah, I would definitely expect this Angel to just get snap banned out of here. And she's gone. Same with that Wind Nobara, and this Wind Shah is going to be an absolute menace in this match. I mean, it's also going to be true HP scaling here, and this Gideon, if it were to get targeted, it's going to be lower on the HP side of things, so Shah would probably just slice through it quite easily.
Oh, Fire Megumi doing Fire Megumi thing, getting a Violent Proc turn 1, but missed the stun though, and now might be food to the Chow Justice, but Gideon damage reduction will probably save this Fire Megumi from getting one shot.
Yeah, and in doing more damage to this Fire Megumi, that is boosting up the Stark. We do have to keep that in mind. Oh, with the Violent Proc, Megumi is gone, but that is 100% damage boost to Stark. It's literally double damage now. There's some healing going on with this Ella as well, some revives, but I mean, that damage is still going to be ramping real fast.
Man, I love that little smirk that SKIT had when he one-shot with a Chow. That's beautiful, man. In real life, I think there'll be more words exchanged, but we're on the stage, so that little smirk right there contains 1,000 words. But now Windstar with 100% damage boosted is going to work on this Shahan right here.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage being dealt here. Ella just using that skill 1 to get some healing. Could even opt to go for the skill 3 on itself to get an additional turn and just build up those build up the sandcastle, getting that AoE healing on that skill 4. So I'll go for that skill 1 healing. And this Layla is looking dangerously low. Now Shah can probably take it out here, but that is going to put Stark at maximum 200% damage increase.
Oh, something's going down, and Gideon took some damage, but not a crazy amount. Everyone's kind of vulnerable to the Windstar AoE at the moment, so let's see if he's going to be able to do some real work here. Big Windstar AoE, huge damage, but not quite enough to bring anyone down to their knees just yet.
Yeah, SKIT very wisely not taking out that Layla there, as, you know, obviously that would have capped out that, although Stark damage might already be capped out anyways, because the team is kind of low health. That damage increase might be at 200% either way, but still did not kill that Layla, so that, you know, just maybe it's not boosting that Stark damage to the fullest, but still tanked that Stark quite well here.
Yeah, I don't know really what's the point of the Gideon right there. Maybe he thought the Gideon would protect him from the Vanessa into a damage dealer situation, but he forgot to account for Violent Proc, I guess. So I feel like Gideon was kind of here, but not exactly doing a whole lot. The Windstar is doing some stuff, but you still got the Vanessa revive to go through. And the dot damage coming out from the Shahat is doing really well into the Windstar.
It really is. I mean, Windstar does have that full 200% damage increase now for sure, but still only doing about 12,000-13,000. And with how tanky SKIT's entire team is, it's just not enough. And Chao getting a violent proc, those dots will take out that win start, and SKIT will take game 3.
Man, Shahat is absolutely breaking ANGRYBIRD apart. So he lost to this Shahat twice in a row at this point. I feel like it gotta be a Shahat pre-ban.
Yeah, I would not hate that pre-ban at all. Shahat, or you need to be bringing more cleansers. Like the Angela was great, but it was too late. It was in the last pick. That's way too easy for SKIT to ban out. If that Angela was drafted instead of the Gideon, I feel like ANGRYBIRD then could have had a very strong other cleanser, healer last pick, and maybe would have had a better chance in that game there.
All right, stack ban is stacking up. We're going to a game 4 here. ANGRYBIRD managed to bring down SKIT one time, but SKIT got back up pretty much immediately. And right now, SKIT is at match point to qualify for the final round of the open qualifier.
Yeah, so ANGRYBIRD cannot afford to lose another game here. He has to make another then here. No, instead, I feel like, you know, the LD bans, I mean, they're not bad, but I feel like they're kind of just like safe, lazy pre-bans here. Like, yeah, I don't have this Dark Killing Slasher, I'll just ban it out. I don't have this Ella, I'll just ban it out. But like, how impactful are those monsters really in your opponent's draft?
And I feel like SKIT could actually get away with not banning Gideon as well. Like, I don't think Gideon did anything impactful in that round, but he just kind of banned it because I think he also doesn't really build a unit, and it seems like ANGRYBIRD was playing around with the Gideon. So with this, SKIT has the D Bruiser opening with the Angela and the Hagang right here. So I think ANGRYBIRD is in for a bad time, but he still got the Chao, the Fire Monkey, and the Bulwark to pick up.
Yeah, Bulwark getting picked up and trying to counter all those shields that are coming out. But I mean, Angela you can just choose not to AoE heal, and that's only giving one buff to Bulwark at a time, and that's a very slow stack to Bulwark. If you need to take you know, 3-4 turns to fully stack the Bulwark there. Obviously, Bulwark does get stacks up to 3 on its own when it takes turns, and now there's just going to be some self-healing Fire Bruisers that are probably looking to take out the Stark very early once again and not give it that any increasing damage on the passive.
Oh, I really like that Water Freedom right there. I've been playing around with her a lot myself as well. The skill one in the right condition might be doing up to like 40k, which might be enough for these crit damage build Bruiser unit. But we shall see if she make it through. And she also provide a nice little shield and one-time immunity to barely protect you from the little bit of damage the enemy is going to do. And I think SKIT is actually respecting this Water Free Run because he has to ban the Bulwark potentially. And the Nana get banned, the Chao get banned out. Water Free Run debut in SWC 2026.
And more collaboration monsters are making their way to the main stage here. We have not seen a Light Fern. I don't know if any of these players own the Light Fern, but that's going to be definitely something coming up in this tournament. And only 34,000 damage, so not getting the kill, and this turnover is very awkward as the Bulwark is moving, not like nothing's moving after the Bulwark close enough to follow up for the kill.
Oh wow, you know what? That was a hard watch. It's like he was so close to greatness. He was so close to like, oh, I get an easy one shot, look at me. And then he just couldn't do anything with that advantage. And now his team is naked. Somebody is getting stunned. And Final Scare is going absolutely crazy.
Oh my god, full team heal block. So Bulwark's heal is rendered completely used. Obviously can still do a good amount of damage, but it doesn't really matter when Angela's right there to heal this Ashore right back up. And I don't know how ANGRYBIRD comes back from this. I mean, maybe if Stark gets enough procs, obviously his damage is going to be ramping here, but this is going to be a very uphill battle for him.
Yeah, I think this might be GG here. The Water Free Run draft was not exactly as powerful as we hoped it would be, because if you build her right and she has like a plus 180, 190 speed, she would not hit really hard. And if you don't draft her with like a one-shot team in mind, she wouldn't have attack buff. So her damage is kind of limited in that sense. And we saw that it was not enough to kill off a HP focused Bruiser. And after that, she doesn't really have anything to provide for the team if she gets a bit CC on her face.
Yeah, I wonder if that's a minus water on that Ashore because it did only do 34,000. Like that was extremely low for water free rune right there. And Bover getting a violent proc here, but that Ashore is not low enough in the hit points yet, so not unable to finish it off. And heal is coming through once again. Gets a defense break also on this Stark, and now this Fire Inosuke can do some great damage as well. Looking to take out this Wind Stark and confirm the victory for Skit here.
Man, Inosuke is absolutely cooking the Star. Power Scaler in anime is going crazy with this one. Stark's gonna go down very, very soon here with the turn. Oh my god, even the Heigang slap him with a stun. Poor Stark, man. He does not catch a break, and that is GG. Skit will be moving on to the final round of the open qualifier for Korea.
Very well played by Skit, and looks like they have some secret handshake going on there. We love to see that sportsmanship between these players. Obviously, a lot of them are good friends. And yeah, Skit ultimately does best ANGRYBIRD in that best of 5 there, 3-1. So ANGRYBIRD, you know, did manage to take a game off Skit, something that, you know, SCHOLES was unable to do. And I mean, the first game that Skit has lost in this entire tournament.
Wow. He's going to the final. He's going to be ready. And that is going to be one hell of a ride for Skit. But we're going to move on to the second matchup very, very soon here, featuring one of the ex-world champion, BEAT.D, and his opponent, I think, is IROHA? No, I think he beat IROHA earlier. No. What am I talking about? It's
yeah, he beat IROHA, so yep. It'll be Ek against BEAT.D in this upcoming match here. So, you know, previous world champion, obviously still showing that he has what it takes to play at the highest level here. Did take out IROHA 3-2. So now that's obviously been the closest matchup we've had so far. Going that all the way to that game 5, whopping 8 units in that stack ban. So that was pretty crazy to see. So we'll see if BEAT.D can continue his run and meet Skit in the finals, or will Ek, the newcomer, take him down here?
Also, I really enjoy Skit draft. It's very flexible, and he pretty much show you guys like 3 different side of the meta. Like we got like the usual one, then we got the super healing one, then we got like the damage Vanessa one. So there are many ways to tackle RTA at this point of the game. You don't have to really always go for the most popular unit. You can always find a core that is suitable for you and your runes and your turn order, and go in with that. And I think Stack Ban is going to demonstrate a lot of that. And also, Skit doesn't really draft a whole lot of LD5. Like we see like Dox Inisu that got banned, and a bit of late Ella action right there. So a lot of RGB unit are really, really incredible in the current RTA landscape.
Absolutely, yeah. If you know how to use those tools, there's a lot of opportunity in RTA. And yeah, that's definitely going to be prove, you know, to pay dividends here in the SWC 2026, especially with the stack ban. Just having that flexibility, being able to draft those different combinations of monsters. And, you know, but one thing that really is required for that too is the rune depth. That's going to be a difficult thing for a lot of players. Finding that rune depth is, you know, you can, yeah, you have all these monsters, but are you going to have the runes support them? And Skit definitely has shown that he has that capability, the adaptability, the runes, the monsters, and the brain. So he's definitely earned his spot in the finals so far.
Indeed. You would think, oh, I can rune like 5 unit or even 3 unit with a 180 bonus Vio set. But now for these players, they got to do that 20 times just to be ready for all different kind of pre-ban that showed up, and suddenly your entire strategy get taken apart. And you have to rely on your like 2nd favorite strategy or 3rd favorite strategy. And are those runes to the standard that you want them to be? At a plus 180 Vio, do they have good HP, attack, defense, and accuracy, all that stuff? So they have to rune so many more units just to accommodate the stack ban. And I think when we go to like the world final stage, where it might go up to like best of 7, that is one hell of a challenge.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see, you know, obviously stack ban. The meta is still maybe developing a bit with the stack ban. Obviously, this is the first official SWC tournament with the stack ban rule in place. So players are still tinkering around with the idea. And we haven't, I mean, right now we see, you know, a lot of just LDs being stack banned out, right? So, you know, you don't have the monster, your opponent has the monster, you just don't want to fight it. But we see, like, I feel like Skit is going a step beyond there as well. He's banning a lot of the RGB monsters there, and while he might have those monsters himself, like I believe Skit did draft Fire Legolas himself. You know, he was not afraid of pre-banning that monster out, and is knowing that it's going to be countering his playstyle more, and his opponent's going to be getting more value out of that monster, and you know, not afraid of even limiting his box as well.
Indeed. As you mentioned before, people are before SKIT were trying to pre-ban some imaginary LD that wasn't drafted, wasn't even teased by the enemy, and somehow you just happen to like, let me pre-ban the Lima that never showed up in the last 3 rounds. Like, what were you doing?
That's actually a monster that we haven't seen in the tournament yet. We have not seen a Lima draft, or even a Gianna for that matter. So these oracles that are like dominating the RTA ladder, I believe they're like the 5th and 6th most picked monsters in Guardian 3 rank. They have not appeared in this tournament. Obviously, we've seen a lot of bruiser style, but those oracles are like very strong with and against this bruiser playstyle we've seen. So maybe the players don't have those monsters available, or maybe, you know, they are just knowing that since they're so common on ladder, people have found out ways to deal with them.
All I'm hearing is like buff Gianna. That's all I'm hearing. Like, they're not worthy of being drafted or even pre-ban. Like, Lima got imaginary pre-ban one time. Gianna is not even in the mind of any of these players. Like, no pre-ban, not drafted, not teased whatsoever. Maybe they don't have Gianna, or maybe she's just kind of bad. And looking for a buff in the balance patch, right, guys?
Yeah, Gianna is definitely missing. You know, I feel like we're missing a little bit of LD abuse in this tournament. There's been a lot of RGB monsters, which is obviously great to see, as that is a very replicable for a lot of players at home. You know, myself included, I'm definitely drawing some inspiration from all these Fire Legolas picks here. And if you struggle with turn 2, if you struggle with those shielding Gandalf, annoying monsters, passive monsters, maybe Fire Legolas is the monster for you. Also, the Hathor pick that we saw was very cool to be paired up with that Fire Legolas.
Oh yeah, that was absolutely incredible. I've been spamming Genny Hathor myself for the past 3 days, and I gotta say Hathor is very, very fun to play with, because sometimes they just kind of give up the moment you start putting out a skill 3 because they can't be bothered to play against Hathor, and it turns a game that was supposed to be very long to an instant win. It's like you're using Lucians. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's something that people like maybe don't understand with Gani Hathor too, is like, if you're the only one that's moving, the game can be pretty fast because you kind of dictate the pace of the game. Your opponent is literally just sitting there sleeping and, you know, waiting patiently for their turn. That probably never comes if you're, you know, using Gani Hathor effectively. And you know, maybe that's something that we'll see in today's tournament too, because I've seen a couple other well, probably not in today's tournament. Obviously, we're pretty deep into today's tournament, but I've seen a couple of players in the China region are actually maining Gani Hathor and, you know, obviously doing very well with it on the ladder.
Yeah, especially when you pair that with like a Lima for extra damage and slow debuff, it can be very, very deadly. But here we go, guys. Egg against BEAT.D semi-final match 2 for the Open Qualifier Korea. Starting off strong with a 0 pre-ban. Let's see what's going to be the first pick. Oh, is he going back to his Comfort Sierra first pick?
Nope, we are going for a Water Monkey first pick. Maybe taken away from BEAT.D, but we saw BEAT.D have at least 3 different drafts in that set against IROHA. So we'll see what version of BEAT.D are we getting here. And it's going to be the Oliver Okeanos version. And we'll see how Ek responds to this with a Fire Megami.
Oh, we'll go Fire Megami Shiho. Are we seeing a Layla, maybe? I don't know. Could be. And over there, I think we saw BEAT.D with Oliver and Okeanos moving into like Fire Twin Angel. That could be very interesting to see. But we have a very aggressive Sonya early pick here.
Yeah, that is daring today, aren't we? With that Sonya first, or not first pick, but second round pick, you know, third pick overall there. And yeah, I mean, right now, Oliver is definitely a Sonya target, but I mean, BEAT.D could definitely draft around this, and he's kind of doing that, going for that very tanky Velasquez. That's definitely not going to die the Sonya. If anything else dies, Velasquez is going to be looking to clap back and probably delete that Sonya very fast.
Oh, I think Velasquez was drafted one time earlier and got banned immediately and never seen any other draft again. But maybe this time she's going to make it through. We got Elena and the Water Gandalf getting picked up here. Water Gandalf is super, super popular in the Korea region because maybe they really preferred having a healer in the draft, or they really like having double healer in the draft. And over there, BEAT.D is rocking 0 healer in the draft with the light Gojo last pick.
Yeah, like Gojo's being last pick, and that's going to be getting banned out by Ek here, and the speed lead of Ek in that Fire Monkey is getting banned out. So I wonder if BEAT.D can... No way BEAT.D outspeeds the Sonya Shiho of Ek here, but that is going to be significantly lowering the damage of the Sonya as the speed differential is lower. And with the Shiho, it's actually not even enough to take out the Olivers. Oliver can get a little bit of value here in this match.
Oh, Oliver's going to get a quick little pushback on the Elena to getting rid of a lot of healing right there. But the shield is going to come up, and somehow that's going to allow the team to survive this Velasca very, very easily here, unless the Fire Monkey start going crazy.
Yeah, it's definitely why that Water Gandalf was picked up here, is the kind of that Velasca, that reflect damage as well as that shield is just so much damage reduction, and we see the reflect damage putting work there as the Oliver just exit stage left. He does not want to be in this match anymore.
Wow, and the Velasca, even though at full stack, did not go for the skill 2 because of the shield and the reflect damage. It would do her nothing. It provide absolutely no value if she's skill 2 because the shield and it's going to absorb all of that damage, and she's actually going to take some damage for doing that. So this Water Gandalf completely helped the Sonya to stay alive and kill the Oliver indirectly, stop the Velasca from doing anything. The only unit giving value from BEAT.D is actually the Fire Monkey.
Yeah, the Fire Monkey is the only thing that's doing anything at this point, and it's trying. Ooh, very nice Violent. How tanky is this Sonya? That was a 16k skill one after what?
That is crazy. No wonder it didn't do crazy damage. It could be like I don't. The substat that he focused on is actually HP percent.
Well, Ek did go with the Elena leader skill, which is 44% HP lead. So that definitely helps here, but that is still an extremely tanky. That Sonya has like probably plus 20,000, plus 15,000 hit points. That's an incredibly tanky Sonya. And with all this damage reduction, with the shields and the reflect damage coming out from this Water Gandalf, I mean, that Sonya is kind of living. I wouldn't be surprised if it even survives this Velasca. No, but Velasca is actually going for skill 1s, and let's get the Violent proc to kill it now. But again, can't really go for skill 2 due to all these shields. And what the heck?
They go 4 turns in a row. That's kind of funny though. But I feel like Shiho with 2 healers are just too strong for the Fire Monkey to handle. Unless this Fire Monkey, like the Fire Monkey from the previous round, completely forgot that he was fired.
Yeah, it's very difficult even to find that window for the Fire Monkey to get on this Water Monkey. And now it's being Oblivion too, so that's going to take away most of the damage as well as that speed from this Fire Monkey. Now it's also vulnerable to being stunned here, but this actually is your opportunity. Velasca is moving. There is no reflect damage, only 1 shield up right now. So Velasca can look to do some damage here. Wait, Okan is getting a turn! Okan is getting a turn, and he has skills available.
Is he going to be able to pull it off? He has skill 3 available. He's going to go in. Big damage. Oh my god! BEAT.D patiently waited for the moment that Velasca could provide some damage and completely turn the game around after feeling like all hope was lost.
Wow, yeah. Ek, you know, was caught there without any shields, without any protection, and BEAT.D just you know, lunged on the opportunity right away. That Velasca patiently waited. It went 4 turns in 1 turn and still did not use that skill 2. Would have really had skill 2 up anyways. How many turns it went there? But, you know, had that skill 2 primed and ready for that moment where there were no shields, and Okeanos was able to hang on by the skin of his teeth, gain that skill 3 off, and finish off the monkey, do those additional damage artifacts.
My goodness, that Sonya surviving a Fire Monkey though was something that I would never imagine in any way, shape, or form to happen. But it happened. It survived a full hit from a max stack Fire Monkey. That's crazy.
Yeah, most Sonyas would probably die to just the skill 2 of a Fire Monkey, but the Sonya tanked the skill 2, and then on a defense break, even tanked the skill 1. That was pretty incredible to see right there. And now the pre-bans, the stack bans are starting to flow in, so we see the Oliver getting pre-banned away from BEAT.D by Ek here, and now that BEAT.D is actually going to steal the speed lead from Ek in that Sierra.
Oh, with that Sierra, I wonder what he's going to go for, because I don't think we saw him play with Sierra before just yet. But over there, Ek stole the Okeanos away from BEAT.D.
Yeah, we're seeing a not turn 2 draft come out of these two players, so we're seeing something different here. Ek definitely, didn't play that turn 2 style even in his first match, and obviously it worked out well for him. Right now he is down a game here, so he has to figure out how to crack a BEAT.D here.
Oh, we've got a Chow getting picked up to counter the stun coming up these two units with no more Oliver on the field. I think that's Chow's looking really strong.
Yeah, Chow is looking quite strong. I mean, but counter that comes to mind here right away is that Windstark. Obviously could be a bit vulnerable against CR bombs, but no, Ek is going for two other Wind units instead. It's going to be the Wind Monkey trying to get a speed lead of his own here to contest some sort of speed, as well as that Sonya that is apparently insanely tanky.
Yeah, that Sonya is definitely something else altogether. What build is that thing even on? We got the Misty getting last pick, a Fire Monkey getting last pick, all three Monkey on the field, and somehow the most popular Monkey from last SWC, the Dark Monkey King, is nowhere to be seen today.
Yeah, BEAT.D does take out the Misty, not opting to go for basically the full immune to stun team. It goes for that Windstark instead. Obviously, Windstark very nice if something does get sniped out here, as Ek does have last pick, so he can kind of dictate the flow of the battle here. Man, why do I like a Daphnis again? Am I cooked?
You just want to see Daphnis every game at this point. But we got the Angela getting picked up last coming out from Ek, and we have healers from Ek, but no healers for BEAT.D. I mean, Chow can heal, Fire Monkey can heal, but can you really call them a healer?
Yeah, some self-sustain on BEAT.D side. The Fire Monkey getting banned out there as well, so just Chow remains, as well as two wind damage dealers. So this Water Monkey is probably shaking his boots right now, facing all this pressure from these wind monsters, as well as the Chow that just ignores the invisibility. Angela is going to be trying to keep it alive as long as possible, so definitely needs that monster to deal with this Chow.
Oh, we got a bit of bomb damage on the Wind Monkey. Does not really hurt this unit too much because I think Angela is going to fix that real quick. Okeanos getting a quick turn here for the skill 2, and he landed on the Windstar. Beautiful Violent proc to be stunned immediately.
And could be going for the stuns, does throw the stuns away, is glanced, but still lands on both the wind monsters. Obviously unable to land on water monsters, but that actually works on his favor, as if he were to land with that Chow would be cleansing it, and that actually gives Haegang on the entire team attack bar from that passive. So nice use of that skill 3 while glance. Obviously gets a little bit less damage too, but looking pretty stable right now.
Oh, Sierra's going to be the main target early on, giving the Windstar some extra damage, but at least getting rid of Sierra is going to be pretty huge for Ek right here, because Sierra deals a lot of damage ignoring element, and I think without Death Break, this Stark is not going to hurt too much.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing with the Stark. Once again, the Stark is paired without a healer, so it's going to go down eventually, especially with this Angela heals and those reflect damage on that shield too. Stark can't circumvent that in any way. He's just opting to go over this Wind Monkey right away to not get countered and revenge stunned, sealed by it. Oh,
Okeanos trying to do some work right there. Chow does not really care. Chow needs to bring down someone quickly here, or else the Stark does not have a lot of time left.
Yeah, Stark is likely going to be the next target here by Ek. We'll see if he opts to go for that, or he's just going to target this Chow. Okay, just hits the Haegang here. Likely going to be using the Shiho skill too, trying to get some turn cycling. Going to be getting at least 25% attack bar since the Haegang is sort of stunned, but no, just goes for that skill 1. No shield on the Shiho right now, and Stark is coming with that skill 2, getting 3 provokes and not quite finishing off the Shiho, although Chow can do that.
Oh, the Chow is going to finish off the Shiho here pretty easily through the shield, but the Stark is definitely going down. Oh my god, back-to-back stun and seal from the Wind Monkey completely shut down this Windstar, but Chow hitting through shield is going to be quite scary in the end game. But unfortunately for Chow, his main target is going to be the Wind Monkey King that has the elemental advantage over him.
Yeah, we'll see if this Chow can be like that Fire Monkey from earlier. Just ignore the elements in the fourth quarter here in the late game. And, he needs to get this weight. He's not killing the Stark. Stark is going to be doing... I think Stark might actually suicide here in game, as that reflect damage is going to be taking it out. We're still getting a nice little chunk of damage there, but Chow, even with the crit, not enough damage.
But if Chao get a Violent Proc into another crit here, it could be the end for Ek, because Okeanos and Angela, I don't think is going to beat a Chao anytime soon. So this Chao is going to hold the door for BEAT.D. Is he going out, or can the Chao come back from this?
Ooh, doesn't get the buff strip on this Wind Monkey, so that shield still stands out. It's going to be mitigating all that damage from the Chao skill 1. And yeah, it's ultimately what it comes down to. Will the Wind Monkey go down before the Chao does? It's going to be deciding this game here. This Hey Gang will be... Ooh, not taking out the Hey Gang. I feel like we should probably take out the Hey Gang at this point, as the Hey Gang is just getting a little bit of free value on the team with all those lenses.
I wonder what's the percentage of Chao critting the Wind Monkey at this point, because you get minus 50% chance to crit because of glancing, and then you also don't have max critical rate against the monkey because of elemental disadvantage. So it's a very small chance that he's going to crit on the monkey, being on the monkey is cycling turnaround his Chao for free. Oh,
and even this Okeanos has the damage. I mean, Chao, man, he is just not pulling his weight here. Okeanos with that Violent Proc gets the Brain of Stones, and Ek does secure the victory in Game 2. We are going to Game 3 here. 1 point. So even Steven and just the stack band stack up. Who will take the lead in this match?
Stack band is stacking, that's for sure. And that's going to make it so much harder for these players to start drafting. I feel like it might be like an Okeanos and a Ciara pre-ban, because both players are heavily contesting this unit and they're very impactful in these matches.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see those. Ooh, we do see the Water Monkey getting banned, as well as the Hey Gang. And once again, I do want to point out, we have an imaginary Seimei pre-ban. Once again, we have not seen that monster come out at all today. So a lot of these LDs, players have done kind of their homework. It's like, oh, this player has this LD, but they're not even really drafting those monsters. So nice to see some RGB getting put on those pre-ban.
I think the fact that BEAT.D has that Win Macaron Cookie Velaju draft, that Seimei is kind of hard counter a little bit, and he know that enemy has Seimei, so he doesn't want the enemy to have a chance to counter his special unique draft. But the fact that Hey Gang is off the field, I don't think he's going to be able to utilize that anymore. And we're seeing Ciara Okeanos getting picked up. Over there, we got the Hathor and the Water Aragon. I like this.
Man, Hathor is pretty ambitious going into Okeanos. Obviously does have quite long cooldown, 5-turn cooldown on that skill 3. So if Okeanos is getting let through, and yeah, there are more resetters coming your way, Sekhmet is definitely going to be outspeeding X team here. And that Hathor is likely not going to be getting that sleep off in this match.
Is that the first Sekhmet that we are seeing today? And we have Irene, a lot of single target coming from BEAT.D.
Yeah, really trying to just deny a single target, or I guess at this point, multiple targets from utilizing their skills. And that is the first Sekhmet we've seen. And also Juno this might even be the first Juno we've seen. No, we saw one Juno earlier. But yeah, Juno obviously very good in this quite heavy debuff comp, no healing from BEAT.D. And we also see a Yan Hong, first Yan Hong of the day.
First Yan Hong for all these players, but is she going to provide some impact here? I think that is definitely to answer the segment, to bring this ban phase to like a coin flip. Do I get to keep my high base speed? Do I get to keep my speed lead? Am I outspeeding? It makes the ban phase a bit more exciting here. We have a Chao last pick. Very good Chao last pick, because I don't think there's a direct damage dealer to Chao here if one of the unit between Hathor and Yan Hong getting banned out. So that Chao is going to be very, very scary in the end game.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see the Chao getting banned out. But I mean, on X side, that Juno is still very scary. I mean, Ciara could be landing the bombs, but no, it's going to be... Even with all these resetters, we're banning out the Hathor. That seems kind of crazy to me.
I think he's just scared that he's gonna miss, and then Hathor is gonna send everyone to the afterlife immediately. So we have to deal with the Yan Hong, we have to deal with the Water Aragon. It's gonna be a small race here, but Ek has the 4 speed advantage in his leader skill. So potentially the Yan Hong is gonna go in front of the segment, and the segment is not gonna be able to provide a lot of value.
Yeah, Yan Hong likely to take the turn 1 here, and that is the case. even for skill 2, I don't think anything is tuned. So do you just want to boost up something? But it's kind of awkward because the second is just going to fall off right after. So you do utilize that skill 2, get some nice damage on that CR. Obviously, there's no healing on the side of BEAT.D, so that damage will be permanent on that CR, and that's definitely going to be your first target. That is the biggest counter to your Juno here.
Here comes the stun, and he missed. What an underwhelming performance of Fire Megumi. And Aragon got reset, so he does not have any skill to use, which means this CR is not going to go down anytime soon. Violent prop, but skill 2 is still under cooldown. So Juno can get a turn in there, but I think CR Okeano is going to really end the match.
It's interesting to see, is this going to be a Vampire Juno? If this is a Vampire Juno, it's going to be, okay, it's going to be a Despair VAO. Yep, it's a Despair Juno, and the Sierra is getting stunned by the Juno. That's a lot of damage mitigated by Ek right now.
Oh my god, suddenly BEAT.D is not looking too hot. He get to stun, but I feel like he could have won the game immediately if the Sierra Okeanos get a good rotation. But oh my god, Sierra woke up and chose violence. And here we go. Can she land the bomb? She did.
Ooh, I almost would have liked to see the bomb go out on this. Wait, okay, that bomb damage was abysmal. that health bar barely even moved on this Aragorn. Where's the CR on? It doesn't feel super tanky either. It's already taken a lot of damage. And that bomb damage was not that much. I was going to say I would like to see that bomb being placed on the Juno and just take it out. But knowing that bomb damage is that low, obviously makes sense why he did not go for that. Now, another violent proc on the Sierra. Getting another bomb, and this Aragorn is looking hurt.
Maybe the Sierra is on like some anti-Sonya attack, so she barely has to fit in HP and defense. So there wasn't much attack left for the bomb damage. But at least this Irene is working, the Sakma is working, the Okeanos are working. All the single target units are working very, very well. Because the problem with these single target CC is that if you miss, then there's not much you can do about it. But if you land everything, then your team has super high impact.
Yeah, it definitely is the case. And now getting that team up with the Yanhong. Yanhong getting attack buff. Megumi does have glance, so unlike the land here, kind of needs to land on this segment and does land. Yanhong could be getting the heal on this Aragorn now, saving that, and also cycling back into skill 2. Might even take out the Irene. This Yanhong is built in enough damage. Oh my goodness, a violent proc from the Aragorn, but the Juno is still in the bag, so it's not going to be getting the protection.
So can he provide some comeback potential here? We got the Aishu immunity from Aragon. Yanhong gets to use the skill 2 once again. Big damage, one shot. The Irene get her out of the way, and the Juno is about to fall. Can he finish the Juno off? Can his Fire Megumi stun the Okeanos here?
If this stuns the Okeanos, Juno's gonna get the turn. Does not get the stun. Okay, so Juno will be falling here. But this is still, I mean, this is still anyone's game at this point. The Sierra is below half health. Yanhong did just use her skills, so it doesn't have a... Well, actually, already has skill 3 next turn due to the cooldown reduction that the Water Aragorn does provide here.
Oh, the defense break. Oh, missed the defense break. Get a violent proc though. Sierra is under a lot of pressure. We have the segment skill 3, and it's going to be on the Fire Megumi, who just used skill earlier anyway. And it didn't really do anything. Sierra, one last dance. No. Oh, Sierra, what are you doing? Sierra failed the most important bomb in the game, potentially.
It's probably not going to matter here. I think Okeanos does have the damage here. Segment also does have skills available, as she did also miss, but just opt to go for the skill 2 here at this point. Getting the defense break, that Okeanos damage is going to be enough to take out this Yanhong. And BEAT.D will be winning the game 3 here, even though the Sierra had a pretty shaky performance there.
Oh my god, Sierra. Violent proc to save the day, just so that she missed the bomb at the very end. But BEAT.D draft were just outpacing Ek draft the entire time, that even with that bomb missing, he still managed to win very comfortably. I think it's pretty much just Okeanos being very, very strong at the moment.
Yeah, the Okeanos AoE damage is so insane right there, obviously providing the control there too. And I mean, Ek did get a lot of violent procs on that Water Aragorn there too. Got a lot of lower cooldowns, but it just wasn't enough. Like that Yanhong, it did do quite a bit of damage. Did one-shot that Irene, but ultimately he lost his Juno way too early, and BEAT.D was able to walk away with that game.
And I think the performance of Okeanos was definitely a bit more boosted by the fact that Shihong Haegang is not on the field and there wasn't even a Josephine anytime there as well. So the stack ban kind of just make a lot of units stronger as well. And look at that. On the left, we have like a whole RGB trio getting pre-banned. that is just so much less common unit that people use all the time, and it forced people to draft way differently.
Yeah, we see this round 2 Swift units are getting banned out right there with the Sekma and the Sonya, so might be going down to a Bruiser fight, but no, we're not. I mean, we're still just kind of fighting in the CSE playstyle, even with this limited monster box that we're having at this point. I mean, a lot of monsters are getting banned out, but the players are still deciding to duke it out in this, you know, control mid-speed way.
But I like the fact that as we get to the semi-final, people don't ban imaginary LD anymore, and they're actually banning the unit that people use, and we end up with like 3 high base speed unit, the most popular stripper Haegang, and then Oliver pre-ban, and we have to go down to like the of Chandra, Wind Monkey, that kind of stuff, which is very interesting. But somehow we don't see a single Ethna from anyone.
Yeah, no Ethna play. Yeah, I mean, the Megumi is still obviously on the table for all these players. I don't think we have seen a Megumi stack ban yet, so that's been available. And what's also available is Fire Legolas, that's now making a comeback as Ek is kind of swinging into his lower speed, picking that Angela, as well as this Fire Twins for a bit more support. So, and obviously a lot more buffs, so Fire Legolas seems well placed here.
Wow, not a single LD inside. No Tianlang, no Gianna, no Lima, none of that. It is raw RGB for every single person here. So let's see if it's gonna be enough. I feel like Ek is lacking a bit of damage right there, and he had to pick a damage deal at the end. It's gonna be the Fire Monkey that doesn't do well into both Legolas and Chow, don't you think?
Yeah, Fire Monkey, kind of interesting there, you know, maybe, I mean, it's like, what damage dealer do you really pick? I mean, BEAT.D is kind of going that same way of just picking 5 damage dealers in this game. There's no support on this man's side, it's just all gas. So, like, you know, I mean, you pick a fire damage dealer, you're going to be weak. The water damage dealers on BEAT.D side, you pick a wind one, I mean, the Legolas is going to farm you, and ultimately, BEAT.D does see the Fire Monkey threatening enough to ban it out.
But we have slow from Chandra and stun from Oki. It looks really, really good on paper, and I feel like there's no way Ek is gonna lose. But it's BEAT.D, and here we go. Oh my god.
Ooh. Casina Legolas at it once again, getting a lot of attack power off this Okeana, so that's not going to be tuned here. But also, BEAT.D's tuning is so awkward that now Ek cuts right in between. Is just going to be able to get immunity back up right after both the buff removers have moved on BEAT.D's side. So the Sierra and the Wind Monkey are going to be quite useless in this first turn.
Fire to an Angel. I think he saved that skill from the Gojo for the Fire to an Angel immunity afterwards, because if you use skill 2 and you miss the pushback, you pretty much achieve nothing. So at least you're saving it now for when the Fire to an Angel has to buff, and now you can actually strip. And oh, that's a beautiful stun coming out from the Wind Monkey.
Wow, yeah, stunning. Strip stunning their off element. I mean, yeah, you saving the strip, but interestingly, Egg actually didn't go to reuse the Gojo. I thought he would just reuse the Gojo. So in that sense, I feel like you kind of have to use the Gojo skill too. It's kind of like use it or lose the situation, but Egg decides to reset the Fire Legolas instead that already had used the skill too. Obviously, Oki's going to be getting or most likely getting a full team stun here and quite a bit of control. So Egg still looking quite solid in this position.
Full team stun. Oh, missed the monkey. Oh, kind of missed the Legolas as well. So Legolas can return some damage. But at least the Chandra, I think, is going to be able to provide some slow debuff here. And slow enemy momentum down a little bit for the Angela to pick everyone back up.
Yeah, slow debuff is very huge. Obviously, we know how much of an impact that has, especially in these CC comps. And we'll see if it's maybe a Despair Chandra. Nope, it's going to be Violent. As it gets a Violent proc, then that's going to be getting rid of the Legolas, so that works just fine. Only landing one slow, however. Obviously, there are 2 wind units, so going to be difficult to be landing on those. But now Okeanos does have reset, so could even reset this Gojo again. He does land.
I think this might be GG here because Sierra does not have bomb at the moment, and he can't really find a way to break through all the shield that the enemy is enjoying. And Angela is gonna bring back everyone who lost HP rather quickly here, with also providing the shield to mitigate all the damage coming out from them.
Yeah, the Angela pick is doing quite well here, just enough sustain, and also Angela is a little bit offensive in the fact that it does have that reflect damage, especially into a team where there are no healers. I mean, any bit of damage does add up. Sierra does have now another bomb available. We saw the BEAT.D Sierra bomb, okay, is non-existent in the first place, but even if it were to land, it does not do that much damage.
I think that's why Sierra is just not exactly very popular. It's the fact that you can miss bomb at a very crucial moment like this and completely sabotage your entire team.
Yeah, definitely. Chandra can now just use that skill too as well, just get out of this defense break and just protect the Okeanos here, I suppose, trying to keep that monster alive. BEAT.D definitely does have ways to win this game, so the Gojo does have skills available. That damage is going to be ramping here, that defense buff, but also just getting countered right away by that Chandra.
Maybe right here, BEAT.D can actually do it. No, he did not get a violent proc to bomb, and he needs to buy some time before he get the next bomb, but I don't think that's gonna happen anytime soon with this Fire Twin going crazy into the Sierra, and the Okeanos woke up. I think that's over.
Yeah, Okeanos wakes up and ends the game with that Rain of Stones, just doing so much damage. The artifacts on these players are quite insane, and once again, BEAT.D is finding himself at a game 5. Let's see if he can pull through once again, or will Ek move on the finals to face SKIT?
I think at some point, someone has to pre-ban Sierra, right?
I mean,
Ek can also pre-ban BEAT.D Sierra.
Yeah, Ek has not been utilized in Sierra in this set. So maybe it doesn't, obviously BEAT.D has been the one drafting that Sierra himself. Not too great success as we saw right there. It did work out for him in the game before. But yeah, I mean, the Sierra bomb damage is not really that impressive. But yeah, and then you miss the bomb and you do absolutely nothing once again.
All right, going to round 5 here. And we are seeing 2 more units that's going to get pre-banned. It could be the Angela. It might be the Okeanos, a very impactful unit from previous round. Which one is it going to be? Or it could be another imaginary LD5 that did not get drafted at all.
Yeah, the players are really taking their time on this. This is game 5. The winner of this will be moving on to the finals and fight for that chance to get all the way to the World Finals. The World Finals are happening in more than 3 months away. So imagine getting your ticket right here, right now, today. That is going to be a huge relief that you can already just chill for, a few months, just enjoy the other SWC tournaments that we do have going on and prepare for the World Finals that will be happening on November 14th.
Oh, we got a Sierra pre-ban. We got the Fire Legolas pre-ban. 2 very popular units between these 2 players. And Okeanos being first picked by Ek into an Angela, potentially a Water Gandalf Bover situation.
Yeah, could be. We're going back to finally back to the Angela ways here. Obviously, Ek used plus Angela in the last game very well. But BEAT.D's now first picking that monster. We'll see. What does he pair it with? Is it going to be those, another shielder or the Bulwark like you mentioned? Or maybe he goes for some sort of bruiser. And BEAT.D does have an Annabelle runed up. Even though we were thinking that he might not have one as he drafted that Tetra in the last round.
Finally, someone picked up the Annabelle that Topa has been asking for. Maybe this time Ek's gonna pick up a Daphnis so that Topa can finally be happy.
Oh, okay. I'm quite happy about this combination too. We have a Molong Bulwark. Bulwark has seen quite a bit of play, but haven't really had the follow-up combination for it. And Molong definitely provides that. Obviously, this is a very well-known, popular, even siege offense, right? You take Bulwark takes half their health, and then Molong can just finish anything off. And this also does tee up for units like Firepole, Daphnis, and other sort of like these bruiser snipes.
And we were also talking about this earlier, but Molong being in the draft, because back then Molong was so popular in SWC, but he kind of faded into irrelevancy. And now we're seeing Molong getting picked up due to the new stack ban rule. We have Layla last pick into No Fire. Very, very scary Layla pick right there. And last pick coming out from Egg. Is it going to be a special LD5? No, it's going to be Molong, Boverk, Diana.
Diana coming out to play for the first time. I'm not a... I mean, I guess Diana's okay. You know, there are 2 water AoEs. I would like to see maybe some form of sustain being picked up by Ek here. I see, you know, BEAT.D is obviously looking quite versatile here. But that Layla is going to be very difficult because you kind of do have to split this Molong Bulwark combination.
Maybe you don't have to. Maybe... Oh my god, we got a Tianlang against a Molong. We're going straight back to 2018 at this point. That's crazy.
Yeah, we also have a Tianlang pocket pick against the Diana, so you know that does obviously reduce the effectiveness of Diana quite a bit. Maybe, you know, there was a better pick because obviously you do know that BEAT.D does have this Tianlang in his back, or I would hope that you know that BEAT.D has this Tianlang in his back pocket if you're Ek in this situation.
Do you really know? I feel like everyone has like so many LD5 at this point. It's going to be very hard to keep track of. But, oh, the gaps are being banned. Now, the Diana is being banned. I think BEAT.D expected the Tianlang to be banned because Tianlang counter both Layla and Diana. But the Tianlang stay. Maybe the Tianlang is going to get one shot here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what's going to happen. BEAT.D definitely expected his Tianlang to get banned out here. So banning out that Diana. But right now, if this is a swift Molong or just otherwise a fast Molong, Ek is going to outspeed BEAT.D's team, and he is going to be sniping either the Tianlang or the Annabelle, whichever he likes. And it's probably going to be the Tianlang. And yep, Molong is moving next. That's something gone. Which one is it going to be?
Oh, I think he had to ban the Gapsu in a way because Bover move and Gapsu would move in between. That could be a bit tricky. But now the Tianlang is going to get one shot by the Molong Bover combo. The weakness of this combo is that there will be a long cooldown between the Molong one shot, but the good thing is you are killing anything, no matter how tanky they are.
Yep, anything is dying. Obviously, this Molong is quite... It seems to be a swift Molong, maybe even. And that's actually how I run mine as well. I do utilize this combination on occasion. And I mean, Molong is typically there just for that initial burst. And after that, he's kind of just, you know, optional. But you're just hoping that the unit you're sniping out is a higher value unit than, I guess, you know, you're a Molong, I guess, and you're able to win that 3v3. And we'll see if Ek can close it out here. Obviously, Layla is going to be a terror for BEAT.D to deal with as well.
He needs to somehow not let this Annabelle get a proper turn, because if she's slow and defense break, I think Koyanya can easily kill 3 targets on the enemy team with a good crit.
Yeah, this definitely... I honestly still almost favor BEAT.D's position a little bit. I think the kill from Ek actually was this Annabelle. Because, I mean, Annabelle has slows, defense breaks, cleanse. And the Tianlang would actually kind of hurt your Parjana cycling as well, as you would be getting less attack bar. But we'll see if Ek can make it out here. This Bulwark being slowed and provoked is definitely not helping, as he's not getting the heals to get his Bolong back up here.
Oh, Bolong getting the beautiful stun onto the Payanya, slowing down the enemy momentum, not letting them getting that constant provoke so that the Bulwark can start healing already. And here comes more control coming out from Ek. This is beautifully executed. He got the control, he got the one shot. So now he's trying to buy time for the Molong to get back with the skill 3. And the more that happens, the Annabelle is going to be one-shotted easily.
Yeah, that was a beautiful stun on the Parjana. The Parjana did have skills available. Now the Okean is actually able to just take away those skills. And I believe Ek is going to be able to break free from the control train from this Parjana here. And this Bulwark is likely going to get a heal off. If the Bulwark gets a heal off, this is definitely game over.
That Diana ban was definitely BEAT.D biggest mistake right there, because he let the one shot to happen, and there's not anything much you can do about the enemy team. The Layla is absolutely controlling everybody. The Layla is also on Seal Rune, which means you have less chance to rely on luck. So now Bover is going to get a free heal here, and oh, that Molong's looking really healthy. Oh, wait. Annabelle's doing the comeback Annabelle thing.
Can Parjana get a violent proc here to complete the comeback? I mean, obviously it's still not over. Bulwark did get that heal, so X team is looking very healthy once again. BEAT.D is almost back to square one here, and Layla is right back with skills as we speak too. That is more slows, silences, seals. I mean, everything is just landing. And Layla is cycling even more and more debuffs, and Okeanos does have skills available too.
Looking really good for Ek at the moment. A new challenger for SWC 2026 making it to the final would be a great start for the tournament, showing that anyone could join the tournament and shake it up for all the old guards. And Molong very close to the skill 3 once again. One more turn and he's gonna have it, and that is not good for BEAT.D.
Ooh, but BEAT.D does land the provoke and the slow on Layla, which is huge. No slows landing elsewhere. Also, Molong did not get provoked there at all, and Okeanos actually does not glance there, so is able to get rid of the provoke in just one turn, as it technically passes it back to the Parjana. And now Parjana is looking to get more control going on, as Okeanos does have skills available too.
Water Indra looking to take down the Okeanos, but not gonna be enough damage. But a beautiful additional turn for the Water Indra, taking down everybody's attention, and that could signify the comeback for BEAT.D. He's been waiting for this moment the entire game, and Ek is so close to the victory door, but now get held back by the Water Indra.
Ek was so close. He had the control going, but now he is the one being controlled. This is going to take out 2 monsters here, and BEAT.D, I think, is actually going to be pulling it out in the end here. You know, it really was swinging there. Even after that initial snipe, I did kind of favor BEAT.D's position, but Ek got enough control going on to where I thought he had the game, especially because he got free of that Parjana provoke, got that Bulwark kill going, but it still wasn't enough to take out any monster. And right now, I mean, obviously sitting at a 2v3 deficit. At this point, I don't know how Ek comes back unless this Layla has a generational performance.
I think that is why you don't see Molong Bulwark often anymore in RTA, and this is exactly why. You may kill a unit, but the downtime between things are just way too long, and you are very prone to getting absolutely stepped on by unit like the Water Indra here. The slow debuff completely shut down unit like the Molong and the Bulwark. The provoke also landing, taking away the Bulwark ability to do any real healing and damage.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only time you really do want to be playing Molong Bulwark is when you can win a 3v3. As I mentioned, Molong is basically useless after that turn 1. You can kind of just take it so that, like, okay, you killed one monster, but your Molong is also gone. So you have to be able to win that 3v3 afterwards. And in X case, you know, that Layla just wasn't quite enough to pull him over the finish line here.
Yeah, Layla did very well. She took so many turns. She slowed them down. She put sealed effect on them. But the Molong cooldown was just way too long. Maybe in the future balance patch, they reduce cooldown of Molong skill 3 by 1 turn. That could maybe bring him back into the meta. But right now, it's just a rough time to be a Molong enjoyer.
Yeah, and I believe X combination, the Molong and Bulwark combo is both on Swift. So we're not going to be seeing this Bulwark proccing out of these provokes either. So it's not going to be getting out of this control that Parjana is laying down. It has to get a lucky break, lucky resist here in order to not be permanently controlled here and get that heal off. There's still a slight chance, right? Like Layla could just permanently stun everything, and if Bulwark is able to get these heals off, keep it sustained, there's a very slight chance I can still win this, but it needs to happen right now. Parjana has another skill too here.
Another skill 2 from Priyanya. Layla's gonna go down. Bulwark is the last one standing, but unfortunately for Ek, BEAT.D will be moving on to the final of the Open Qualifier, meeting SKIT, 2 veteran of the Open Qualifier.
Yeah, very well played by BEAT.D right there. That was so unfortunate for Ek at the end there too. That Bulwark actually did double resist the Parjana. You saw it resisted both the slow and the provoke there, but the Parjana had just enough damage to take out the Layla there. So Layla goes down, and obviously Bulwark alone is never winning that in a million years. So well played to BEAT.D. And he had 2 veterans, the 2 Titans, both have finished legend on the ladder as well. So both best rank 1 finishes will be duking out in the finals to try and get their ticket through the Open Qualifier into the World Finals.
The price to pay for being able to one-shot the enemy was just too much, man. You get to one-shot, you get to do some free damage, but it is just so long until you can do it again. And that set Ek back And you can see that stack ban brings out so many weird things in the draft because so many units were banned in BEAT.D matches that you can see an entire meta in the pre-ban tab, and that is really nuts. Going to the final, it will be between SKIT and BEAT.D best of 5. Let's see who is going to be the first player to qualify for the World Final happening in Korea.
Yeah, it's going to be super exciting to see. Yeah, the two Titans. Those were the two players that I was looking forward to. I think they were, kind of my favorites going this. And actually, in the prediction event, I did pick a SKIT to make it out of here. So we'll see if my prediction holds true. But before that, we do have another little gift for you guys coming up here in a little bit. As well as, the stack bans are super nice to see. And we see 8 monsters in the game 5. That's almost 2 entire drafts in the pre-ban there.
Yeah, and some of the monster pretty much makes a lot of different kind of draft. Like you don't have Hey Gang, you cannot do a certain kind of draft. You don't have Oliver, then suddenly so many water unit become really, really strong. You don't have like Okeanos, and suddenly some water unit become really strong. So it's very, very cool to see. And there is also another coupon code right in front of you guys. And also, if you're on iOS device, you can take a look at the live stream chat so you can pick up the link so you can get it in your iOS device pretty much immediately.
Yeah, that is great stuff. And I think we will be taking a short break here very quick. So, don't go too far. Go get maybe some water, some snacks, and make sure to get that code in. So some good rewards there. And we will be back very, very soon for the final match to decide who gets that ticket to the World Finals. Oh.
Hello and welcome back to the Summoners Warrior Championship 2026 Open Qualifier for Korea. And we are at the final round between SKIT and BEAT.D. It's been quite a journey with all the matches, with a stack ban, with all the weird draft, and I'm very excited for this round, Topa.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The two veterans have made it to the top. We had a lot of newcomers, which I always love to see. I love to see new blood. We never know who's going to be the next champion, and it could be one of the newcomers. Kelly and Bao came in as a newcomer and took the whole tournament, so never count them out. But so far, the two veterans in this tournament have made their way to the top. Obviously, BEAT.D, our 2018 world champion, and SKIT was a world finalist all the way in the very first SWC in 2017. So what a treat of a final we have here, Sean.
Indeed, and then we have seen a lot of different kind of draft coming out from both these players, especially with BEAT.D always taking it to game 5, and we get to see a unit getting pre-banned. So that is just beautiful to see how the stack pre-ban demonstrate and force these players to switch their draft to something brand new, something different. Could be good, could be bad. We don't even know, because for them, it could also be the one time they use certain unit in the last 3 weeks, potentially.
Yeah, it could be, they have to dig deep in those monster boxes, find out, that one niche pick that is still available to them to be used in that, very specific situation. And, SKIT hasn't gone all the way to 5 matches, so we'll see if BEAT.D can take the distance as we get into the final of the Open Qualifier.
And the first pick is going to be the Shiho. And over there, what is it going to be? For stack pre-ban, if you just join the stream, we don't get any pre-ban in the first round, so it's free for all. But after that, more and more unit will be pre-ban, and you cannot use unit that is a pre-ban anymore. So that's pretty cool to see. Starting off, we got the Vanessa and the Zenitsu, but the Water Aragon, who is usually paired with the Dark Zenitsu, gets stolen by BEAT.D.
Yeah, BEAT.D maybe digging a bit into SKIT's box here right away. Did see that he like to pair that Dark Killing / Dark Zenitsu with that Water Aragorn in the game earlier, and now just taking that away. And obviously SKIT does like this unit against the stunners, or the stun that Water Monkey does provide, but he's going back to his trusty Shahad that has been performing very, very well for him so far.
Yeah, the Shahad being one of his main damage dealer, going through all different kind of damage mitigation, providing CC, and also destroy anything that is not fire. But this time, SKIT is the one going in with a Sonya. Sonya has been drafted a lot of times between these players, but we haven't seen like a Sonya actually killing anything immediately. Funny enough, it kind of just do a bit of damage so that someone else can claim the kill.
Yeah, that has been kind of Sonya's purpose. It's really difficult to get a Sonya that can, deal enough damage to take out these top level monsters here. A lot of them are going to be, just very high efficiency, rune efficiency. So that's going to include a lot of hit points and speed, which obviously does mitigate Sonya's damage as well. So, kind of hedging his bets here too, going for a little bit of a sustain here with that Angela alongside it, as well as now going for a Josephine to further look to counter those stunts.
Ooh, Valeska is being respected, getting the ban, and over there, the Wind Pudding getting the ban as well. So both teams will have their respective speed lead. First turn belongs to the Sonya. Can he actually kill something? Very close.
Yeah, very close, but that is not enough. Shiho is still standing, so he's able to get a skill 3 off here. Just see, where does he go? Goes for that killing slash. Does not want to activate the Josephine passive, so want to give any free shields here. And now Josephine has a decision. Do you go on the tricks? You do go on the tricks, but you get resisted as that monster is likely 100 resistance.
But the Sonya did not eat any of that slow debuff, which is very crucial, because if you let a slow debuff on Sonya, she's kind of useless immediately. But this Sonya is still enjoying her full speed, and the monkey is actually not going to die anytime soon.
Ooh, and the reset doesn't go on the Vanessa. Instead, reason the Josephine here, looking to get some stun, some control with this monkey. He's able to get the stun there, but that obviously is going to bring back the killing slasher now with that Vanessa passive, and Sonya is able to take out that water monkey. I think that was maybe a slight misplay from BEAT.D.
Oh, without a water monkey, and Sonya is not suffering from any slow debuff, and Sonya skill 2 is available. I think we are at a point where Sonya can actually one-shot either the Oliver or the Water Aragon.
Yeah, likely the game has gone on. I think we're at 10 up, 10 down now. So, and some HP has been lost. So Sonya is able to take that Oliver out right there. And at this point, BEAT.D probably doesn't have enough damage to deal with SKIT's team at this point.
Yeah, I think that's been a GG. BEAT.D lost both his damage and control. And the Fire Hacker will need to have a miracle to be able to deal with this Josephine and the Sonya while being slow at the same time.
I mean, that is quite a good performance right there, landing all 3 defense breaks. But the Hacker is also going down here very, very fast. And Vanessa passive is back up once again. BEAT.D does know that's actually going for this Vanessa here first and not giving up. I mean, there's a... No, maybe it's Sonya proof? No, it's not.
I mean, Will can only get you so far unless you have some miracle happen. Sonya solidified the route, and SKIT once again proving to the audience that he is switching up the draft, not relying on the Shahad, showing that he's capable of playing pretty much anything.
Yeah, flexing that turn 1 right there, going for that Vanessa. I mean, that is where Vanessa is the most effective. It's kind of in those night comps, just utilizing Vanessa for that turn 1 pressure of having that defense break as well. Buffer move into defense break, then you can pair it up with that huge damage of Killing Slasher, the Dark Zenitsu there, or then you have the speed lead for the Sonya, obviously kind of taking away one of Sonya's counters as well, and then the protection. I mean, we saw Sonya get 3 skill 2s off just that one game there.
Yeah, missing the slow debuff right off the bat from the Fire Hacker was very crucial, and the respect was put on the Dark Zenitsu. Oliver getting pre-banned as well. First pick for SKIT. What is it going to be? Is it going to be another Vanessa opener, or is it going to go to something else? It's going to be the Shiho being very, very popular. And for the first time ever, we are looking at the Water Twin Angels and the Okeanos.
Yeah, SKIT stealing the Water Monkey away from BEAT.D. Now that there's no Oliver available too, that's one of the kind of counters to Shiho. But yeah, BEAT.D going for a different speed in the Water Twin Angels. Interesting to see that monster. Obviously was meta a while ago, a couple of years ago. Definitely fallen out of favor, but still played on occasion. And SKIT is responding with a Fire Megami speed lead, much more commonly played, as well as that Ella.
Yeah, I've been playing with Water Twin Angel myself for the past 3 days, and the fact that the unit is very inconsistent at everything that it does really put a sour taste for any user. One game you could be landing defense break stun everywhere. The other game you're just kind of there and not really do anything. And with no win unit inside, SKIT pick up a Chow, and for the first time today, a Water Ryu or more.
Yeah, more making also an appearance. So we're seeing some new speed leads. We've seen so many units already in today's tournament due to the stack ban, but we're still finding new speed lead monsters to pull out here. So more, as well as that Water Twin Angels, are being drafted, and BEAT.D going for his Jade here. More, he has 3 forms of cooldown reduction. 2 are AOE, and then a single target cooldown reduction on that Water Twin. So interesting double twin team coming out of BEAT.D here. This was definitely meta a couple of years ago, but not so much anymore. Still, one of them is getting banned out.
Loving the fact that things are just coming out of nowhere to surprise the audience. Unfortunately, we won't get to see any Water Twin Angel action, but over there, we got a very interesting cooldown reducing focus team, and Irene is going to be doing a lot of damage, ignoring whatever passive you are trying to put up. So is the more going to be enough? What kind of build is that on? It's very fast. It did not despair stun, so we're not sure if it's going to be a fire or despair just yet.
Yeah, the Chow is following up here, but SKIT is not going for a defense break. I would have liked seeing Fish for a defense break, as we saw that crazy Chow damage in one of the games earlier. And oh yeah, it definitely would have killed if there was a defense break on that monster. Almost kills even without a defense break. And there are no heals notably on BEAT.D's side, so that damage is permanent.
Oh, here comes the Irene with the bag. Let's see if the game is in the bag for BEAT.D, or is it going to be out of the bag entirely? She's going in. Big bag coming up, and it will land on the Fire Megami. We would all love to put all the Fire Megami in the world in the bag. But is that going to be enough, though? This Chow is very scary. Trigger the more passive. What kind of build is it going to be on? We don't know just yet.
I was really expecting BEAT.D to back the Chao here. Chao is definitely the biggest damage dealer here, but I guess he does have that defend. But wait, ooh, he could have. No, okay, it is a despair more.
And it did despair stun, unfortunately. Okay. Oh, violent proc now. Let's see, big damage coming out. Oh my god, this more is being focused because it shows a lot of damage coming out and it's working out just fine. I think BEAT.D team is very, very hard to kill, very tanky. SKIT still haven't found opening to snipe anyone just yet. But we all know the longer the game goes, the stronger this Chao is going to become. I think Chao will potentially one-shot something here, but still couldn't find that window because Okeanos reset his skill too.
Yeah, absolutely. And Chao is always just one proc away from that skill too. So no matter how much you reset this this Chao, he can still just get that one proc and deal the monster. Although this threat state is kind of a nuisance for SKIT to deal with, as he's now forced to go on this wind monster. Obviously, Chao is not going to be performing nearly as well against. But still, Chao is going to be there. Once again, it is one violent proc away from skilling something. Does not get that proc once again.
It is actually really cool that BEAT.D is using this win macaron cookie. This is the second game he's using it and is so effective. It's just incredible to watch how he's using a unit that literally nobody care about, probably has below 1% pick rate, but absolutely rocking all these high rank player and being very annoying.
Oh. And there it is. Chao getting that one proc, and that is going to be a dead fire twin angels. And I still don't know how you're killing this Chao if you're BEAT.D. This Holyberry has done decent damage, but I mean, you kind of need a violent proc, and you need like a defense break setup violent proc in order to really deal with it. Okay, this might be an opportunity. Oh, actually just bagging the Chao now. Going to be dealing with the Ela first.
And Ela is definitely singing on BEAT.D's team here. Not much you can do about it. This Ela is so annoying. The more you hit this unit, the more she can heal. One violent proc, she's back to full HP, and she used cooldown of the Chao as well. And the Chao is gonna be out of the bag very soon, and have to find ways to deal with that.
Yeah, Chao is coming out of the back, still low attack bar. So it's going to be a little bit until it gets turned. Ooh, and there's that violent proc into the defense break. That's going to be some good damage coming out of the Jade right here. Okeanos does have Reese available. Obviously, Ela has plenty of sandcastles built there. So if she does proc, does have that skill for it, which cannot be reset. But the violent proc just kills it away. Can Chao solo it? Oh, there's one kill.
Oh my god! That Chao is crazy. I know this is a win damage dealer fighting Chao, but this is Chao we're talking about. It's going to be a rough fight for the macaron cookie.
Ooh, getting resistant to the defense break is huge there as well. It's that Okeanos skill to wouldn't allow damage. SKIT is sending a prayer right now. Kind of needs a violent proc at this point, and his prayers have been answered. He gets the violent proc.
Can this thing? What? Oh no, Chao is him. Justice rain from above, baby. SKIT is doing it. Oh my god, this Chao's been waiting for the entire game. Oh my god, this Chao.
Maybe macaron card defense break into proc. Oh no, it's a bit far-fetched. Maybe what last chance? This is the last chance. Defense break into violent proc. Oh, they're not gonna have enough. Justice glancing.
Yes.
It's not able to break through. But yeah, next turn Justice is available. I think for glancing hit, it will be taking on the Jade, and SKIT is going to be going on to a 2-0 lead here.
Wow, beautiful performance coming out from SKIT. Using the Ela to its maximum potential and waiting for the moment for Chao to strike. Beautifully done.
Yeah, I feel like BEAT.D had some slight mistargeting there. I feel like the Chao should have just gone in the bag right away. Like that Chao should have been permanently in the bag. That was basically the only way, or the only real damage dealer on SKIT's side. You just keep that Chao in the bag, and if you have your whole team against Chao at the end, I think you can win. I mean, it was still like there were opportunities to like fire Twin Angel additional damage. I feel like you could have got yourself over the finish line there, but either way, that's neither here nor there. We're going on to game 3.
Is Chao going to be pre-ban? No, it's not going to be Chao. It's going to be the Fire Twin Angel, and it is going to be an early Angela pre-ban. We usually see Angela pre-ban by game 5, but this time it's going to get pre-ban very early on. So one less healer for all these player, and we have Shiho getting first pick coming out from BEAT.D. Shiho is highly contested for this region too.
Yeah, a lot of favor being placed on the Shiho here between these two players. I mean, Skit is at match point here, so BEAT.D really has to bring out the big guns here. Cannot afford to lose anymore, or, you know, he'll be sent down to Group D, where he had to make his way to the World Finals the hard way, make it through Group D first, and then the Asia Pacific Cup. That's a long road, so definitely like to qualify right here, right now.
Oh, we got the meta getting picked up by SKIT. Over there, we have an early Haegang pick. I don't really like early Haegang at this point anymore because I feel like Haegang has pretty low impact when you don't have a lot of buff or when there's not a lot of cleansing on the field. So he's going to get abused by this Chow once again. Chow is just absolutely wrecking open qualifier for Korea. And BEAT.D is lacking in damage. You have to make up some damage in the last pick here. That's going to be the Gideon for BEAT.D. Last pick is going to be, once again, the Jade that fall short a little bit last game.
Yeah, Jade coming back for redemption. Yeah, the Haegang, he's definitely picking up some value for the Haegang here now, picking those double buffers there in the 4th and 5th pick on BEAT.D side. But Seimei is probably going to have to be a forest ban. And I mean, Jade does have defense break. Could just be banned out here too. Jade gets banned out. So there's no defense break on BEAT.D side anymore. Does have DS buff for the Gideon, but without defense break, I don't know if he can really do that much damage to kill the Chow fast enough.
It's kind of funny how it's one of the imaginary LD5 pre-ban that we talked about earlier, and it finally show up in in the draft just to be banned anyway. BEAT.D really disliked Seimei.
Yeah, that monster definitely does hard counter what he's trying to do here. And well, it's also the last pick too, so Skit probably could have had a plethora of last picks there that would have been banned out by BEAT.D. And right now we're getting this game. Monkey does not get that stun turn one. Might be good for him as he doesn't trip the Josephine, but probably would have liked to activate that before his Haegang goes, so he could have stripped all those shields.
And Skit is now focusing on Gideon. He recognized that BEAT.D only has one damage dealer, and if Gideon fall, this game is kind of over because Chow or Skit Chow can solo 3 target over there, no problem. And this Gideon is being... Oh wait, he's switching back to the Shiho. He's only controlling the Gideon just to focus back onto the Shiho.
Wow, that is a very tanky Shiho. That was a 10,000 hit, and I feel like Shiho has like 80% health left. Is that a 50,000 hit point Shiho? Hey, what's going on here? Obviously, Gideon damage reduction on that passive is quite big as well. Going to be helping keep the Shiho alive, and Shiho just gets a triple stun just now. That's definitely going to be helpful here as well.
Looking really good for the Shiho, getting back another skill 3 here. Solid damage onto the Chow as well. Josephine is now being fully controlled with a stun on her head. So I'm not sure how Skit's going to kill the Shiho unless the Chow go a bit more crazy. We also have the Windstar kind of just lurking in the background, waiting for a chance to strike.
Yeah, he's definitely there. He's standing there menacingly, but he will be a menace very, very soon here, especially as Skit's HP falls lower and lower here. He's only getting stacked up further and further, and Stark is primed and ready, taking a turn here. Did already use S2, so does not have that available. Chow also getting another monstrous violent proc. Every proc is just so much pressure on this Chow, as there are no healers on BEAT.D's side.
Oh, we got Gideon with the buff and the threat stage, switching the damage onto himself instead. And we got more stun coming out, but miss on both water unit, and that is not looking good. Josephine might get her passive back soon here, but couldn't get the violent proc, so Shio's gonna send another big stun onto the enemy team.
Yeah, another stun as Shio. That is Shio getting back into skill 3. Is that going to be enough to take out this Chow maybe? I don't think it's going to be quite enough. We'll see. BEAT.D is going to be going for it. Can he maybe get enough crits? Oh, he does take out the Chow. I think that's probably BEAT.D winning this game then.
Oh my god, who would have thought the Chow was not tanky enough? And that is GG. He switched to the Shiho. He recognized the Shiho being a threat even bigger than Gideon, but he could not kill the Shiho in time. We also have to give props to how tanky the Shiho was.
Yeah, that Shiho ate a couple of justices to the dome, and as well as a couple of skill 1s, and still stood there. You know, that is obviously very tanky Shiho, and then just amplified by that Gideon pick right there. You know, obviously getting up to 35% damage reduction. That is huge damage reduction.
And also the fact that there wasn't really a moment where SKIT could apply any defense break because Fire Megumi couldn't really do well into 3 water unit. And let's see what's going to be the pre-ban this time around. It's always kind of exciting to see what unit that was respected in the previous game. We might even see a Shiho pre-ban.
Yeah, both players really liking that Shiho, so it would have to be BEAT.D pre-ban the Shiho, as it does have first pick available. Wait, BEAT.D is banning Okeanos? I feel like he's the only one that has really used that monster, and SKIT actually banning out the Jade.
Yeah, putting a lot of respect on a BEAT.D draft right there. SKIT is just digging deeper and deeper into whatever BEAT.D is drafting. So no longer having Jade, no Oliver. He's going in with a Ciara first pick here. But Shiho is also stolen by SKIT. So what kind of opening is he going to go for? He's going to go for the Ciara Heigang opening. So do you think SKIT's going to rock a Daphnis?
I don't think this is a game where you want to be going Daphnis. It would be much better suited, yeah, for like a Vanessa Sonia type of thing. Although these units could be Sonia proof, as we saw BEAT.D CR earlier had very low damage, and yes, it is going to be going on for that Vanessa Sonia here. And there's also a Seimei that is kind of lurking in the back of her, SKIT's pocket here. As BEAT.D is probably going to be having them pick some sort of buffers to get really good value out of this Heigang. But he's not really doing so, and this Heigang pick is becoming more and more dead by every pick.
Because SKIT is moving into raw damage here. We've got a Chao getting picked up. Do we have another speed leader or maybe a healer? Oh, he is going in with the Piranha last pick to fully counter the Fire Legolas and maybe even the Chandra.
Yeah, this is very good drafting coming from SKIT here. Those are very strong last picks. And BEAT.D, I mean, he tried with the Ciara first pick. He tried to, avoid this situation where he's just once again just facing this this fully loaded Chao here, as well as that Parjana right now. And he kind of has to ban that Sonia, so maybe he's not so Sonia proof after all. I mean, the Ciara has to put in work. There are 3 water threats, and Ciara is really kind of the only way to deal with them.
But sadly, Ciara does not have a healer to accompany her. So she will be probably the focus, but there's no will on the Legolas. So, oh my god, Mr. Stun, get the counter! Are you kidding me? I think SKIT was lucky that he didn't steal the immunity at the same time.
Yeah, not stealing the immunity there is quite unfortunate, as now the monkey is going to be dodging the slow here. And yeah, Chandra maybe even wants to hold off that slow. Yeah, does hold off on that. But he's now going to be provoked by the Parjana, or maybe Ciara Bomb can stun that Parjana and stop it from provoking BEAT.D's team here.
Wow, things are looking actually kind of bad for SKIT, but he is shifting the focus now onto the Legolas, trying to get rid of that unit as quickly as possible, so there's no random debuff. If Piranha transform, I think he's gonna probably die to the bomb damage. So I mean, he just kind of chose to die on his own term anyway.
Yeah, gets a violent proc there. Does like, ooh, the stun on Chandra is absolutely massive. It's unable to get the slows out now. Also getting the attack bar boost for the tempo. The Legolas is looking very low. So this is Parjana, but Parjana is also very scary. If it gets one more turn, it's going to be getting some healing life drain off that skill too, as well as provokes obviously the control that is going to be laying down.
Man, oh, he tried to get another lucky stun on the Chandra, but could not get it done. I think he might have to focus, just finish off the Legolas here. And Legolas is going to go down, 1-for-1 trade potentially. Ciara will soon have her bomb and detonation back ready to go. But oh, he could not finish off the Piranha. Big provoke onto the Ciara. And Shio has a stun available for the Chandra. Oh, going straight for the Ciara.
Wow, somehow, someway, the wind unit is the only unit that gets provoked by this Parjana here. I also got that light chain for that skill too. So Parjana is not looking, one-shot territory anymore. And, Chandra now cannot finish it off. Obviously, Vanessa does still have the revive up as well. So Parjana is not going anywhere. And I think the only person that's going anywhere is SKIT here, as he will be punching his ticket into the World Finals. This is looking so good for him right now.
You gotta be kidding me. This Piranha, he's doing everything. He landed the provoke on the Ciara once again, letting slow on every other unit. The Chao doing the finishing touches, and that might be GG, because there's no way this Ciara is gonna get another opportunity anymore anytime soon. Even the Chandra is slowly dying, and there's nothing that BEAT.D could do but to watch his Ciara being controlled by a water unit. And GG, SKIT will be moving on to the World Final happening in 3 months. Very early ticket.
Yeah, very early ticket. This is obviously the first show of SWC 2026, the open qualifier in Korea, and SKIT from the caster couch now punching his ticket immediately into the World Finals. And he was there 9 years ago in the very first SWC, and he is there once again this year in 2026. Yeah, as you said, in 3 months, in November 14th in Korea. So congratulations to SKIT. We will be seeing him there.
Oh my god. Huge congratulations, though. I think last time we saw Takuzo from Japan, who went from the casting couch to the playing the actual stage, going to the final as well. And maybe this year SKIT is gonna do that. SKIT's gonna crush. I mean, Crit, he did. He is in the final. What am I talking about? He is in the final. He will be representing Korea. Got a solid ticket right there. And we look forward to the matches of all the other Korean players in their respective regional qualifier once again. That's going to be happening later this month as well.
Yeah, none of your players, if BEAT.D is your favorite, he's probably not out of the tournament, as all these players do have Group D of APAC Cup. That is the Korea group. I believe all of these players, as well as I guess one player now is going to be taking a SKIT spot in that group. So they still have their chance, but they have to go through the hard way now. They have not only the 2 out of 8 make it out of that Group D, and then out of those 2, obviously they 3 of them will make it through the Asia Pacific Cup. But yeah, that is a long road that you have to take now. And SKIT is just cruising. He's chilling for the next 3 months, just enjoying the show.
And I also really enjoy the flexible drafting coming out from player like BEAT.D. And it shows that stack ban can be very impactful. If you're not careful, suddenly half your team is in the pre-ban slot and you're stuck with like your B squad. And your runes are not as good. Suddenly your strategy falls apart. And we also see the rise of many, many other units that we didn't really expect to work really well, but somehow do so much work in today's show.
Yeah, it was great to see BEAT.D bring out the Jade, and then SKIT even respected Jade enough to put the Jade in the stack ban. So monsters like say like some of these B tier monsters, in the right draft and right situations, they're really S tier monsters, and SKIT proved that too there too. It's literally putting that Jade in the pre-ban. It was so afraid of that monster. Yes, she has her own niche spot in the meta, but that was absolutely a terror in that matchup right there. But ultimately SKIT does take it 3-1, and there we have it, the world finalists on November 14th in Korea. SKIT has now punched his ticket, and there are 11 more tickets up for grabs, and those are obviously going to be quite a while until we get any confirmations there, since there are preliminaries and the regional cups that we have to go through to determine those players.
We've still got China qualifier, Europe Cup that is happening later today, which is very exciting as well. And then we've got America Cup later, together with all the other APAC region qualifier. It's going to be a long but very fun journey with SWC from now all the way to November. So we got a very strong start. We get to see so many good RGB monsters showed up, because usually there will be like certain LD5 that dominate the meta, but Summoners War for the past, I don't know, many seasons at this point has shown us that RGB monsters are very strong, super popular, and can demolish LD5 if you're not careful.
Absolutely. We've seen players with just pure RGB drafts go all the way to the World Finals and do well in there. Remember last year in Golden Pichaga, like he made it all the way to the World Finals, and I don't think he really drafted any LD like in the entire way to get there. And yeah, today too, a lot of very obtainable monsters. As we look through these highlights here as well, obviously we did have a couple LDs in this very specific matchup. One of them did get banned out, but then the next one, no LDs, and I'm actually not there's an LD there. I'm a bit blind.
I mean, technically, it's not like, I think there was like SWC season where you would see Laura, you would see Wedget being spammed, you would see a lot of like duo, trio LD combo being used all the time. But here we see like maybe one LD in there, and usually it's going to get banned out because it was drafted well, respect that. And most of the time, you're seeing a lot of RGB monster. And you can also see how these pro players are tackling the meta trio, being the Fire Megumi, the Stark, the Chao, the Layla, being used, being destroyed, or winning games. So if you are trying to live up your RTA game, I think SWC is probably one of the best resources.
Absolutely, yeah. It's really interesting. I would be really interested to see what really is the win rate of the Fire Megumi Star, because I feel like it really didn't do well today. I mean, we saw like a skit in that game 3-2. He drafted Fire Megumi Stark, and that was the one game he lost against BEAT.D. Obviously, he did lose one game earlier to ANGRYBIRD as well. But you know, like the Fire Megumi Stark is, I mean, his low win rate on the ladder has pretty low win rate in SWC here too, I think.
Yeah, I think Chao has a surprisingly high win rate. I personally has been trying to focus a lot of good runes on Chao, and I've seen some nice dividend from that. But SKIT Chao gotta be like absolutely mind-blowing in terms of stat.
Yeah, definitely. And we have the winner interview coming up. There's Jun, the Korean host, now on stage. I believe he's going to be welcoming SKIT on stage here very soon. Congratulate him on his qualification to the World Finals. Ask him a couple questions. I believe it'll be in Korean, so he probably won't be understanding a whole lot of that.
축하합니다. 우리 스킷 선수가 사실은 많은 준비를 해왔음에도 해설을 하면서 그걸 보여주지는 못했었는데 내가 이 정도다라는 거를 지금 이 자리에서 보여줬습니다. 자, 이 스킷 선수에게는 월드 파이널로 직행할 수 있는 티켓이 수여가 되도록 하겠습니다. 자, 우리 찌승 해설께서 직접 월드 파이널 직행 티켓을 수여하겠습니다. 월드 파이널에 직행을 했는데 사실 올라갈 거라고 생각은 했습니까?
네.
끝나니까 또 시작이네. 그 미소를 보인 판에 졌거든요.
그렇죠. 제가 오늘 두 판 졌는데 두 판 다 굉장히 어려운 판이었다고 생각합니다.
역시나 그렇게 잘하다가도 마이크만 가까이 가면 자, 앞으로의 각오가 있다면
아무래도 한국 대표로 나가는 선수로서 제가 월드 파이널 우승하도록 노력을 많이 하겠습니다.
혹시 가장 견제하는 선수, 이 선수가 좀 쉽지 않다, 연구를 좀 많이 해야겠다라는 선수가 있다면?
해외 선수 중에서요?
네.
딜리전트 선수랑 아무래도 푸 선수가 그리고 레스트 선수, 이렇게 세 명이 저한테는 많이 어려운 상대로 생각합니다.
당연한 것이 이 세 선수가 모두 챔피언들이거든요. 역대 챔피언들이기 때문에 아마도 연구가 많이 필요하지 않을까라는 생각이 듭니다. 다시 한번 축하드리고 우리 스킷 선수 무대 위로, 무대 밑으로 내려가 주시면 되겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
축하합니다.
축하드립니다. 정말 스킷 선수가 우리 대표로서 이제 앞으로 월드 파이널에서 어떤 모습이 그려질지 기대가 많이 되는데요. 정말 이 기대보다 난 더 기대되는 게 있다라고 하는 게 있으면 뭐가 있을까요?
뭐죠? 쿠폰인가요?
쿠폰입니다.
네.
자, 여러분들 에너지 200장 그리고 신배 선수.
Oh, we got our last code of the day, guys. 5 scroll, 15 emblems on the screen, and it will be posted in the chat as well. Also, we got a little bit of a back-end translation for SKIT. He expressed gratitude and his hope for future in the final. Also, he acknowledged the game were tough, and he lost 2 games. Both were very challenging, and it will get better and be ready to represent Korea in the final.
Yeah, he's also most afraid of Diligent, Pooh, and Lest. So all Asia Pacific players that he's wary of there. Obviously, very nice to hear that interview from him. And I think maybe Europe Cup or Europe preliminaries that are happening in just a couple hours here, and Americas later on too. We gotta prove our worth to SKIT here, as he doesn't really take us very seriously.
All the white people are not important. He's gonna go to sleep instead of watching the Europe Cup, because like, who cares about them, right? Like, I only care about Diligent, Pooh, and Less anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously, great showing from SKIT today. Very well-deserved spot in the World Finals. So it's going to be great to see him. And he kind of, if you saw that, that laugh that all of them had there together, that was SKIT responding that he kind of expected to make it to the World Finals. So he was confident coming into today. And maybe maybe that's the reason that he decided to play here today too. You know, obviously he has been casting for a while, and he was that confident that he could make the World Finals. That he decided, you know what, all these Korean noobs, they're not doing my country justice. I'll do it myself.
Yeah, I think we didn't have any Korean in like the last final or something like that. So maybe he's like, let me do it. Right, you guys get out of here. Okay, let me prove my worth. Anyway, guys, that was an incredible stream we had together with Topa and I, and a lot of fun matches today. And we look forward to more SWC very, very soon with the Europe Cup in a couple hours. No, Europe Cup, Europe qualifier in a couple hours, and many more in the upcoming weekends. Thank you so much for watching, guys, and we'll see you guys back here very, very soon.
Bye bye.